IB Nation, welcome to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We are live here on a Friday, which of course means Friday free-for-all mailbag, getting you all ready for what will be a very fun weekend coming up. We are just a little over 24 hours away from Notre Dame kicking off against Tennessee State at 3:30 Eastern Time on Saturday. Got you guys all prepared throughout this week, telling you what you should expect, what you want to see, and what you don't want to see in this game from Notre Dame against Tennessee State. So we feel good about where we are with that preparation, which means finally it is our favorite time of the week where you all, the community, the chat here at Irish Breakdown, get to lead this conversation. Sorry for getting started a little bit late. Your boy got pulled over, all right? They tried to stop this show today. They were like, this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And then I was like,
It was either an Ohio State fan, a Michigan fan, or a USC fan. I'm confident in that.
I went Pete Weber on it, man. I'm like, who do you think you are? I am. And then he was like, yeah, you can go ahead. Sure. But we have a lot of good conversation.
Well, we know Ryan didn't say that because that's why he's not in jail right now.
I know. I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir.
Yeah. I said all that on the inside.
Exactly. After I pulled away from that cop car, I was so upset.
I let him know what I thought about him as soon as he left. It's like that scene from Friday. I got mind control on Debo. He'd be like, shut the up. I'll be quiet. But when he leave, I'll be talking again. Great. One of my most favorite quotable movies, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I love Friday. But we are here, folks. We cannot be stopped today. We have a lot of great questions already in the chat. I think we had 30-something questions before the show even started today.
Yeah, man.
A lot of topics, obviously Notre Dame related, college football related. Week 1 officially upon us. It was a couple interesting games yesterday, and the ACC obviously has a little bit of an expansion news this morning. So a lot of topics to get to, a lot of questions. Before we start, though, Brian, I know that you just had an announcement that you wanted to kind of relay to everybody out there in Irish Breakdown land.
And we talked about it yesterday, but I really wanted to help promote the Knights of Columbus stake sale that's going on tomorrow, the Notre Dame stake sale. The Knights of Columbus, this particular group, is a student-run organization at Notre Dame, and they are dedicated to promoting faith, charity, and patriotism. They've been around for a long time and had a chance to sit down and talk with them yesterday. The only thing we're getting out of this is if I go over there tomorrow, they're going to hook me up with a free sandwich. But I love the cause, Ryan, and we had a chance to sit down with Jake and the guy that reached out to us, and I actually loved his persistence because he emailed me twice, and I just never got around to responding because I was busy. Then he emails you, he emails Stiers, he hits me up on Facebook. I loved the diligence, and then when I got a chance to talk to them about what they are doing, I felt ridiculous for not responding sooner because it's right up our alley. Had a chance to sit down with them and talk to them about kind of what their mission is, how they support, where the money goes. They say the only money that doesn't go to charity is whatever they have to cover their costs of buying, plates and all that type of stuff. And so very, very happy to support this. The money goes to a lot of different local charities, including some that we've worked with in the past at Irish Breakdown. Some of their charities go to that they work with, obviously, is the South Bend's Women's Care Center. They deal with the Center for Homeless in town, Camp Po Me Dakota, Adopt a Family, East Africa Ambulance, Holy Cross Missions, fire relief, disaster relief, a lot of different aspects of what they support. And so tomorrow, if you are at the game, they are going to be, they're going to be, I believe they said the South Quad. Let me just look at this real fast. He said they are going to be, let me just find that follow-up email real quick here, folks. They're going to be on the Notre Dame South Quad. So they'll be over there, and you'll see they're going to have a setup, and just you go there, buy some sandwiches, and just know that money is going to help out a great cause. And so I'll be heading over there and to check it out. I'll probably head over there probably like around 1 o'clock just to say hi to them. And if anyone's around there at that time, meet you guys as well. But great cause. So if you're on campus tomorrow, swing by, get a steak sandwich, and know that you're supporting a great cause. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that before we get started and get rocking and rolling on today's show.
I'm hungry now, man. Think about
me too.
Sandwiches.
Me too. Both times I've talked about it, I'm like, man, I should have waited. I should have ate something before I talked about that, man.
As if steak sandwiches aren't delicious, it also goes to a great cause, or several great causes. So exactly. Yes, absolutely. Knights of Columbus, make sure to stop by on the game day if you're in town for the Tennessee State game. South Quad, you said, right? They'll be in the South Quad. Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool.
Just ready to get rocking and rolling, man?
Let's do it, man. Yeah. We had a super chat to start us off today. Tyler Evans. Tyler, thank you so much as always. Really appreciate it. What did you guys think of the 3 games last night? And I'm so excited the college football is back in full swing.
With the exception of my take on Florida's offense led by Graham Mertz, I think we kind of got them all pretty
Hey,
spot on, Ryan. I
hey
mean,
man. Graham Mertz threw for over 300 yards for the first time in his career,
yeah,
right? I
how
don't know what
much
you're
of that
talking
came
about.
in the third and a half, the last quarter and a
Yes.
half when the game was out of hand?
Yes.
Look, I thought Utah kind of looked like what we thought. They're going to struggle a little bit without their starting quarterback, but they were better on offense than I thought. Once they got a lead and realized that Florida could not score on them, they just went into run out the clock mode. I mean,
I kind of like how earlier on in that game too, they're like, we have 2 quarterbacks with completely different skill sets, Bryson Barnes and Nate Johnson. We're going to use them both together in a different type of capacity. I thought it actually worked pretty well early on,
Ryan,
especially.
in week
So,
7, people get a read
yeah,
on that. They know how to
yeah,
defend that. In week 1, they don't. That's
yeah.
one of the beauties of doing things like that in week 1. I thought we saw a veteran, smart, savvy coaching staff against a young coaching staff that still hasn't figured it out. And
Yes.
if you're a Florida fan, that was a very disappointing game. I mean, just the lack of discipline and just some of the dumb mistakes. You got 2. If I'm Billy Napier, my special teams coach might need to have a new job today. I mean, you stop them on 4th down, and then you've got 2 number 3s on the field. You
Yeah.
just that kind of stuff, man. It can't happen. It just can't happen. And the other games, Ryan, we said Minnesota, Nebraska was going to be low scoring. We thought Nebraska might have a shot, but they got to prove they can win. And we thought Minnesota would win in the end, and that's exactly what it was. Nebraska just gave that game away. That team, still under Matt Rule, and at least for one game, had just invents ways to lose games. I mean, you had the interception in the end zone before halftime. You had some of the dumb turnovers at the end of the game. They dominated Minnesota outside of 8 plays in that game and lost on the road.
Yeah. It was an ugly game, obviously. I'll say this. Minnesota's quarterback didn't move me at all. The Keklanekis kid, I'm like, he's whatever, right?
He's got a really live arm. He just doesn't know what to do with it half the time.
Exactly. Yeah. And also I felt like he had no touch. Like everything was a fastball. Like he didn't know how to change arm speeds at all. He's just like everything is the same type of arm speed.
Except when he needed to the most on that last touchdown pass. And what a catch by Daniel Jackson.
Yeah, it was a great catch.
Oh my gosh, what a phenomenal. He almost brought in the other one. I mean, that dude almost made 2 great plays. I'll say this too. Joe Rossi's a dude. That is one of the most underrated coordinators in all of. He gets hardly any love. That dude has put some really, really good defenses on the field at Minnesota in his tenure there. NC State and UConn, exactly. Ryan, that game went exactly how you and I discussed last night. UConn's going to be scrappy. They're going to keep it close, but at the end of the day, they're just not going to have enough athletes to beat NC State. And that's exactly how the game happened. Exactly. And we'll have some more questions about that game too, Ryan. So we won't dive into that one just yet. But the bad loss for Florida. Going on the road to Utah and losing it, there's no shame in that. It was
just an ugly performance. Yeah, it was an ugly performance. It was just like, I mean, Brian, that's one of the slower Florida teams I can remember, man.
Yes.
Like they don't have a lot of team speed on this team right now.
They don't play fast, right? Like even some of the guys that I know can run were not used. They really looked a lot like a Brian Kelly offense, just real methodical, like just no urgency.
Yeah.
It was all scheme related. It was really weird. And they had Mertz missed some open guys. They had some drops on other times, just dumb false starts to kill drives. I mean, it was just, they look like a really poorly coached football team. I mean, some of that stuff. Look, you know what I saw last night, Ryan? I saw a lot of teams playing their opener. And I tweeted this last night. That's what we saw last night is more how you expect to see teams in week 1, not what we saw from Notre Dame. That's what you expect. Dumb penalties, false starts. The operation wasn't great. You got 2 number 3s on the field, whatever the case may be. I mean, muff snaps, things along those lines. Those are things you expect to see in the openers, not the precision and execution that Notre Dame showed in the opener. And that's the more normal.
Florida really let me down too, because I honestly I felt like there was no juice with that team at all last night, right? Like I just like working from pursuits. There was just no like urgency. Like it just people because I made a comment that I just thought that Florida was. I kind of said Utah that I thought was a really, really well-coached football team, and that was apparent. Florida, is not. And someone said, like, how can you tell that in an opener? And I'm just like, well, not only the procedural stuff that they had miscues with, but also there was no juice. There was no fire. Like, they weren't playing hard for their coach. That's coaching. That is. I mean, there's no buy-in. I just don't think there's any buy-in. I hate to be this person, but with what I saw last night, like, I am continuing to get more and more like, is Napier that guy, man? Like, I just don't know if Billy's the right guy for that job.
I'll say this, Ryan, and here's why I would say if Florida panics and makes that decision, then I think that's going to be a mistake. I think it's fair to have that question. It's very fair to have that question. But my whole point is this is a lot of what we saw at Florida State his first 2 years under Mike Norvell.
Sure.
And the point that I'm making is Billy Napier is not just rebuilding an offense and a defense. He's rebuilding a culture. And if you remember, there was those same issues of Florida State that in Norvell's first 2 years of the buy-in as he weeded out players from their previous program and had to reinvent his culture there. I think 2 years is way too quick to do that. Now, of course, this is also a program that fired Dan Mullen a year after not even a full season after he was in the SEC title game. So it wouldn't shock me if they struggle, if they do that. But we've kind of been here before. And again, like Marcus Freeman has to put his stamp on Notre Dame. And there's some cultural changes that Marcus Freeman had to make at Notre Dame if they want to take that next step. But he inherited a team that had gone like 11-2, 10-2, 10-3, or 11-2, 12-1, and 10-3. Right. So the culture changes are just like, we're here, we got to get here. And we'll see this season if he's done that. This is more of a toxic culture that needs to get fixed. And I don't know if like one game in a year or two tells us that he's not the guy, but I think the questions are very fair. And what I would want to see, because what we started to see from Norvell in year 2, Ryan, is late in the season, we started to see more fight out of them. If you remember in that first year, they had the Notre Dame game where they fell behind big early, battled back, some dumb plays by Notre Dame. They bring in Mackenzie Milton. He leads them back, and they go in overtime and lose. Then the next week they lose at home to Jacksonville State. Then the next week they get blown out by Wake Forest. Then the next week they lose at home to Louisville, and you're thinking, this guy's done. Then they barely beat Syracuse, and then they kind of got rolling. Now, they had some losses down the stretch. They lost to Clemson on the road, but it was a 10-point game where they fought hard. They lost to NC State at home in a 2-touchdown game where they weren't very good. Then they beat Miami, beat Boston College, and then had a really close 3-point loss that season to a Florida team, that obviously was going through their own struggles, obviously at that point in time because they fired their coach, but they battled. It took a while, however, for that start to change. The point being, in year 2, even though Florida State wasn't a very good team, you started to see some of that buy-in start to happen. So if Napier is the guy, you should start to see somewhere around the middle of the season that start to happen. And if it doesn't, then you start getting really, really worried, in my opinion. I just don't think the opener against a pretty good program, not that I think Utah is going to be a very good team this year. I think some of the concerns I have about Utah manifested last night as well, but also some of the things that have made Kyle Whittingham so good were evident last night. He's got a great staff around him. They're fundamentally sound. They do not beat themselves. No, you have to beat them. And it was a great win. And now we found out too why Florida doesn't like to travel outside of the South, because they get exposed, right? That's the reality. They get exposed. But rough night for the SEC last night.
That was my biggest takeaway from the game overall, was just that, consistency factor, right, from Utah. It's like the death taxes, and a Utah coach team is going to be very well coached under Kyle Whittingham. It's just going to be, right? Morgan Scalley, I thought, had a good game plan defensively. And despite them having some limitations with a former walk-on, now a quarterback, and trying to figure things out and replacing a couple of offensive linemen up front, I thought Andy Ludwig called a really good game, man. Yeah. I thought he got a lot out of what he had on the field last night.
First play of the game with a new quarterback, former walk-on, they go bomb. They go run a bomb. And it was just a great call.
Good throw too, man. I was surprised.
He launched that. And of course, the Florida kid does a terrible job playing the football, and then takes his own dude out.
The kid that was ranging back, right? The safety that was like coming back on it.
So it was a really nice call, because they ran sort of like, it wasn't double post, but it got the same impact as a double post. The inside guy just ran right in front of the safety, and as soon as he bit, the post came behind it. and he threw it. And then that guy tried to the safety that bit, because you can't take that route when you've got still an outside guy running a vertical stem. You can't take that route and cover 3 or cover 1. You've got to let somebody else kind of take that and keep that in front of you. But he bites on it. They throw over his head. He tries to recover, poorly plays the ball, and then wipes out the cornerback in coverage. And it's just like, oh man, these guys are not good. This is a bad sign. And then, just the procedural penalties, and it was sloppy.
Well, one thing you always anticipate for Florida team is to have a really good secondary, and I'm not feeling that secondary this year. So we'll see.
No. Here's one so we had a super chat from Mark Krogan about the NC State game, so I wanted to bring that up. So that's why we didn't talk a lot about the NC State game. So we'll do that now.
Well, Mark, thank you so much for the super chat. I said, do you feel a lot better after NC State versus UConn? I do.
No, I mean, look, UConn's a quality football program that's ascending. It was a road. I mean, to me, I look at it as NC State in the opener went on the road and beat a bowl team by 10. Right? In a game, they pretty much led the entire game. Were they sloppy? A little bit. Did they look super sharp on offense? Not really. They're doing a complete offensive overhaul. So, like, when you look at Notre Dame's offensive coordinator in game 1, you got to remember, number 1, he's going against a much better defense, Robert Anae is. Number 2, Jared Parker's not making the complete overhaul of the system that Robert Anae is doing.
Yeah.
So, no, I wouldn't be concerned about it. If anything, I thought NC State's defense looked in at least in the back 7, what I thought it would be. I think their D line was underwhelming. I felt last night, Ryan. I don't know what you thought about that.
Looked beatable.
Their receivers are kind of what Ryan has been saying all offseason. They're okay, but they're nothing special. Their offensive line's an issue.
Quality players in the wide receiver room this year. So
their offensive line's an issue, which we kind of talked a little bit about yesterday. And then Brennan Armstrong's a playmaker, and that's what he is. He's not the most accurate guy, but he's a scrambler and a playmaker. NC State, I thought, Ryan, looked exactly like what I thought they were going to look like last night. I mean, you and I said it. It's not going to be a super high-scoring game. They're going to pull away late. I think we might have said like 31-14 or, 34-17, 31-17, something like that would be. And that's pretty much what it was, to be honest with you. And then outside of that one long run by UConn, they didn't put a whole lot of drives together on that NC State defense.
No.
Last night. And so I thought they were what we thought they would be. And they're going to be a well-coached defense with some good players and a new offensive coordinator that's going to eventually get that thing turned around. I mean, he is, but it's just not going to be in week 1. And I hope it's not in week 2. That's going to be the other part of it.
Yeah. So I think the offensive transitional stuff, like, I'm not worried about that type of stuff, right? I thought early on UConn had some offensive success, and then the defense kind of got eased into the game after the first few drives, so NC State's still going to be a tough team, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, they have physical football players. They have kind of they have the persona of just being that team that is just going to be a tough out. Like, at the end of the day, should Notre Dame still beat them? Absolutely. Yeah. Should they even end up maybe beating them convincingly when the final whistle blows? Yeah, I think so. But maybe. It's not going to be it's not going to be a cakewalk.
If Notre Dame beats NC State convincingly, that means they played really, really well. Are they capable of it? Sure. But look, this is going to be a quality football team in a good game. I mean, look, their defense last night, Ryan, to your point, they gave up 273 yards last night. 70 of that came on one play.
Yeah.
Right? That's pretty good performance against a bowl team, a better team than Navy. I mean, in my opinion, right? So, yeah, I wouldn't get to feeling too hot about myself just yet, right? I just, it's going to be a tough game, but it's also a game that, Ryan, is what's still true is what you and I have always said about this game, which is this is a team that Notre Dame should beat.
Yeah.
But you got to bring at least your B+ game, in my opinion, to win the way you're supposed to in a game like this. But yeah, they'll be fine. And to me, if you've got Notre Dame in week 2, this is the kind of opponent that you want to prepare for in week 1. You don't want to just roll over some really bad FCS team, and then you don't really get stressed. They got stressed from a coaching and player standpoint last night, which is going to be good for them going into the Notre Dame game, especially since Notre Dame's going to have 2 games under their belt where NC State's just going to have 1.
We had another super chat from Charlie Weiss's Last Belt Loop. What's up, Charlie? 2 questions. Brian, will you be at the Duke game? I will be there. Would love to meet you. Question 2, with Florida and Nebraska stinking, can you see Notre Dame flipping anybody? Hope all is well, Ryan and BD.
Well, there's one guy from Nebraska that certainly have been trying to flip for a while, and that's Carter Nelson. Will that work? I don't know. Because here's the thing, Charlie. You got to understand, Ryan, this is a bit of a double-edged sword. One is, hey, they're not very good, number one, if they turn out to be. But number two, the problem is, yeah, coach, that means I'm going to go there and play right away and be the guy. And if you know Carter Nelson at all, I think that kind of attracts him. I'm not, and I don't say that as a negative, Ryan. That's fine. If you want to go somewhere and kind of be the guy that they rebuild your in-state program around, I could understand that.
And he's always been that guy, no matter what sport he plays, right? It's right that he's just who he is. So yeah,
guy plays 8-man. And these are not insults on Carter Nelson. I totally get it. But you're talking about a guy that's going to stay at the in-state, go to the in-state school, and be part of the turnaround. Number one. Number two, I would say let's pump the brakes a little bit on Nebraska not being good this year just yet. Now their offense is going to be a problem. I'm not a Jeff Sims fan, but I'll tell you what, I liked what I saw from them on defense yesterday, Ryan. I mean, they were really salty on defense. Now, I don't think much of Minnesota's offense, but they did exactly what you're supposed to do to a team like that, and that's shut down the run and pressure the quarterback. It just, their secondary is average. I thought at least they looked that way last night. But I don't know how that's going to do. Florida's the interesting one, Ryan. There's a couple guys that Notre Dame recruited that went to Florida.
Darius Hayes, and Childs.
Yeah. But I just don't know with where you are right now, with what you filled the class up with, if it would make sense to then turn to Darius Hayes now. I mean, you got Kingston, so you're kind of set at linebacker. You got Logan Thomas, so you're and Cole Mullen, so you're kind of set at the Viper plus Viper big end position. Like I don't know that the numbers would make sense now, honestly, for me. The only linebacker that I right now would say if he was interested I'd go for is Aaron Childs. He is a dude, in my opinion. And I think he's more of a pure linebacker, where Adarius is a little bit more of a – I feel like Adarius is going to end up being more of a Josh Burnham type than a linebacker for me in the Notre Dame defense, because I think he's going to fill that. I love the kid's film, but he's going to fill that frame out real nicely, Ryan, and probably be like a really twitchy edge, which is great. But you've kind of already got that spot filled in this class. But if Darius Hayes called me, would I talk to him? Absolutely.
Sure.
I just don't know that I would push for him. And the other thing with Aaron Childs, Ryan, is Notre Dame didn't even finish in his top 3. Right. So it's not like they were number 2, and now that Florida stinks, you can turn up the heat. If anybody's like going like this right now, ooh, yes, Florida sucks, it's Michigan, because I think they were probably the biggest contender for Florida to get him, I felt. Yeah. So Notre Dame may want to get back in that game, but the odds of them, I mean, he was supposed to come visit this summer, decided not to. I just don't think there's a lot of interest there. And there's some other players Notre Dame maybe can take a look at, but like they're not getting Miles Graham. His dad played there. He's going to Florida, right? I mean, that's just, I don't see that happening. Yeah, so I don't know that there'd be any guys that Notre Dame would necessarily be overly interested in flipping at this point in time.
Can I say this too about these two classes? Because Charlie, I think it's an interesting question, but I would say this is that I think Nebraska recruits, right, have an understanding of like, hey, this staff's building here, right? Like I didn't think anybody expected Matt Rule to come in year 1 and be like 10-2. Like I don't think that was the expectation. So you need to understand that there's different expectations here. I think Florida is an interesting one because if they are quick to the boots, right, and they're just like, Billy Napier is not the guy, like we need that check button. They have a really good recruiting class in 2024 right now, man. Like if you decide that Billy Napier is not your future and something happens in that regard, or he's on a short leash, going into next season, can you keep the 2024 class together in general, right? Like I just think that there's going to be some uncertainty there. But Nebraska, excuse me, I just wouldn't look too much into that one as far as them stinking. Because like to Brian, to your point, like it's one game. We'll see how they grow through the season. I just think there's expectations as far as like the recruits that are in the class right now understand they weren't good last year. They just got a new coach. They're building from here. I'm going to be a part of the solution, right? Not a part of the train. It's not a train that's been built yet. So I just think a general understanding of like where a program is right now.
And even though Billy Napier's only in year 2, Ryan, it's still a different animal at a place like Florida, than it is at
Florida's always the
Nebraska.
standard. Yeah.
Right. And Florida was good pretty recently. I mean, they were in the SEC title game in 2020. No, excuse me. It was 2020. They were a 10-plus win team in 18 and 19. So, I mean, Nebraska, it's been a long time since Nebraska's been that good of a football team. So, it's annoying to kind of see how they are and see how their fans are, but that's just the standard that they have at Florida now. I mean, it just is. And so Napier's going to have to get a couple big wins to survive. I just don't know that Notre Dame will be. Look, if they continue to play like this, they're going to lose some kids, but it's going to more so be to Bama, LSU, Florida State, Miami, Clemson, Ohio State. It's going to be teams like that. The other thing too, Ryan, is they're pretty done. Notre Dame's pretty done. I mean, I know there's some kids they're trying to flip, but they're very targeted with what they're going after right now. And I don't know that there are any kids that Florida has that Notre Dame was really involved enough with to where they could now all of a sudden get involved and flip them, in my opinion.
Definitely not recently.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Ryan, let's get back to the top. We got those super chats out of the way. Thank you all very much for those. Let's get back to the top.
D-Troll Hunter says, which bowl prediction through the first week do you feel the most and least confident in?
I don't know that I've had anything validated to that degree after just one game, Ryan.
Yeah.
I'll feel a lot better about, okay, yep, I'm confident in this or not confident in that based on what happens against NC State. What I will say, however, is I was surprised at how well the offensive line played for Notre Dame in the opener and how well they played together in the opener. Yeah. Because normally in a line, especially when you're missing two guards, it might take you some time to get going, right? I mean, and they came out and played really well together in the opener. So that would be one that I would say. Look, Ryan, I don't know what you can learn about Notre Dame from the Navy game. I mean, it was great and it was flying around and all that, but like that doesn't translate. Nothing you did schematically and how you played is necessarily translates to the rest of the games. Let's see how they do today and let's see how they do next week. And then I'll feel a lot better about, some of my, because if you predicted a lot of yards for Sam Hartman this year, you're looking at it saying, well, he's barely on pace for 3,000 yards right now based on what he did in the opener, right? He's going to throw a mess of touchdowns, but not a whole lot of yards. If you're someone who predicted 1,500 yards for Audric Estime, because that was one of my predictions for the year, was Audric Estime was going to be, about 1,300 yards. Well, he's not on pace for that right now because, so we'll see how it plays out. But I just need to see a little bit more before I start jumping in on any of those type of predictions for me.
Yeah. Well, my big prediction was that they're going to make the national championship game, right? So, it's way too early to say that one is.
Oh, yeah, that's a lock.
That's way too early. Yeah, it's a lock.
Yeah. Now, I'll say this. If you are going to be that type of team, a good sign is what you did to Navy. It's a good sign.
Sure.
But doing what you did in Navy, to Ryan's point, doesn't mean all of a sudden, you're oh, yeah, because of what you did in Navy, Georgia, you're in trouble. That does not equal that at all.
Right. We had David Lowe. What's up, David? After what I saw from NC State last night, it is very real possibility we head into the Ohio State game as a top 8 team in the country. Agree or disagree?
It's possible. I mean, but again, I would not, guys, we say this all the time. Don't read too much into one game. It's true for Notre Dame. It's true for everybody else. Right. I mean, need I remind you how bad Ohio State looked in the first, 3 games of the 2014 season? Right. I mean, didn't look very good against Navy in the opener. It beat a really bad, it won 34-17, and then came out the next week, Ryan. It was game 2, came out the next week against Virginia Tech at home and got smashed by 2 touchdowns in the game. They were not competitive. Looked pretty bad. If you were playing Ohio State that year, if you're Michigan State and you have a pretty good football team, and you're coming off a year in which you're 13-1, and you think you have a shot to win the Big Ten again, and you look at Ohio State get absolutely smashed by Virginia Tech, you're thinking, hey, I feel pretty good about that right now. Well, then what happened when by the time Ohio State went to East Lansing in November, they were a much better team and smacked Michigan State around. They won by 12, but the game was not that competitive. And then 2 weeks later, they go out and beat Michigan by 2 touchdowns. And then the week after that, in the Big Ten championship game, beat Wisconsin 59-0. Right. Like just here's another example. Do you remember how bad USC was at the beginning of the 2016 season, Ryan? They started 1-3. 1-3. And by the end of the year, guess what? I still feel this way, Ryan. That USC team at the end of the 2016 season, if there was a 12-team playoff back then, they would have been a problem for a lot of people. That team was playing at an incredibly high level. Obviously beat a really good Washington team that year at Washington by 13. That Washington team made the college football playoff. Blew out Oregon, blew out Cal, blew out Arizona, blew out UCLA, blew out Notre Dame, and then beat a really good Penn State team in the Rose Bowl. That Saquon Barkley, Chris Godwin, Mike Gesicki, that was a really good Penn State team that they beat in the Rose Bowl, hung 52 on them in that game. So who you are in week one, guys, does not define who you are going to be. And if the Notre Dame players have the attitude that I think some of us in the fan base are having about how NC State looked in the opener, you're going to be in for a rude awakening next week, right? That doesn't mean Notre Dame can't handle business, but they need to be locked in and treat that game like it's a big game, and then they'll be okay, right? So, NC State's going to be all right.
I think that Notre Dame has a very good chance of being 4-0 going into that game, David.
Sure.
But there's also the human element of rankings, right? As far as were they impressive looking against NC State?
Sure.
Were they just kind of ugly but won a close game in the end? Did they roll Tennessee State? Did they absolutely demolish Central Michigan? There's a lot of factors that go in there. If they're 4-0, but it's you squeaked out a close one against NC State and you were good but not great against the other two opponents, but you were just more talented than them. I mean, does that deserve a top 8 ranking? I'm not sure about that at that point.
And it's not even just them, Ryan. I mean, to your point, right now you've got some teams ranked ahead of you. What if, you look at where Alabama's ranked? If Alabama loses to Texas in a very, very close game, there's no guarantee they're going to drop Alabama below Notre Dame. If Alabama goes on the road and battles Texas for 4 quarters and takes that game to the wire and they lose in a close game, to Ryan's point, there's no guarantee that they won't look at that and say that's more impressive to us than Notre Dame beating NC State, who wouldn't have in top 25. Now, I'm not saying I would agree with that. You think, well, LSU and Florida State, one of them probably drops below Notre Dame. But what if it's a great game, that 31-30 game? They're going to say, hey, look, LSU went on the road and lost to Florida State in a great game. We're not dropping them, and honestly, shouldn't. You know what I mean? Or if you do, you just flip them. You put Florida State to 5 and drop LSU to 8. Doesn't mean Notre Dame necessarily jumps ahead of them. So, let's say, Ryan, Notre Dame goes on the road next week and just blows NC State out 35-10, right? Okay. So they're unranked. Is the committee going to look at that and be like, oh, wow, what a great win? Notre Dame's needs to be ranked way higher. I don't think that's true at this point in time. And there's so many games to play out between now and then, right? So that game's going to happen pretty quickly, in my view. So, no, but even then, I don't think, if anything, NC State, how they played last night, could hurt Notre Dame if Notre Dame doesn't blow them out, Ryan, because they weren't impressive. Then people form opinions because, hey, David, you guys are human beings, and so are the committee members. There's probably some or not committee members, AP poll voters who probably came to the same conclusion you did. Yeah, NC State's not that impressive. So then Notre Dame goes and handles their business next week, and then okay, so what?
It's not
it's NC State.
Win.
They're not that good, right? So if anything, Notre Dame needed NC State to look really good last night and really dominate UConn. And then all of a sudden that win means a little bit more. So I don't think that's going to jump them up at all, in my view.
Tyler Evans says, what does Oregon State and Washington State think and planning to do now? They're in a tough situation, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they go. I really don't know where they go.
They might be stuck a little bit. I mean, with how quickly decisions are being made, the fact that they're just kind of sitting in limbo is not a good sign, in my opinion. So are they one of those teams that are going to be a de facto Mountain West team at some point?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, when ACC is prioritizing the Stanfords of the world over you're probably not in an SMU, all due respect to SMU, you're probably not in a great situation there, right? So I don't know what the future holds for Oregon State or Washington State. I actually like the programs the way they're trending. So if I was a conference, I would actually have some level of interest just
If
for
it was
the
about
quality of
football.
football. Yeah, for the
Yeah,
quality of football.
that's the
But
problem.
yeah,
Yeah. That's the problem. It's not about that.
yeah,
Right. And the other thing too is that these programs are not in a position to do what SMU did. SMU is literally foregoing any TV revenue for 9 years because their boosters are just going to cover everything and pay for everything. That to me, like to them, getting into a Power 5 conference was enough for them to go say, "Hey, we are it is worth it to us. We're going to get the increase in revenue and exposure and all these kind of things that's going to grow our institution, our program, our brand. We're going to benefit enough from that we're willing to forego the TV revenue." Now, I would imagine they'll still get like bowl revenue and those type of things, but like they're willing to eat that money in order to get into a Power 5 league. To me, if you have the ability to do that, that's actually one of the savviest moves that I've seen people make up to this point in time.
yeah.
Was SMU basically buying their way into a Power 5 conference. And you know what? I mean,
A lot of
with all the
foresight there.
stupidity of what's going on in these things, of all the stupidity, like that is a really savvy move because you have the support to overcome that, to where you
Right.
have the people that are willing to pony up and say, "Hey, we will take care of this if it gets us there."
That's a
Knowing
great
it
pun, man.
because
That's
you
a
think
great
about,
pun.
okay, we're going to get to a Power 5 conference. We're going to be playing Florida State. We're going to be playing Clemson. We're going to be playing Notre Dame. Like it's smart for them as opposed to what? Right now they're playing Tulsa and, Memphis and teams like that. Like that doesn't make any sense for them. And the Big 12 wouldn't take them. So this makes a ton of sense for SMU. For Cal and Stanford, there were some rumblings a couple weeks ago that this might just be a football basketball move only, and it ended up being for all sports.
Yeah.
But I read something today from, I believe, Ross Dellinger
Mhm.
from Yahoo Sports reported that 22 of Stanford's 36 sports programs will be affected, either very little or not at all, because a lot of their sports don't have an ACC counterpart. So they'll have other leagues that they're a part of. So like water polo, they're Stanford. I've actually known this, but like they're great water polo program. I don't believe there's a water polo in the ACC. I don't believe, but there's some sports like that are just really unique that Stanford's great at. That it's not like the Power Fives. I mean, it's not like basketball and baseball and soccer and those type of things. So I think it's like 22 of 36 won't be affected or be affected very little. And then Stanford's one of those programs too, where Stanford. So what Stanford and Cal are doing, Ryan, is they're taking 30% of the revenue of the ACC. The reality is for Oregon State and Washington State, they're going to get more money than that being in the Mountain West. I mean, but the thing for Stanford is they can afford to do it. They have you think Notre Dame's endowment's big? Wait till you see what Stanford's is. That's a school filled with money. They'll survive that, in my opinion. The interesting one is going to be Cal. Like that is an interesting one because Cal is actually in a lot of trouble financially, Ryan, from everything I've read. Because my understanding is like they had a lot of problems building their new stadium and made a lot of commitments. Like they're like tens of $1 million in debt because of just some different issues with the funding and just there's a lot of financial issues at Cal going on right now. How does that league go to a Power 5 conference where they're going to have to travel across the country this much and take only 30% of the revenue of one of the smallest Power 5 of actually the smallest Power 5 TV contract or Power 4 now TV contract for I think it's like 7 to 9 years. They're going to take that. That's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I,
So
li- I like the accidental pun you made with the SMU program where you said they would have to pony up. That was really clever.
I'm
Very
glad you
clever,
caught
man.
that.
Yeah.
Somebody said on the board, this is even an even better one is somebody on the message board at Irish Breakdown, and I can't remember who it was, said they need to change the name to the All Coast Conference. So you can still be
I saw
ACC,
that. Yeah.
but now you're all coasts. So I was like, that's very
That's
creative. I
kind of
wish I would have thought of
interesting.
that.
That's kind of
Yeah,
interesting, honestly. I
because you
would
can still
actually,
be the ACC,
yeah.
but now you just have it a little bit different.
So you don't have to rebrand technically. It's just
Correct.
Correct. Interesting.
Because most leagues like that go by their logo anyway. Your logo doesn't change at all. You're still the ACC. You're still ACC football. You have to do nothing. It's just everything that had Atlantic on it. You just got to change to all.
Sure.
Thought that was pretty creative. It's like, well done. I wish I would have thought of that.
I saw someone post on Twitter a picture of Eric Dickerson in SMU uniform. He was like, former ACC great Eric Dickerson. I'm like, nice.
That's what makes us all this stuff so stupid, man. It's just like records shouldn't carry over, and just like so I'm watching last night. I'm like thinking like, so I'm watching the Big 12. I'm like feeling like I'm watching the Big 12 beat up on the SEC last night. That's what we saw, right? I mean, because like the Pac-12's dead. And it's just like, I don't even look at these teams as Pac-12 teams anymore. I mean, yeah, they're playing for a Pac-12 championship, but it just takes some of the fun out of it, right? I mean, last night should have been a great celebration for the Pac-12. We, whooped an SEC school at our place, and instead it's like this.
Yep.
It's, it's
very,
annoying.
Very unfortunate. I'm telling you, man, it took away from the fact that the Pac-12 is going to be a really good conference this season. But all we're going to talk about is this conference realignment stuff. So there it is.
Yep.
We had a super sticker from Sean Kelly. Thank you so much, Sean. Appreciate it.
Come on, pull up. There we go.
Isaac Atkins with a super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Is there anything you will be looking for in the Ohio State versus Indiana game? I mean, honestly, for me, Brian, like it's just about health for Ohio State. Like I really can't get much out of it. Like I agree with you to a degree of like
because we talked about this yesterday, right?
Yeah. I mean,
like if the offensive line goes and plays bad, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. If they play well, it's an okay sign. It's not a great sign because of the quality of the opponent, right? But if they go out there, my point, Ryan, is this: if they go out there and struggle up front against Indiana's defense, that's a bad sign. Yeah. That's a bad sign. If Kyle McCord goes out there and struggles against Indiana, that's a bad sign. The counter, though, is if they play well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're good.
Doesn't move the needle for me. I guess my assumption is like they're going to play well because Indiana's a really bad roster. Yeah. Like that's kind of like where my mind's going.
And we don't necessarily learn a ton from that. We can learn from this as a negative. If they struggle here, that's a bad sign. Like here's an example, Ryan. Yes, it was great to watch the Notre Dame pass game, and we praised how well of a job the Notre Dame pass game did against Navy. They handled their business. They executed at a very high level, impressed by the numbers. But then there's the counter, not the counter, but then they're like, okay, we can say that all those things are true, but then also say you did what you're supposed to do against a bad secondary. It was more impressive watching the offensive line dominate because the the opponent was actually pretty good in that area last season. And 2 of the last 4 seasons, and really 3 of their last 4 seasons, they've been pretty good run team. 2 of the last 4, they've been a top 10 run defense. That was more impressive to me.
Sure.
Watching them throw on Navy, it's like, well, yeah, that's what they did last year. Like you just got a more experienced quarterback doing it, so he didn't take as many of the bad plays. I'll be more impressed if they throw the ball really well against NC State in 2 weeks. And that's kind of how I look at Ohio State. It's like, yeah, I kind of expect you to dominate this game. If you don't, that's a problem. That's what we'll see out of it to me.
I think Indiana's starting to trend towards the Colorado of last year territory, man. Like that.
It's really it's
barren,
sad.
Man.
Yeah, it's sad because Tom Allen just comes across as like a really nice guy. He really does.
I've heard a lot of great things about Tom Allen. I've actually never heard really a negative thing about Tom Allen. So
other than he's just not a real good head coach.
Sure. He had that one good year 4 years ago, so that was cool.
Yeah. With wasn't Kalen Kalen DeBoer basically built that team.
That was when Penix was at his best at Indiana.
Yeah, and it was actually the year after DeBoer left, but DeBoer had really built that operation at that point.
They had some pretty good wide receivers that year too, man. Ty Freifogel. They had that other, what was that smaller wide receiver they had? I can't remember his name. He had a funny name though, a great name.
Wasn't Ian Thomas on that team too?
Ian Thomas. I think that was a little bit before that. But who was that?
Was that 19? What year was that, Ryan?
They had that little wide receiver.
19, they went 8-5.
Yeah.
And they had it's not Whop Fillior, was it?
Oh, Whop Fillior. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, Peyton Hendershot was on that team.
But Whop Fillior's real name is not Whop, obviously. I remember my camera just went Dunzo right there, But I was
Ryan
trying to
got
look
so
at Whop
excited about
Philyor's.
Whop Philyor.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I need to find his full name because it's one of the greatest names ever. Because it's like, why do they call you Whop if this is your name?
Right.
Like, 1 second, give me stalling for like 10 seconds.
But yeah,
here.
they had Peyton
here it
Hendershot
is.
was a good player on that team, Ryan. Ty Frofogel's on that team as well, and they had Steve Scott, who's a pretty quality running back for them. Yeah.
So Whop Philyor's name was Mr. Elias D'Angelo Philyor, and they called him Whop because he loved Whoppers from Burger King.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Elias D'Angelo Philyor. Great name.
Yeah.
That was definitely worth my camera getting knocked down to say that name.
Yes.
So Nathan Milton. What's up, Nathan? How can Jordan Botelho be used differently than Isaiah Foskey? And does Botelho project as a linebacker in the NFL on a different position? Best content in the biz, IB.
Thank you very much. I'll answer the first one, Ryan, and then you can answer the second one if you don't mind. And if you want to add to my first part, then go for it. I think the biggest thing is there's nothing Isaiah Foskey did that Jordan Botelho can't do to some level. The question is can he be as dominant and dominant as Foskey was like in 2021, for example, or even at times. I mean, at times in the second half of last year, Isaiah Foskey was really good in the second half of last season. The question is, can Botelho be more maybe consistent than what Foskey was? I would hope he can be more like what Foskey was 2 years ago as a pass rusher, and then what Foskey was last year as a run defender. I thought last year was better as a run defender, not as consistent as a pass rusher. The other thing is he provides you a lot more flexibility from an alignment and usage standpoint in the pass game. And what I mean by that is when they would move Isaiah Foskey around, he wasn't as good. He was an edge guy. I remember when they would try to line him up off the ball in 2021 early under Freeman, and it was just like, please stop doing that. And now he could run with like a wheel route because he could just open up and just run. But he wasn't a guy that you were going to like
last year against Sean Tucker.
Yeah, twice. But he wasn't a guy who was going to like sniff out a curl route on a hook curl drop, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Botelho has played rover. He played like linebacker at times in high school. Like he has more of that where you can go to like a 3-3 look against certain teams and move him around, bring him from different angles, line him up on the edge, literally drop him into a hook curl zone to disguise the coverage. And you could just have your corner, playing press and then just bail him at the snap and then drop Jordan underneath that because the quarterback's thinking, ooh, corner bails. What am I thinking in the boundary, Ryan? Well, I'm going to throw this comeback route. And the next thing you know, Jordan Botelho drops up underneath that thing and picks it off. We've seen them do that in the past. I still remember that was kind of similar to what happened, if you remember, in 2018 against Michigan. They ran an out cut, and Shea Patterson thought, oh, wow, the corner and safety are off. And he didn't see Julian Aguara just running right up underneath the route. I remember that happened with the Broncos.
That was a nice play by Julian Aguara.
It was nice right on the sideline. I still remember Tom Brady in the 2015 AFC Championship game against the Broncos. He sees Gronkowski running in and out. The coverage drops, and he just never sees Von Miller jump underneath that route and to throws a pick. And it was one of the plays that led to the Broncos winning that game. So even the best quarterbacks can miss that type of drop, but you weren't going to really do that with Foskey. Plus, he was so huge, you couldn't miss him dropping in the coverage. But with Botelho, he has more of a feel for those type of things because he's done those type of things in his career. So that gives you a little bit of flexibility, Ryan. So you could drop him and bring like a heavy field pressure and do different things that way. So I think he gives you a little bit more a little bit more schematic diversity. We just don't know if he can be the dominant. Like Ryan, in 2021, Isaiah Foskey took games over. Sure. I mean, he could just take games over. Can Botelho do that? I don't know. But the different wise, I think that makes sense on what he can do. Now, as far as positional fit in the NFL, Ryan, what are your thoughts on that one?
I don't think he's a linebacker. I think the modern NFL is perfect for Jordan Botelho, actually, because they are becoming more. So in about 10, 15 years ago, Nathan, Jordan Botelho would be viewed as a tweener in today's NFL. Nowadays, that tweener line just doesn't matter as much anymore. I mean, you're seeing Hassan Reddicks of the world just kind of as this de facto defensive weapon that's more of an edge rusher than he is a true linebacker, right? So I don't think Botelho's a linebacker. I think he's a stand-up edge rusher at the next level, a guy that can play in a 3-4 alignments as a true rush, a guy that on obvious pass situations could be in a 4 down and just work from a stand-up position. That's what he's going to be on the next level. So I think guys like Hassan Reddick, even Von Miller to a degree. People think that Von Miller's just been a 3-4 outside linebacker his entire career. That's not true. He's been in a 4 down a lot as a stand-up rusher. He has. So those types of players have now kind of paved the way for like these more lightly built stand-up rushers. I think that's what Jordan Best brings to the game, man. Jordan's skill set as a stand-up rusher is really fun because not only is he decently built as far as being strong, he's explosive and he's bendy, man. Like he can bend an outside track, which is what you want on the NFL level. So I am fully up on if Jordan Botelho is consistent and is productive this year, it's an NFL player. There's no doubt in my mind as far as his skill set brings to the game, but he is absolutely a stand-up rusher on the next level. He's not inside, especially because he's 264 pounds now. So like no one's going to place him as a middle linebacker on the next level. Like the Jeremiah Trotters of the world, they don't exist anymore. Like they just don't.
Because you don't really count a stand-up edge and a 3-4 a linebacker. Like the Broncos would list Bradley Chubb as a linebacker. He's not a linebacker. You can list him whatever you want. He was not. You know, it's just that's what they would call a 3-4. You know, he's not a linebacker. He's an edge player.
That's why I used to hate the Pro Bowl, but I still hate the Pro Bowl voting because it's like they throw like Von Miller and those guys in as linebackers. I'm like, they're not linebackers really, man. Like they're pass rushers. Can we just call them all edges and just move along today? Like that's who we are. But yeah, I think that he has that versatility. I agree with you on the first part too, Brian, is that I think Jordan is a more versatile player than Isaiah Foskey. The difference though is that what Jordan can't do compared to Isaiah on the next level is I want to put Isaiah's hand in the dirt and just let him go. I wouldn't do that with Jordan all the time. Like that's just not his skill set in my opinion. He's a stand-up outside rusher, outside track kid. And I think he could be a really good one if his head is in it, he's focused, and he is able to stick to his technique. I think that kid has a chance to be very, very good, not only in the college level, but I think he could be an NFL player as well.
Yep.
I do.
Yep, absolutely.
John Gallagher. And also, Jordan Botelho will be a great special team player on the NFL level. That's another conversation for another day. I want that kid running down on kickoffs. John Gallagher having a meetup tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
We are not really doing that. I'll head over when we get to the stadium. I'll head over to the Knights of Columbus thing and kind of maybe be there for 10 or 15 minutes at the most, depending on if there's anybody around. But no meetup tomorrow. We are going to do a big tailgate for the Ohio State game. But yeah, we just didn't get enough interest. I was going to try to do something tonight at a pizza place, but I just didn't get enough interest from people about that one. So we're going to be chilling tonight watching some football, Ryan. Louisville, Georgia Tech. Right. It's kind of the dorks.
I told my buddy to take Louisville with the -7.5 to cover, man. I think Louisville's going to
I really like Georgia Tech's personnel on defense as far as them improving. I just think their offense is going to be a major problem.
Not a big Haynes King fan. King fan.
No.
I don't think they have much of an offensive line either. So
and he's a decent athlete, but it's what's around him's not very good. They've actually got some decent transfers in the last couple of years on defense. It's just
they got LaMiles Brooks at safety. He's a good football player.
They got Miles Sims from Michigan. They got Kenyatta Walker
Watson.
Kenyatta Watson from who Notre Dame wanted. From Texas.
His dad, I think, works in the personnel department at Georgia Tech now, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you know him? Yeah.
Oh,
I know him too.
Oh yeah.
I know him too. Yeah.
Actually, this is what I wanted to pull up this one. This is
Kyle Wade. Kyle Wade's question. What was your favorite cartoon growing up? Oh man, that's tough.
If I had to pick one, it's Transformers. That's the era I grew up in, was the original Transformers. But I also watched He-Man as a kid. I watched Thundercats in the very brief time that Thundercats was a thing.
Good. I love Thundercats.
And I watched G.I. Joe. Those were the ones that I would watch. And now that was, and I like to share this story, but like this is how my mom was amazing. When I'm a kid, guys, it's back in the 80s. I mean, early 80s. So like VCRs were just now a thing. There was no like DVR and all that kind of stuff. There was no social media to watch things or YouTube. So I mean, my mom would get up in the morning. And there was this show. There was this like cartoon thing on one of the local channels, and it was called Froggy's Pad. And they would play like Transformers, Thundercats, G.I. Joe, all those, and then like My Little Pony. And so she would record all those because then my sister would watch My Little Pony. And I think it was like strawberry something. I forget the name of it was like strawberry. I keep wanting to say shortcake, but I don't. Rainbow Bright is what it was. That's what it was. Okay. And they would have those too. And those were more for like my sister, but she would record those in the morning. So then whenever we got up for school, we could watch our cartoons. So she was pretty awesome. But yeah, I was He-Man, Thundercats, G.I. Joe were ones that I'd watch. There was a time where I tried to get into it, but I didn't like it. It was a Transformers wannabe called GoBots, and they came out
I
with it, and
remember
I was like,
GoBots.
I was like,
I've seen
I'm
GoBots.
good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
But Transformers kind of ruined it for me when they had the movie and they killed Optimus Prime. I was like, this is lame. Like, that's like the best character in the movie. That kind of is when I stopped watching, Transformers a little bit, was after the movie came out. But He-Man and Transformer toys were awesome. I had like all those.
I used to love Thundercats, man. Thundercats, like
And
Linus
it didn't
and all
last
those
very
dudes.
long. Yeah, it's a bummer. It was pretty good. Lion-O, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, but I watched all those.
Can I have top 4 favorite cartoons? Because this is too tough. I don't think I can just
It's hard to do one,
I
yeah.
don't think I can pick one. Yeah. I'm a classic Looney Tunes guy. Love Looney Tunes. Like, yes, please. Love Looney Tunes. Tom and Jerry was a classic. I love Tom and Jerry. South Park, a little bit more modern, but they've still been around for 20-something years. Love South Park. Number 4, you're probably going to hate this, Brian, but I was a big Dragon Ball Z kid growing up. Love Dragon Ball Z.
I don't hate it. I just don't know it. Like, I mean, I was way after, like,
my dad hated it, man. Every time I had Dragon Ball Z on, he's like, turn this.
Why did he hate it?
Up.
Why did he hate it?
Stupid. He just thought it was. My dad's very close-minded sometimes. So like, he doesn't watch something, but he just is like, "Oh, that's stupid." I'm like, "You didn't even watch it. How do you know it's stupid?" But whatever.
Sure. Yeah. I never watched it, so I couldn't tell you if I liked it or not. But yeah, I would watch like the other stuff was more like it be on at my grandma's on like TBS or whatever, Tom and Jerry, the Looney Tunes. I'd watch that stuff, but I didn't like it. I mean, every kid likes it, right? But not like I did Thundercats and Transformers and G.I. Joe and all those. I'm still waiting on them laser guns like they used in G.I. Joe to be a thing. Those are pretty sweet.
I used to love Tom and Jerry because that was the only show that I can remember that they didn't say a word the entire show, but it still had my attention the whole time. It was fantastic.
That's a good point.
Man. Like no dialogue, and it's just like
I was like never into Peanuts. Like I know people that like those cartoons. I was never into Peanuts.
Charlie Brown was okay.
I was never really into that. Yeah,
it was all right. Scooby Doo was okay too, like the original Scooby Doo.
Yeah, it was all right.
It was
it was all right.
David Lowe says after we already hit.
We had that one earlier. Sorry. Yeah,
just making sure I hit that one already. Yeah, David Lowe said, "True or false? Sam Hartman is the best Notre Dame quarterback since Joe Montana." False for me right now, David.
False. He's played one game against a really bad secondary. Like, look, and I'm not saying that to take anything away from Sam Hartman. I think anyone that watched our show on Saturday night after the game, that's not some idiot. Right, because we had one guy that was like, "I'm so sick of the negativity on your channel," and I'm like, "This was on the post game show."
I saw that comment.
I was like, "You're an idiot." But we also have to like, we're also analysts who have to say, guys, let's put some context on this thing, right? He played great against one of the worst pass defenses in college football last year, right? Like, if we're going to hype up what the offensive line did against that quality of an opponent in the front seven of what Navy did and what they've done, then we also have to have the same context that goes in the opposite direction of they're a really bad secondary that Notre Dame also like, oh, Jaden Thomas ripped up Navy. All right, cool. That's kind of his thing. He did that last year against Navy, right? We need him to do that against NC State. It's not an insult towards them. It's not saying, oh, let's take away what they did. It's just saying, hey, let's pump the brakes on handing Notre Dame the national championship trophy because they passed well on Navy, right? Like, but he could he end up being that? I guess, but I mean, are we just going to
Well, folks, I thought that was my connection not go well. Is everybody not hearing Brian? Is that what's happening? Okay, just making sure. I literally was sitting there. You guys want a funny story real quick? So I was sitting there and Brian just went frozen. And we all know that I have the internet issues typically. So I was sitting there, I'm like, dang, man, am I frozen right now? So I got out of there. And then I realized due to the chat that you guys were only seeing me. You weren't seeing Brian. So sorry about that, man. I was literally like, this must be my internet, right? But apparently Brian was having a little bit of the internet issues there. So David, I think just kind of going back to the question, hopefully Brian can get back in and kind of give a little bit of his insight, right? Is that Sam Hartman got off to a great start against Navy. It was really fun to see, right? It was great to see because, I mean, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but I mean, it's been a long time, or we talked about this after the post-game show. It's been a long time since you felt great about the quarterback position at Notre Dame. Like, it's been a few years. I would say as far as like the greatest, it's Joe Montana. Like, there's some good quarterbacks that are mixed in there. And we've only seen one game of Sam Hartman, right? And so if Sam Hartman does what he did against Navy for the entirety of a season, could he argue for one of the best seasons a Notre Dame quarterback has ever had? Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I mean, that's kind of, I think that's kind of a foregone conclusion. He threw 4 touchdowns in the first game. If he does anything close to that throughout the entire of the season, like, yeah, it's going to be up there as far as one of the more productive seasons, especially when Notre Dame's not playing against a triple option offense where they are just, they are playing a game where it's the game stopping a little bit more. They have a little bit more snaps. That Sam Hartman's going to throw for more yards is basically what I'm saying. Touchdowns, keep it exponential, keep moving forward, make sure that it remains the same as we kind of keep playing against better opponents. Because at the end of the day, no matter what anybody wants to say about it, Sam Hartman will ultimately be measured as a Notre Dame quarterback for his one season based upon what he did against Ohio State, USC, Clemson, the better teams on his schedule. A few weeks from now, we're not going to even talk about the Navy game for Sam Hartman because that's going to be old news. It's going to be about what the next step is. Is he able to do that? Is he able to show that type of production against the better teams on the schedule? If he does, then we'll have this conversation at some point, right? Where does this season stack up against some of the best of all time? I'm sure that we'll have that conversation, or I hope that we're going to have that conversation at some point. But if we're talking about just since the Joe Montana era, I mean, we've had Brady Quinn. We've had Jimmy Clausen for multiple years, although his last year was the year that we really remember, the 28 touchdowns versus, 4 interceptions his final year? Like, he was fantastic. But Brady Quinn is the best quarterback that I have seen in my recollection of football, right? Not watching replays of live games. So for me, it's Brady Quinn. And I think that's the measuring stick. And it also gets a little jumbled and a little bit disconnected because we're also if Sam Hartman has a great season for Notre Dame, you are still going to be comparing that against guys that had multiple years of great seasons, right? 2 years of Brady Quinn having phenomenal years. Jimmy Clausen having 2 very good years, especially his final year where he was fantastic. So I think it's an imperfect challenge. And Brian, I was just telling the folks before I went into my little spiel, you froze, and I assumed that it was my internet that was cracking up, right?
Yeah.
So I got here and I saw that you were frozen, and then people were like, Brian's frozen. I'm like, oh dang, I wasn't frozen.
It was me.
You were the one frozen.
It was me. My internet just went out.
Yeah,
my internet went out, so I have no idea what happened. Can we also not act like Joe Montana was a great college quarterback, because he wasn't?
Yeah,
I mean,
he ended up going in the 3rd rounds, right?
Third round, and the year that Notre Dame won a title, he had 11 touchdown passes and 8 picks. Now, again, different era. Right. And he had a total of 5 rushing yards. He had 6 rushing touchdowns. But Joe Montana wasn't in college what he was in the NFL. Right. Now, you could say part of that was the system and all that. But Joe Montana Tony Rice was a better college quarterback than Joe Montana as far as just dominance and winning and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he was a better quarterback than Joe Montana. Brady Quinn had 2 brilliant years at Notre Dame. I mean, look, again, different eras. Right. But Brady Quinn threw more touchdown passes in his junior season and senior season individually, take each season, than Joe Montana had his entire career. So, but again, he played one game, right? One game.
Right.
If he
no
one's talking about. Remember that game that Joe Montana had against Navy? No, it's the championship game. It's against Houston in the Cotton Bowl. Right. It's those big games. When you think of Tony Rice, you don't think of, man, Remember how Tony Rice lit up Navy that one time? No, it's look what he did against Miami. Look what he did against Michigan. Look what he did against West Virginia. Look what he did again in the big games. That's what you're defined from, right? And so if Sam Hartman can go on and lead Notre Dame to a national championship and put up numbers like Brady Quinn threw up, then sure, we can talk about how he had the greatest season ever. But it goes back to what you and I said yesterday, Ryan, when you're talking about when somebody said Joe Burrow was the greatest college quarterback ever. And I'm like, no, you could argue Joe Burrow had the greatest single season in college football ever. But there were people who did stuff like that for multiple years, right?
Exactly.
And so to me, that's kind of it's like, why do I consider Tony Rice a great quarterback? And people look at, well, he threw for more interceptions than touchdowns. Don't care. That's the system. He was dominant and he was money in big games, and he led Notre Dame to wins against the toughest 2-year stretch of schedules I've ever seen at Notre Dame. I mean, I've pointed this out. I think he was something like 11 games against top 25 opponents in 2 years. I mean, it was nuts. Actually, I'm going to point this out again because I think some people maybe forget this about the kind of teams that Notre Dame had to beat when Tony Rice was the quarterback. So in 1988, Notre Dame's last national championship season, that season, Notre Dame beat the number 2 team in the country. They beat the number 5 team in the country. They beat the number 7. This is postseason rankings, Ryan. Postseason rankings. They beat the number 7 team in the country at their place, and they beat the number 4 team in the country that season. Like, think about that. And then you look at 1989, kind of a similar story that year. They beat number 18. They destroyed number 18 Virginia. They beat number 7 Michigan. They beat number 4 Colorado. They beat number 16 Michigan State. They beat number 8 USC that season. And they beat, I believe they also, let me pull up the 1989 schedule. I think they also beat Penn State that year. But yes, they beat number 7. They beat Penn State, who finished that year ranked 15th at Penn State by 11 in November. Their only loss was to the team that eventually won the national championship, Miami. That's it. Like, guys, you can quote me how many touchdowns to interception ratio he had. That dude was the ultimate winner. And he ran that offense flawlessly, in my opinion. So give me guys like that did it over a period of time and did it in the big games. Now, if Sam Hartman does that and leads them to a Ohio State victory and a Clemson victory and a USC victory and Notre Dame wins a championship, we can have that conversation. But to me, the greatest quarterbacks at Notre Dame are the winners. And that's why people remember Joe Montana more positively as a Notre Dame quarterback, because he did lead them to a championship. And he was the comeback stuff started in college. The brilliance as a passer didn't start in college. That started with Bill Walsh. So That's just kind of my 2 cents on it. But guys played 1 game. Now here's the thing. He's the most prolific quarterback to ever suit up at Notre Dame, and that's already true. Sure. Right? If you just look at his entire career, but he didn't do hardly any of that at Notre Dame. That's kind of part of it.
4 of those touchdowns.
And it's a different era. Point. And what would Brady Quinn's numbers look like if he would have played for Charlie Weiss for 4 years instead of 2 years under Ty Willingham? It'd look a little bit different as well. So,
well, I'll say this. Greatest quarterback beard of all time is Sam Hartman. I've never seen one at Notre Dame.
He's in that conversation for sure. He's in that conversation for sure.
He makes me so jealous, man, because what's Sam? 24? I'm 31 now, and I can't grow a beard like that. Can't do it.
Well, I pointed this out the other day. I mean, he's older than multiple starting quarterbacks in the NFL, like Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, and I mean, there's some other guys like that. But that doesn't take away from how well he played. I mean, to me,
no, not at all.
Yeah. I'm going to ask this one, Ryan, because
era, like there's a lot of tier quarterbacks as well. So.
Exactly. I want to bring this one up. I'm going to ask this one, Ryan, because I want to get your opinion on this. This is from ND Estimate Trucking. Which ND opponents will be able to give the interior of the offensive line the toughest time this season? And could you see Howard Cross being a 5 to 7 sack guy this season?
Which Notre Dame opponents will be able to give the interior of the offensive line the toughest time? So what defensive lines could Notre Dame face that will give them issues? I think that, the first one that pops to my mind is Clemson, right? Like Clemson is one because Clemson has Rukaro coming back. They have Tyler Davis coming back. They're going to be pretty good on the interior defensive line. I have more questions of what the defensive end position is going to be, but they even got the Woods kid, the freshman Peter Woods, who's been playing pretty well. So Clemson's got a deep interior defensive line. So that'll be a big matchup for guys like Rocco Spindler, Pat Coogan. I think Ohio State's going to be a good matchup for them as well. I mean, they have Tyleik Williams coming back. If Tyleik is in shape and ready to go, I think Tyleik Williams is an argument for being maybe the most talented interior defensive lineman on the opponent list for Notre Dame. They also have Michael Hall, who, of course, had 2 sacks against Notre Dame just last year. They also have Ty Hamilton, who's a pretty solid interior player. So I think Ohio State, I think Clemson, I think Duke is another one with the two starters that they have, Dwayne Carter and Jamion Franklin. I think that's a pretty solid duo. I'd say that the depth is maybe not as good as what the Clemson or Ohio State have interior defensive line-wise, but those are 2 of the top teams that I think of, and I say like those are the toughest matchups. I think it's Ohio State, and I think it's Clemson as far as interior defensive linemen. Could Howard Cross be a 5 to 7 sack guy? It's going to be a little bit tougher, in my opinion. Like 5 to 7 sacks playing nose that's a good number, man. Like that's a really good number.
Because even if he's real disruptive, Ryan, what's going to happen is his disruptions are going to lead to somebody else getting a sack. He collapses the pocket, quarterback kind of evades because there's still a guy on him, and Riley Mills gets a sack. Patel gets a sack. Linebacker gets a sack. I mean, Jerry Tillery, I think the most sacks he had in a season prior to his senior year was 4.5. Well, he was a nose tackle his first 3 years. He moved to 3 technique in 2018. Then you started to see a little bit more production. But even then, people forget he had 4 sacks in 1 game against Stanford. He only had 4 the rest of the year.
Right.
The other 11 games or 12 games that year only had 4. Right? It's harder for an interior guy that's not like an Aaron Donald type to rack up a lot of those numbers. And you and I talked about this the other day, Ryan. There's going to be a lot of dispersed sacks on this team. And if Howard Cross gets to 5 to 7, that means this defensive line is even better than we think. Because what's going to happen, Ryan, is if Howard gets to 5 or 7, half of those won't be because he necessarily had that initial pressure. It'll be because somebody else pressured the quarterback into Howard. And then that's kind of how those numbers kind of balance out, and you get that level of production. That's where it comes from. Yeah,
definitely could happen.
So
the guys, the nose tackles that are, because a nose tackle is a run first player all the time, right? The nose tackles that can also get sacks at a decent volume, those are rare football players, man. Like that's like the Vita Veas of the world in nowadays, right? I think Vita Vea quietly had like 8 sacks this year playing like true 0. Like that just doesn't happen. Like those guys are just extremely rare. I mean, the best in the business maybe get on the NFL level like 6 to 7 sacks a year playing nose because it's just not an easy position to play. And you're working against double teams a lot. Like there's 3 techs, you can a lot of times get some one-on-one matchups. Nose tackles rarely ever get a one-on-one matchup. So it's just not an easy thing to get that consistent penetration.
Yep.
We had a question from D-Troll Hunter who says, most surprising game so far this season. It's not a lot to choose from so far, D-Troll.
I'll say this. I was surprised at how much. I mean, you picked Utah to win last night, but I believe you picked it to be a competitive game, right? Didn't you have like a 6-point game, something like that?
Oh, no, I had it 31-17.
31-17? Okay, so
game,
then somebody else had that. I was surprised at how dominant they were. Like, that's something that surprised me. I was surprised how dominant they were. And you know, how it just, even the final score, Ryan, doesn't reflect. Like, if Colorado wanted to, they could have hung at least another touchdown on them.
Well, and
that
I think if Cam Rising plays as well, I'm pretty sure that's a 3-touchdown game, probably that football game. So they were a lot better.
I mean,
I don't know
other
if one
games
like super surprised me. I don't know.
No, I mean, UCF blew out Kent State, expected that. Wake Forest whipped Elon, expected that. You know, Western Michigan beating a 1AA team. Missouri beat South Dakota convincingly. Kind of expected that, although that's a decent win for Missouri. Tulsa beat Arkansas, Pine Bluff. Here's one, Ryan.
I got one. Yeah.
I think I know what you're about to say. The Pac-12 game.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Arizona State winning by, what was it, 3 or 4 points against Southern Utah?
3.
Like,
yeah.
Apparently there was like a big weather delay that like kind of made that game a little weird,
long time.
But like still,
yeah. Because prior to that, it was like 21-7 at halftime. right? I mean, they were controlling that game, and then they got outscored 14-3 in the second half after the delay. So yeah, it was a weird game. It was a weird game. That was a surprising outcome. But look, they got the win. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
someone told me that Jaden Rashada looked really good in the first half, and then he looked shell-shocked in the second, but I didn't see much of that game.
I mean, but honestly, with what we just talked about, that shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, you're talking about a freshman that goes into this game, gets into a rhythm, and all of a sudden you get this long delay. And then that gives – because here's what do you think's happening during that? Do you think Southern Utah's coaches are saying like, all right, guys, well, we're just going to hang out. Hey, let's pop on this Minnesota Nebraska game. We'll watch the end of that while we're waiting on the game. No, they're out there scheming. Okay, what are they doing? What are we in ways that you can't do that in the middle of a game normally, Ryan, right? And so to me, I kind of look at it and say, this is I get it to a degree, but still the outcome surprised me. It definitely surprised me. And actually, South Dakota was a lot worse than I thought last year. So that outcome should have been expected. South Dakota. They were like 3-8 last year. So Southern Utah was bad. Dakota? South Dakota was 3-8 last year as well. I was talking because earlier I said the Missouri win over South Dakota was impressive. South Dakota's had some good teams in the past, but they weren't very good last year.
No, yeah, they were the worst of the Dakotas last year.
Yeah,
they were the worst one.
So I mean, other than that, Ryan, I nothing really surprised me other than maybe some margin of victories. That's really it. Like Vanderbilt beating Hawaii, that doesn't surprise me. Like the week before, I mean, so far there haven't really San Diego State beating Ohio. Jacksonville State beating UTEP. I mean, there hasn't really been so far to me an upset, in my opinion. There's just a couple games that were a little bit more competitive. But like even the Hawaii game, oh man, I can't believe Vanderbilt only beat Hawaii by a touchdown. Hawaii scored the last 2 touchdowns of the game. It was a 35-14 game in the fourth quarter. So if you're not going to play well and still beat a team by a touchdown that you were leading by 21 points, yeah, you got some stuff to clean up and after the opener, but you weren't terrible, right? I mean, you got the win.
Sure. So,
and no big surprises. And I don't know, Ryan, looking at the slate, I don't know that we'll have any big surprises tomorrow. Here's some potential surprises. Colorado maybe is better than we think. That's one, right? Fresno beating Purdue. Purdue's a 3.5-point favorite. Would that be a surprise to anybody? I don't think so. Other than that, I mean, Boise, could they upset Washington? Oh, maybe. I'd be surprised by that. That'd be a big surprise to me. There aren't there's like some really good games and then a bunch of seriously? Okay. Like Nevada's not beating USC. Kansas State plays Southeast Missouri State. Texas A&M plays New Mexico. Right? There's just not a lot of games where you're thinking, gee, this team might. Like West Virginia to me has no chance against Penn State. I don't see any other games where I'm like, here's one. One of the teams that I like this year, but I'm a little uncertain of them, is Illinois. And they play Toledo in the opener. And that's a game I'm kind of like, okay, how's this one going to go? Right? Breaking in a new quarterback and all these other kind of things. And if you look at it, I think Toledo is favored by, Illinois is favored by, I believe, single digits in that game, Ryan. I just went away from that screen. Give me a second.
Toledo was a pretty good team last year, man. They're not a bad football team.
Yeah, Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite, which at home against a MAC team is not the kind of spread you'd normally think an 8-win Big Ten team would have at home against a MAC team, right?
Sure.
So that's the only one that I look at. I'm like, that could be an interesting one. But
for tomorrow games, yeah.
For the whole weekend. I mean, the only other game that could maybe you have Duke beating Clemson, but like no matter who wins the LSU Florida State game, that's not an upset. I mean, I know one team's favored, but that's not an upset. It's a 2.5-point spread. That's not an upset on a neutral field. It's not an upset. That's for betting purposes.
Who's favored? Is LSU favored?
LSU by like 2.5. Yeah.
Okay.
LSU by 2.5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see.
But that's one of those ones where it's like you're just going with the higher ranked team, right? I mean, because that wouldn't be an upset. The only thing that would be a surprise to me is if one of those two teams like blew the other one out. That would be a surprise.
Right.
Like
if
a lot of stuff's gonna be like margin of like, wow,
something.
That team only won by 14. That's a surprise. They were 39-point favorites or something like that. those will most likely be the surprises. Except I'm telling you that one game, Toledo at Illinois. I'm curious to see how that one plays out. Very curious.
D-Troll Hunter says over under 0.5 scoring drives for Kenny Minchie this week.
I hope it's over. I don't know
Scoring
the answer.
drives,
I mean,
that kind of threw me a little bit. I just want to see him in a drive tomorrow.
Right. Well, I hope he scores if he gets in on one, right? You remember in, what was it, 2019? Yes, 2019. Like every time Phil Jerkova got in a game, he took Notre Dame down on a scoring drive. It's just every time. And it was funny because it's like after one of the games, it's like we just stopped seeing Phil Jerkova come in the games. And when he did, they just let him hand it off. They wouldn't let him run the offense anymore.
Yeah.
And I always kind of felt like that was intentional.
Clamoring for him.
Yes. So, I mean, that's just kind of how Kelly was. It's pretty ridiculous, but that's just kind of how he was. But I would love to see Kenny Minchie do that. That'd be great. Just come in for one drive, lead him down on a score after Steve Angeli let him down on a score too. Like, I'd make me happy.
Oh, I would love it too.
You know? Yeah. Make me very happy.
I would love it too.
Because that would also mean if they are doing that, that means other guys are getting touches, like they're throwing the ball still and guys are ripping off runs and that kind of stuff. So that'd make me very happy.
Maybe everybody's preseason sleeper of Jordan Faison will catch a couple passes from him.
There you go.
We'll see what happens.
There you go.
John A1 with the question. What's up, John? Is this game a great opportunity for Antonio Carter III? Do you think Notre Dame actually needs to get him going this season? Be nice.
Get him going in the rotation, Ryan.
Season.
What's that?
Yeah. I said it'd be nice, but I was just going to say I think it'd be nice, but
I think they need him. I do. I just because I look at it now and I'm just like, I'd hope DJ Brown would get better after it's just one game. I don't want to try to make when I make overreactions in one game, Ryan, I'll be honest. I make overreactions when we see something that is sort of what we've always seen. When a guy comes into a new season and he does exactly what, let's just say like if Marist would have had like 3 missed tackles and there it goes. Same dude that we saw before. Right. I mean, it's when you see what we've already seen, I think that's when I can maybe have an overreaction. So I could be overreacting to how DJ Brown played against Navy. I could be,
I don't think,
but I'm overreacting because he's a 6-year senior and this is what we've always seen from him. And I was hoping that, he's faster now. He's more athletic now. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll see. Like you don't normally see 6-year seniors making those kind of jumps, but cool. Hopefully he did. And then he comes out against Navy and it's like, that's the same stuff we always saw. He got grabby when he got beaten coverage. He missed open field tackles. It's like, that's kind of who he's always been. And so you won't overreact to it. Whereas if Xavier Watts would have made those mistakes, I'd have been more, okay, well, like he's still, getting into it. Or if Antonio Carter would have come in and made those mistakes, I'd have a different reaction to it. Because, hey, look, he's still learning the position and all that. But when a 6-year senior who's been in the rotation now, going on like 4 years, 3-4 years, is making those mistakes, it's kind of like, man, it's just kind of who he is. That might be an overreaction, and DJ may prove us wrong in the next few games, and I hope he does. But that's why my overreaction is, they need to get Antonio Carter ready to be part of the rotation. Is he going to start? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be tougher, but they've got to have more guys ready in case DJ Brown just is still who he is. And my hope is that could be Clarence Lewis. That would be my hope. I mean, if you don't think Antonio Carter's ready, hey, keep getting Jaden Mickey and Christian Gray ready, folks. And Chance Tucker's coming back from an injury, and he should be good now. Maybe Clarence Lewis can be that guy. I don't know, but I just don't think they can go with the status quo at safety if Ramon and DJ aren't better. I just that's going to be good enough to win you 9-10 games. It's not going to be good enough to beat Ohio State and Clemson and do damage in the postseason, in my opinion, Ryan.
Did Antonio Carter play any special teams in the first game? I don't remember seeing him at all. But
he played defense. I saw him play defense. He had a nice tackle on the sideline. He definitely played defensively. I can go look and see what his special teams numbers were, Ryan. I think Pro Football Focus might have that by now. Let me see if they have those in there real quick. So Antonio Carter played 4 special team snaps on kick coverage.
Okay.
So he was on 4 of the 7 kickoffs. So what I don't know is if he started and then they put somebody else in, or if he came in for somebody else. Because only according to Pro Football Focus, again, only 6 guys played on all 6 kickoff snaps in that game.
Okay.
So Yeah, and then the leader in other than Spencer Schrader, the leader in snaps from a special team standpoint was Clarence Lewis with 12. Thomas Harper had 11. Jaden Mickey had 10. Xavier Watts had 10. DJ Brown had 10. Like, here's the big thing for me, Ryan. This is my overreaction. You cannot come out of a game where DJ Brown gets more snaps than anybody else in your secondary. You just can't do it.
I agree.
Can't do it. That's
Yeah.
my
We've
overreaction.
we've seen too many examples at this point, right? It's not like
Yeah.
it's a one game like overreaction.
Yeah.
Like we saw this in 2022 and 2021 and now 2023. Like at some point you're just kind of like, he's what he is, you know? Doesn't mean
Yeah.
that he can't be a valuable member of your team, but it also means that he shouldn't be a key starter in one of the best secondaries in college football potentially. Like that
Mhm.
just should not be a reality.
Yep.
We had D-Troll Hunter who says, if the game is in hand, do you see Spencer Schrader up for give me field goal this week so he doesn't have the miss lingering week to week?
If Spencer Schrader is letting that miss linger, then that's a problem that you're not fixing by a gimme against Tennessee State. He is a fifth-year senior kicker who's made a lot of field goals in his career. If he's letting that miss linger, then he's not a very strong-minded kid, and that doesn't change because he hits a 30-yarder against Tennessee State, right? And I understand the sentiment, D-Troll Hunter, is spot on. I get it. Makes sense. Just as a football coach, Ryan, you know that if that's lingering a week later, that's a much bigger problem than the missed field goal, right? And that doesn't go away. That's the kind of guy that's going to shrink when he's got to kick a 43-yarder to win you a game at against Ohio State, right? That's a much bigger problem. So, do you want to get into a rhythm and build some confidence? Yeah, that's fine. To me, that's a little bit different, Ryan. Like Tobias Merriweather. I want to get Tobias Merriweather going early, build that confidence up. And it's not because I think the drop is lingering in his head. If I think the drop is lingering and I got to throw him two, quick, easy passes, well, shoot, we threw him a quick, easy pass last week and he dropped it, right? Like, if it's lingering, that's a bigger problem. It's more about getting him into rhythm, getting the confidence in him, letting Sam get into some confidence, for more of a younger player. Spencer Schrader's a fifth-year guy. If I was like, okay, we got to figure a way to get Matt Salerno going because his confidence in a shot, that's a much bigger problem than if Tobias Merriweather or Jaden Greathouse or Rico Flores or Braylon James are having that problem, right?
Sure.
And that's kind of where I'm coming from. If Bryce McPherson got into a little bit of a rut, I'd handle that a little bit differently because he's a redshirt freshman who's never punted a whole lot before. Spencer Schrader better already have that, and I think that he does. I think he'll be fine. I'm not worried about Spencer Schrader. I'm really not.
I'm not either, actually. I know that's kind of weird for a kicker that we've never seen make a field goal in the uniform, but I think
at Notre Dame, sure, right,
fine.
Right.
Yeah.
But we've seen him on some big stages before, and that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like when you look at last year, he actually got blocked. He had a field goal blocked at the end of the Florida game last year that could have actually won it, or was it tied it for Florida? I forget which one it was, but I would have tied it. He comes out the next week and makes one against Louisville, and then he made his next 3 in a row against Cincinnati and then Tulane, and you know what I mean? And then he missed 2 in a row against Houston and Temple, and then he came back out and finished season 4 for 4. So I mean, he's had misses before. He's had to overcome those things before. He'll be okay, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And if he's not, getting him a gimme is not going to help. It's just like, okay, his confidence is shot. It's time to move on to somebody else. But I think he'll be fine.
Yep. We had a question from John A1 who says, is this a great game to use positional battles as motivation to create a competition at the safety and wide receiver positions?
No, I don't think so. I don't. I think those things are happening in the practice more so than in a game like this, Ryan. You know what? I'm going to take that back. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back, Ryan. I think I'm going to go with John's point here because I'm sitting here thinking about production, and production won't have an impact. But here's where it could. If you know you're going to beat a team, maybe you send a little statement. Hey, we're going to get so and so in the game a little bit earlier, right? And we're gonna put Antonio Carter at safety earlier, and maybe not play DJ a ton, and say, hey man, you're a 6-year senior, you can't be making those kind of mistakes, right? Like kind of like what they did with Aldrich Estime last week, where he fumbled the ball and they took him out for the rest of the half. Yeah, I like that kind of accountability. So in that regard, this could be a game for that, because if you're putting a guy there that you're not sure how he's going to play, you don't do that against NC State and Ohio State and Clemson, right? But you can do that against Tennessee State, Ryan. And so, yeah, actually, John, now that my gut was to say no, but I actually think you're onto something. I think this could be a game where you do something like that. And so it's not so much like, oh, if the guy goes in there and plays great, that's a good sign. But I don't think you read too much in him playing great against a team like Tennessee State, in my opinion.
Sure.
So,
Well, I think safety especially is one. I mean, you just kind of mentioned it with Antonio Carter, right, Brian? It's like if I'm in practices right now, it's like DJ, you started the last game, but like you got to fight every day to be the starter, right? Like we're
right,
going to give Antonio more reps, we're going to give Ramon more reps, we're going to give X, Y, and Z more reps, and we're going to see how they respond to that. And I think that the game was just more I don't want to say view it as a practice, but like you view it as another opportunity to compete, right? Like it's another competition for that spot. So moving forward, so I think it's just an additional data point of like if you are serious about letting the safety position figure itself out, let's treat this as another evaluation process. You see how they work in this particular environment, then you move forward to the next week, and then on Monday, Tuesday, that competition continues because I just don't think that anybody defensively, as far as from the safety position, played well enough in week one to just be like, I'm the guy, and there should be no competition at all. Like those guys should be constantly evaluated, in my opinion. They should all be
right.
evaluated. So I think that that's just another evaluation opportunity tomorrow for me.
Every position's different and how it's handled by the coaches. Offensively, you have a different philosophy from the coordinator compared to the other side of the ball. You have a different philosophy with position coaches. My issue, Ryan, is that it doesn't seem the last couple of years there's been the same level of accountability at safety as there has been at some other positions, like running back.
Right.
The way that Dylan McCullough has handled Audric Estime, who's really good the last 2 years when he's fumbled, is way different than how DJ Brown has been handled at safety. That's my issue, right? Like
Yep.
we see these mistakes over and over, and then there's like no consequences. He still plays, and he's still your most often used safety. That's my issue, right? And so is there that same level of accountability? And would that accountability make DJ be more locked in? I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. I just know that they have to figure something else out. And I know the options are limited. It's Antonio Carter, maybe Thomas Harper, who's not really played a ton of safety, and then your freshman. I get that. But you got to figure something out at that position. And hopefully it's just DJ plays better. I hope that's what happens. I mean, that's the best case scenario. But again, we're talking about a 6-year senior. And if the light hasn't gone on now, you worry about whether or not it will. So
Yep. Agreed.
good question, John. It kind of stumped me, right? Like at first I was like, no, that's not. But then I was like, you know what? Like, actually, yeah, I get it. Look at it from a different angle. Absolutely.
Yep. We had a question from DMND13. What's up, man? As Notre Dame fans, what should we root for this weekend? Opponents winning for strength of schedule, hated teams, Michigan losing, playing poorly, ACC winning, Vols looking bad, recruiting, any other intangibles that can help Notre Dame.
Well, any teams that are ranked ahead of Notre Dame in the polls or could be in contention for that spot, you want a little bit of chaos if you're Notre Dame. Because, Ryan, if this team is everything that you and I think it can be, there's still a chance they go 11-1, not 12-0. Right?
Sure.
That's the thing. Like when in 2018, once you beat Michigan in the opener, there was no other team like that on your schedule. I mean, your next best opponent was what? Syracuse? Or like once you got through that game, I mean, Stanford it was ranked high, but Stanford ended up being like a 9-5 team that year. They weren't as good as people thought. Your next best opponent was Syracuse. So it's kind of like when you look at Notre Dame, they could beat Ohio State. That's like that season opening win in 2018 over Michigan. But then you got to ask yourself, who else did they need to beat? 2020 is the
Right.
same thing. Once they beat, they had Clemson. Then your next toughest game was like what? At North Carolina, who lost like 4 games that year. Other than that, what's your next toughest game? At Boston College? At Pitt? Where now you could beat Ohio State and you still got to beat USC. You still got to go at Clemson. And we'll find out, what kind of test NC State will be, and Duke will be, and Louisville will be, and Pitt will be, and Wake will be, those type of teams. But it's just, it's going to be tough. So to answer your question, the more chaos that happens, the better. That's just what do you want? I want West Virginia to beat. If I'm looking at this solely from a Notre Dame point of view, I want West Virginia to beat Penn State. There's no way Penn State runs the rest of the table, Ryan, if they have a loss against West Virginia. None. So, okay, that's one potential second Big Ten team that could get in, right? I mean, it's those type of things, right? You want Florida State to beat LSU. That's definitely one. You want North Carolina to beat South Carolina. That because you want the ACC to be lifted up in the perception by people of how good that league is. Because then if Notre Dame handles their business against the ACC, hey, that's viewed as a pretty big win, right? So let's say Clemson goes 12-1 and they win the ACC and their only loss is against an 11-1 Notre Dame team, and you dominated the ACC, but then the ACC had really good success out of conference, that boosts you up. You're now considered in the eyes of the committee, most likely the de facto ACC champs because you beat the ACC champs and you dominated that league. And look at the success that league had out of conference, right? Man, Florida State beat LSU, North Carolina beat South Carolina, Florida State beat Florida, right? And all of a sudden, that's what helps you. So the ACC winning to me is definitely one. Miami beat Texas A&M. All those type of those cross matchups against somewhat similar teams. Like I said, you can root for Georgia Tech to beat Georgia, but I'm trying to be realistic here of things that actually might happen. You want Louisville to beat Kentucky at the end of the year, right? I mean, those are the things you want to see from that standpoint. And if you're a Notre Dame fan, I always want to see Michigan lose, not just because it's Michigan, but also because, as the point I made earlier, Ryan, that's one less Big Ten team that could potentially get in as a number 2. You want the loser of the SEC title game to have 2 losses, right? If you're Notre Dame, you want the second best team in the Big Ten to have 2 losses, and on and on and on. That's how I think Notre Dame fans should look at it. Your own opponents, you want them to win more often than not, in my opinion. You don't want USC to be a 3-loss team. You don't want Ohio State to be a 3-loss team, because then if you beat those teams and you lose to Clemson, and then Clemson's 12-1 and their only losses to you, and you're like, what was your big win? A 3-loss Ohio State team who's not that good this year, a 3-4 loss USC team who's not that good this year. What's your win to hang your hat on? Yeah, you guys beat Clemson, but Clemson beat that Clemson had to beat Florida State twice. Clemson had to beat North Carolina, who's really you know what I mean, Ryan. So you want your opponents to win more often than not. Because if you beat them, it doesn't matter how good. I mean, if every team on your schedule only lost to you, big team on your show only lost to you, guess what? When you get down to playoff time, they're going to look at you and say, man, you guys beat the Big Ten champs. You beat the ACC champs. You beat the Pac-12 champs. Guess what? You had a bad day against Duke the next week, but you're still in. That's what that means to me. So yeah, that's who I would root for, Ryan.
Could you imagine if Michigan lost to ECU tomorrow?
Oh my gosh. The narrative. Oh, they didn't have Harbaugh, and Sharon Moore was, not in there either, and blah 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 blah. And be like, dude, it's East Carolina, right? Mike Houston's their coach, right? The guy from JMU, he's still their coach.
Is he? Yeah, I think he's still there. I think he's still there. I think you're right. Yeah,
he's a good football coach, but they don't have the leadership. I mean, leadership. They don't have the talent, the depth, in my opinion, to beat a team like Michigan. Even without those, if anything, I think not having those coaches could galvanize Michigan a little bit in that game. I don't know. What do you think?
ECU about that, ECU just lost their 5-year starting quarterback in Holton Allers and their best running back in Keaton Mitchell last year too. So yeah, they're not too competitive coming back, unfortunately. But
a guy that was a defensive end on the first team I ever was a coach on is the special teams coordinator there. So not the biggest fan in the world.
My grandfather actually played football and baseball at East Carolina, so I'll be rooting for him. But
what's funny is that the East. So where I went to school was I went to Methodist College my freshman year of college, right? And Greenville was considered like where a lot of people went to party on the weekends. I never made it over there. I wasn't like the partying type. I would stay in my room and watch football games and stuff. But it was like a party campus back when I was in college. So a lot of people went there. It is what it is. Wasn't really my cup of tea. I did go to Raleigh a couple times to a club out in Raleigh, but that was about it. Raleigh was a lot closer than Greenville was. It's Greenville, right? Isn't that where East Carolina is?
I think
Greenville,
it is,
North Carolina.
Sure. Yeah. I've never been there, but I believe so. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
We had a super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you so much, Tyler. So since 2000, who is the worst quarterback to win a national championship and the best college quarterback had never won a national championship? That's a
Well,
great question.
I kind of got to go Jacob Coker is kind of where I'd probably go with that one, Ryan. I thought both of LSU's starting quarterbacks were solid players. Like Matt Mock won one, and then who was the quarterback on the other one?
Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn. He was okay. I mean, I'd take him over Jacob. I'll say that Jacob Coker was great in the championship game against Clemson, but that's about it. He was just very much a don't screw it up kind of guy.
Yeah.
Greg McElroy, with all due respect, I mean, not that I don't really hate using the term worst because he wasn't bad. It's just they didn't need him to do a whole lot, right? I mean,
Yeah.
so man, it's like so.
I'd probably take McElroy over Coker, but it would be a conversation at least.
So if you look at it, Ryan, I mean, since 2000, here's basically who the national championship winning teams were. In 2000, let me give me a second here. In 2000, it was Oklahoma with Josh Heupel. Okay, Heupel, yeah. He's in the conference. He's in the conversation. Ken Dorsey the next year. Yeah, Craig Krenzel. He might be in the conversation, but I thought Craig Krenzel
wasn't very good. He wasn't very good. He was a gamer.
He was okay. He was a good runner. Yeah, gamer. I think that's a very fair way of putting it. Yeah, and Matt was Matt Mock, then Matt Flynn, correct? Because I know they were
correct.
They were, yeah. And then you had Matt Leinart in 04, Vince Young in 05,
pretty good.
Chris Leak in 06. Then you had the other LSU year. Then Tim Tebow, Greg McElroy, Cam Newton, back-to-back titles for AJ McCarron. He was good. He's probably of the McElroy to Coker stretch before like Jalen Hurts and Tua and Mac Jones. I'd say AJ McCarron was the best of those quarterbacks that won a title.
Yeah, AJ was a very good college quarterback. Yeah. AJ, for sure.
Actually, I think I have my answer. Jameis Winston in 13, and then 14, Cardell Jones. That's probably my answer.
Ooh.
15,
Cardell.
Alabama. Yeah. We talked about that with Jacob Coker. Then it's Deshaun Watson, Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Mac Jones, and then Stetson Bennett. And I could be kind of like take some petty shots and say Stetson Bennett 2021.
Yeah.
But he had some nice games. 2022 version of Stetson Bennett was way better. Like he was actually pretty good college quarterback. But 2021 version was just like more of a don't screw it up kind of guy, in my opinion. Yeah. But I still think there's some other quarterbacks that weren't as good, in my opinion.
Didn't Cardell have some stupid nickname? What was Cardell Jones's nickname? He had something stupid, right?
Yeah, he was
something. It was something gun related, I think, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. But,
I don't remember. Yeah. I really don't remember. Let me see if I can. Actually, I don't really actually care enough to be honest with you. I don't really care enough to look it up. I was going to look it up.
In the chat, put it in the chat.
I don't even care.
There it is. 12 gauge.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. 12 gauge. Cardale.
Yeah. So thanks for the super chat, Tyler. Appreciate that. But yeah, there haven't been a lot of bad quarterbacks that one time. I mean, Josh Heupel wasn't a very talented quarterback, but he was good that year. He did what he needed to do that year. I love that little running back. Was it Quentin Griffith? Wasn't that their running back? Griffin. He was really good.
Griffin.
He was really good.
Played for the Broncos for a couple of years. Quentin Griffin.
He was really good. Yeah. In college, he was really good.
Yeah. Justin Knox with the super chat. Thank you so much, Justin. How do y'all think the serious injury scare of number 16 on NC State affects the mentally of their squad emotional mentality of their squad going forward? Does it rally them?
I mean, it can. Ryan, I think sometimes that stuff can be a little bit
overplayed,
a little bit overstated.
Okay.
It's not that you don't care, but it doesn't make you a better football player than you were. It doesn't mean you can block someone you can't normally block. I think where it can be is maybe like you're a little more zoned in, you're a little more focused, you play with a little bit more intensity. You rally together as a team, and it can help you maximize you can become the best version of yourself. I think that's where it can have an impact. But that doesn't all of a sudden mean you're going to be a better player than who you are. If the best you can be is 10-3, then you're going to be 10-3, right? I mean, that's kind of what I think. It helps you. It helps you if you handle it right, it'll help you focus. And again, part of it also depends on the severity of the kid's injury. But I mean, we've seen in the past where something like this happens and the team falls apart, or they're just kind of still who they are. I just think that stuff can get overstated a little bit, in my opinion. Like I've seen it also at times where it's like people who's it? Was it in 1990 with Colorado when their quarterback was dying of cancer? Like that was kind of that galvanizing point. But I'm like, look at that team though. That team was loaded.
Yeah.
It allowed them to become the best version of themselves. It didn't make a team that would have otherwise been 8-8 or 8-4 win a title, right? That's kind of where I'm coming from on it. But I think it can be a unifying
Makes
thing
sense.
for sure. And anytime a football team can be unified, that you're going to have a better chance of getting the best version of yourself as a team.
I agree there. I agree. I think that unifying factor can really help to translate to a higher level if the leadership's good in place, right? Like if you don't have great leadership and you don't have a great culture in general, like I don't think that's going to bolster you enough to get over that hill sometimes. But if you're a talented team that has really good leadership, I think that could definitely help the morale of the team. You know, like that stuff I think can be overplayed at times. But I do think there are specific instances where that stuff does help to really push a team over the top because they're all united for one cause, that type of thing, right? So I don't think it's the rule. I think it's more of the exception at this point, but it can help in certain situations. But as far as NC State, I have no idea. We'll see. I don't know.
Because every team is different. Every team is going to handle it different.
100%.
All right. Let's go down to this one.
Charlie Weiss's last belt loop says, if ECU wins, my brother would lose his mind happy. He went to school there. I got to see Marcus Vick play in person when Virginia Tech played at East Carolina. Go Petey.
I mean, that'd be
Go Petey.
Yeah, that would be. I would enjoy that.
Yeah.
I think Petey's the pirate. I think their mascot. I think his name is
that
Petey.
What it is?
I could be wrong on that. Let me look that up real quick. It strikes me as Petey. It's PD Peeddee, the pirate. So I think that's what that means. I believe so.
Marcus Vick was a very frustrating player. He was a lot more talented than what he showed during his Virginia Tech career. But
he was I'm gonna keep that to myself. He wasn't
he was a head case.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
That's about the nicest way I could put it. So we'll go with what Ryan said.
And yet he still got a chance on the Miami Dolphins for whatever reason.
Because it was what his last name was.
I agree. John A1 says, going into week 1 weekend, is there already a coach on the hot seats?
I mean, I think Billy Napier's seat, I don't know that I would say he's on the hot seat, Ryan, but it's certainly heating up.
It's getting warmer. Yeah, it's getting warmer.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's definitely getting warmer. Not a lot of other teams have really played so far, right? I mean, and as we've said, there weren't really any upsets. So I can't really say that anybody else that I can think of is kind of on the hot seat because of week 1, because of what's happened so far. What are some coaches that are kind of on the hot seat heading into the season? Right. There's some of those, right? I mean, there's certainly some of those. We've talked about that a little bit this offseason to me, Ryan. I think Jeff Hafley at BC, to me, enters this season on the hot seat. For me, he is. I think he has to be. Tony Elliott, if they're as bad as they were last year, he could be in some trouble. Do you agree with that?
I never would have hired Tony Elliott, so yes, I agree 100%.
Yeah. I'll say this: I don't know that he'll be on the hot seat because of what he means to the program. But if North Carolina falters this year, you kind of got to wonder, like, does Mac still have the magic left? Right? If you couldn't be a 10-win team with a guy like Drake May, you got to start to say, is this just kind of who we are now? I think that's a fair one. And here's one that's going to surprise you, Ryan, and I think you might disagree with me on this one a little bit. But here's someone who, to me, is not on the hot seat, but if it was up to me, it'd be a little warmer than maybe people give it credit for. And that's Matt Campbell. The manner in which they failed to capitalize on that 2021 team that had Brock Purdy and Charlie, what was the tight end's name? Charlie Kohler. And Breece Hall and they went 7-6 that year, and then to completely collapse last year and go 4-8, plus all the stuff that's going on with the gambling stuff, the off the field stuff. Not that it's his fault, but like, dude, you're in control of this program, right? I mean, to me, all those things kind of add up to all of a sudden you're like, is this dude who we all thought was a great coach a couple of years ago a little bit on the hot seat? I think he kind of is going into the season. You got to show me some growth. You got to show me some bounce back a little bit, because it's not just the 7-6 and the 4-8, Ryan. It's that plus the major black eye that you just got with your program because of this gambling stuff that's going on with their football team. That's a guy that, to me, as before I go on to others, what are your thoughts on that, Ryan?
I mean, I don't know. I just don't. I don't disagree necessarily with your assessment. I just think that he's a little bit longer of a leash just because Iowa State's not a traditionally really good football team, right? So they still have been more successful with him than they have throughout the entirety of their program.
They had a 9-win season in 2020. My thing, though, is it's because of the off-the-field stuff combined with that. If it was just a 4-8, 7-6 and 4-8, because at a place like Iowa State, you're going to have ups and downs at a place like that. You just are not going to be able to sustain 9-8-9 every year at a place like that in a league that is also goes up and down, where some years it's really good. But you can't do that when one of those years you wasted arguably your one of your best rosters. You underachieved in 2021. I don't think that's debatable. You had Breece Hall, Brock Purdy, Charlie Kohler. I mean, you had the defensive end who just got drafted. You had another really good linebacker on that team. Like, they wasted some talent that year. And then with the off the field stuff, I think that's a tough one. And then another one in the Big 12 for me, Ryan, is Neil Brown. Neil Brown, to me, is
Neil
definitely
Brown should be going
on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Tom, in the Big 10, Tom Allen, to me, should be on the hot seat.
Can I say in the Big 12, like, if Sarkisian has another down year as far as like not achieving his talent, like at some point you got to be like,
gets on it.
Maybe
but he's not there yet. He's not there yet to me.
Oh, I'm not saying fire him if it's a down year, but like if it's starting to get trend to that direction, if
they're like 8-5 again
on this roster,
9-4. Yeah, I get that. He's not there now. Neil Brown is there now for me. Tom Allen is there now for me. Mel Tucker's not on it right now because I think he does get a little bit of benefit of the doubt of how good they were a couple years ago, and because you're dealing with the realities of the transfer portal and different realities that involve that. But if he struggles again this year, and there's a question about that, he may get put on that too, because now all of a sudden that 1 year becomes an anomaly, and because he wasn't that good at Colorado, and then he would have struggled ever since then. I'm curious how Michigan State's going to handle that one. I'm not saying that that's what should happen, but I think that could be, we could be having that conversation. And then the Pac-12, Ryan, it's kind of hard to be on the hot seat when you have had so much coaching turnover the last 2 years. I mean, think about it. Arizona State has a new coach. USC's coach is in year 2. Arizona's coach is in year 3, but he just had a really nice turnaround. Colorado year 1, Oregon year 2, Oregon State's doing great. Stanford's year 1, Chip Kelly's doing really well. Kalen DeBoer's in year 2, Washington State's coach is in year 2. And then the long-term guys are in good position. I'd say the only guy that could maybe be in trouble if they struggle this year is Justin Wilcox. But I mean, it's kind of like, I don't blame him for Cal's problems. Cal's problems are institutional, and the football program is suffering because of it, in my view. I don't, but that doesn't mean that, look, somebody's going to have to be the scapegoat, right? And usually it's the head football coach. SEC wise, anybody that's really on, Billy Napier, we talked about. Anybody in the West? I mean, again, bunch of new coaches. A&M's Jimbo, but you got your issues with him. Lane's not on the hot seat.
I think Jimbo's going to get clear. Jimbo's going to get clearer this year because the buyout apparently is like manageable after this season. So
so this is his last year.
He's going to get past this year.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Jimbo strikes me as a guy that's going to get through this year, and then somewhere through the mid 2024 season, they're like, all right, this is enough now. We can actually.
So not hot seat yet, but after this year. Yeah. The rest of the West, Ryan, I mean, Saban's not on it. I think Sam Pittman's done a nice job at Arkansas, although that's a fan base that has a little bit of an unrealistic view of itself. Auburn's got a new coach. Kelly's not on the hot seat. Mississippi State has a new coach, and Lane Kiffin's not on the hot seat. So there's not a ton. I think it's going to be interesting is let's ask this question in week 6. Who are the coaches on the hot seat after week 6? There's going to be that could be a very interesting story. Very interesting story.
We had a question from D-Troll Hunter. It says, is it just me, or does this team show a maturity and confidence we haven't seen since 2012?
You know what, Ryan? I kind of like this comment from Detroit Hunter because this team has no resemblance to the 2012 team structurally.
Sure.
Different systems, different type of offenses. They're built differently. But I think this comparison right here, at least what we saw in fall camp and the opener, is one I really like. Yes, they're different defense and they're made up of different players and their strengths are at different positions and all that kind of stuff. They don't have a lot of similarities in how this program is built. But I really like how this team, to your point, is a very mature, confident team. 2015 is probably the closest I've seen to it. That team went into 2015 very confident. I don't know if, like, the maturity of that team, it's hard to gauge because we only really saw that team play like a game, not even a game where all your veterans were there. I mean, you lost Torian Folson in game. You lost Jerron Jones in fall camp. You lost Sean Crawford in fall camp, although he's a freshman, but he's going to start at nickel. You lost Torian Folson, who was going to be your leading rusher in game 2, carry 2. You lost a veteran tight end in Durham Smythe. Well, veteran, he was a starter. He was a junior. You lost Durham Smythe in game 2. I mean, you had some pretty key injuries. I don't know if we ever got to see that team at its peak from a maturity and confidence standpoint, but that team played with a lot of confidence in 2015, a lot of confidence. And a lot of that had to do with the leadership that was established by Malik and Jalen Smith and some of those older players in the offseason that was able to kind of continue even after Malik got hurt. But that team was very confident. Was it a mature team? I don't know that I could. There was so much going on with that team behind the scenes from a coaching standpoint, some other things. It's really hard to gauge what the maturity level was. It was a very talented team and a very confident team. That I can say for sure. The maturity, I'm a little bit more uncertain of. Not that it wasn't mature. I just don't know that I know that team well enough to be able to say it. The 2012 team, and again, I wasn't covering the team that year, but I still talked to some people around the program, and that team was a very mature team, very confident team. There's no doubt about it. So that's a good one. I like that one, John. Detroit Hunter. I like that one a lot. John A1 asks, is it possible that the play of Jaden Mickey, Christian Gray, and Clarence Lewis has given the staff the confidence to move Thomas Harper to safety full time? I guess it could, but honestly, I don't know. Honestly, John, that would make a lot of sense to me because I don't think Thomas Harper's best position is safety. I think I believe that Thomas Harper's best position is the nickel spot. I think that's where Thomas Harper is best, is at nickel. If anything, you're going to look, Christian Gray and Jaden Mickey aren't getting reps in the nickel. They're outside corners. Clarence Lewis is getting reps in the nickel, but to me, honestly, if it came down to it, let's say that Notre Dame is in a position where we got to move somebody to safety. We have to. What I would say, Ryan, is I'm not moving a Chance Tucker. I'm not moving a Ryan Barnes. I'm not moving some young guy that really hasn't played a lot of football. If I'm going to move someone from corner to safety in the middle of the season, once the season's already started, it's going to be a veteran. Thomas Harper is an option, but I still think Clarence Lewis makes the most sense because I think Thomas Harper's the better nickel. I think Thomas Harper's a better nickel than Clarence Lewis. I think Clarence Lewis can really help this football team, and I think Clarence Lewis's best position is still safety. As a cover safety, I still think that's his best position, ultimately, especially if he's going to go to the NFL. So I would say the emergence of Jaden Mickey and Christian Gray should help them, should have them consider moving Clarence Lewis to be more of a hybrid nickel safety. That's what I would strongly consider. And I know I've been beating that drum for a while, but Christian Gray's had a great fall camp. He's healthy. I would strongly consider it. I really would. And I would do that before I would consider moving Thomas Harper, to be honest with you. What do you think, Ryan?
Do you like Jaden Mickey in the nickel or not as much?
No, not right now because he just hasn't practiced it. I think Jaden Mickey could do it, but I'm not going to move a guy that you haven't given any reps in the nickel in the middle of a season to play that.
Sure.
My thing is with Thomas Harper to nickel, Clarence can be that swing guy at that position. Clarence can still play nickel, but can also help you at safety. And that's how you get Clarence's reps up to where he can really help you and you're putting him in positions where his game is best utilized. Because I've said this before. I like Clarence Lewis as a football player. I even think there are some defenses where he could play corner. Clark Lee's defense allowed him to play corner. He looked solid as a freshman at corner, but it was a completely different coverage structure, right? So to me, when I look at Clarence Lewis, he's a zone corner on a team that doesn't play a lot of zone at corner, where his skill set to me would be utilized at a position like safety much better. And I think he could be a really good player there. Like, I don't want to move Clarence just to solidify safety. I could be dead wrong on this, Ryan. But the reason I've been pounding my fist on the table to get Clarence Lewis to safety is because I think he could actually be pretty good there. Like, starting caliber player there. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I think his skill set translates best to. And this is a kid that's playing a lot of football and has had some good moments. I just think he's miscast in this system as a corner. That's the reason I want to move him. But as a safety, Ryan, he can still do a lot of nickels. There's a lot more carryover the way that Notre Dame plays coverage. There's a lot of carryover between the safety and the nickel position, especially for a guy who has played corner, right? It'd be a little harder for a guy that maybe hasn't played that coverage type of look a lot. Like, I wouldn't want to, like Antonio Carter maybe might be a guy that I would put in there because he's played some corner. He knows how to flip his hips and do all that. I don't know that I'd put Xavier Watts there. I don't know that I'd put some other guys there. I wouldn't put Ben Minich there. I wouldn't put Adon Schuler there because those are guys that don't have that outside experience where Clarence does, Antonio Carter does, Ramon Henderson does. I wouldn't put Ramon there because I just don't trust him enough on the second level. But I really think Clarence Lewis could be that guy that could really solidify both of those positions from a depth standpoint and potentially be a starter at the safety position. What's your thoughts on that, Ryan?
I think it's possible. I mean, I think Lewis and Harper are the two guys that make the most sense as far as being kind of that interchangeable nickel to safety type of player. I personally don't like moving a guy that's only has 1 year left as well of Thomas Harper, right? Like, this is his lone year.
Right.
Clarence Lewis, if you make that move during the season, he can come back for 2024 if you wanted him to, right? As a fifth year guy. So I think that the option is definitely on the table. I really hope, Brian, because like you have been talking about this for a while, and it's a move that has seemed to make sense. I really hope that we don't get to a point where it's like Notre Dame just dropped the ball with the safety position because they were just like, no, we're fine. Keep Clarence out there. And then it's eventually like, you're not fine. Like, you're not fine. Like, it's actually a big negative of the defense right now. So I won't say something has to happen, but clarity needs to be gained in the safety position soon. Either you need to understand that, like, oh, DJ's getting better. Cool. We're okay here. Or it's like, he's not, and you need to make a decision here, right? To bolster your team, or else it's going to, because you do have a surplus of good corners at this point. I mean, you have your two outside corners, you have Christian Gray, you have Clarence Lewis as a fourth corner. That's fantastic. Like, that's an
fifth corner. Fifth corner.
This is Jay Mickey too. Yeah. So,
right.
Yeah. So when's the last time Notre Dame's been 5 cornerbacks deep of guys that could start and could
a guy that started for you in the college football playoff is your fifth corner right now.
Right.
I mean, come on, man.
And you're wasting that experience as a fifth stringer. So
yeah. There was a exchange in the chat when we were talking about worst quarterbacks to win it. I just had to bring this up because this is just hilarious. Different Isle says, Brian, just because you say with all due respect, it doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Poor Greg McElroy. And then I love Raymond Harden's response. It sure as heck does.
Sure does.
Another very great quotable movie for those who haven't seen it. That would be Talladega Nights. So it was kind of funny, Ryan, when I was at camp this summer. I was talking to a guy that I've gotten to know a little bit last couple of years, and he said something to me, like, just kind of busted my chops. And I turned around and I said, "You shut your mouth when you're talking to me." And another beat writer is like, "That doesn't make any sense." And I was like, we just both are like, because he had never seen Wedding Crashers. So he was like, "What are you talking about? Shut your mouth." He goes, "How is someone supposed to shut their mouth when they're talking?" He was like, "First of all, I wasn't talking to you. Mind your business. I'm just joking. I didn't say that." I was like, "No, it's a movie. It's from a movie." But yeah, very cool. Two of my, like, Friday, Talladega Nights, Wedding Crashers,
I like Step
and
Brothers.
Dumb and Dumber.
Step Brothers is a good quotable movie.
Which one?
Step Brothers. That's a very quotable movie.
Step Brothers. Yeah, it's quotable. I think it's a stupid movie, but it's very quotable. And then Anchorman.
I love
Anchorman's another one. Those are probably my favorite quotable movies. Another one that I used to quote a lot, but not as much anymore. Old School. Did you ever see Old School?
I love
that movie. Love that movie. I don't quote it as much as I used to.
first two Rush Hour movies are very quotable as well, although I wouldn't say most of those things out loud. But yes,
the movie, yeah, that's true. The movie I quote the most when I'm messing around with my dad is actually Harlem Nights. The reason I don't quote that one as much because not as many people I know have seen that one.
Sure.
But that is a very funny movie that my dad and I are always kind of we tried to watch it one time on like TBS.
Yeah.
I was like, this is not a movie to be on TV. Like this is because like everything funny about Harlem Nights is like kind of blanked out or edited out from and when it's on normal TV. And I was like, no, this is lame.
That's the same thing about the Rush Hour movies, man.
Yes.
That's Rush Hour is so funny though.
Not as funny. Money Talks. You ever seen Money Talks?
You think kidnap Chelsea Clinton? Crazy.
Yeah. Ever see the outtakes where he's messing up her name?
Yes.
Chelsea Carter? No, Chelsea Carter. Another Chris Tucker movie that's really quotable. Have you ever seen Money Talks?
No.
With Charlie Sheen? I think if you liked Rush Hour, I think you'd like Money Talks.
Oh,
it's really funny. It's really funny. Yeah.
Whatever happened to Chris Tucker, man? He was so funny. Whatever happened to that guy?
Well, he became a Christian. He doesn't do that same kind of comedy before. Yeah. So he doesn't use that kind of language anymore. He's because like I remember here first time I heard Chris Tucker was like back in the day on HBO on Def Comedy Jam. Like he was one of the regulars, like him and Bernie Mac were like two guys that you'd see a lot on Def Comedy Jam. And then that led into him getting some one of his favorite skits, or my favorite skits of him is he talked about like he's like, whatever happened to pimps? He starts talking about what if Michael Jackson was a pimp? You got to look it up on YouTube, Brian. It is hilarious.
That's funny.
But yeah, I mean he became Christian and he just doesn't kind of really do that kind of comedy as much anymore.
So funny, man.
Yeah,
I love
hilarious.
Chris Tucker. He's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, he is very funny.
In Rush Hour 2 when he starts singing the Michael Jackson song.
Yes. He's coming up on the messing up a classic. Ruining a classic.
He's like, what the heck is this?
He actually got on stage with Michael Jackson once.
Did he?
Yeah. It was pretty because he would always do that Michael Jackson impersonation, but he always did it like in good fun, like a good spirit. Yeah. You know what I mean? But in Rush Hour 1, he did Michael Jackson at the very beginning. Remember when he blows the car up?
Yeah.
And he's like, so he's got a lot of respect for him. But yeah, Money Talks is one of my is another really good quotable movie that you'd have seen. Of course, none of them I can say them now.
Sure. But
yeah, somebody just said that Bernie Mac's on his favorite comedians. Bernie Mac, Steve Harvey, and Cedric Enter. I'm not a big deal Hewley fan, but you ever watch the original Kings of Comedy thing?
Yeah. Yep.
Bernie Mac's, like Steve Harvey was funny in that, and Cedric Entertainer was funny in that. I'm not about to call another dude delicious, but Bernie Mac's, like the routine he did for that was one of to me, the best stand-ups I've ever seen. It was great. Do you know what's funny? You know that I didn't find this out till I was a little bit older, but my mom, when she was younger, she would actually had a bunch of back comedy albums. She used to be on 45s.
Really?
But she had like a bunch of Red Fox comedy albums. That's one of the dirtiest comedians ever, like language wise. I'm like, Mom, really? Like,
did you judge your mom after you saw that? You're like, really?
No, because my mom, if I finish that statement, I'm going to be in big trouble. Let's just say the way that I talked as a coach, I did not learn from my father. I'll just leave it at that because I want my mom to love me tomorrow. So yeah, somebody said Bill Burr is amazing. Bill Burr is also incredibly hilarious. So,
R.I.P. Bernie Mac, by the way. He's been gone a long time now.
Yeah,
Bernie
I know.
Mac. Yeah.
Somebody say, you want some milk and cookies? Walk your little bug. It's a great skit. Great skit. Oh, I'm going to have to watch those afterwards. Let's get back on track. We got a lot of questions still left.
John A1, what do you hope to see this week for Drake Bowen, Brennan Vernon, Braylon James, Tyson Ford? Same discipline as the starters or flash of dominant potential big plays?
I mean, obviously, you'd like to see both.
Right.
But I think that what's going to get them playing time is sort of the flash, to be honest with you.
Yes, I agree.
That's going to sound the opposite of what being disciplined. No, if you're just disciplined but not making plays, they're just going to play the older guys that are already disciplined.
And also, a coach will 100% want to work with the flash more than he does with just the consistency and doesn't have any big play ability, right? If I see a young kid, and I'm like, that kid is stupid talented, I want to work with that kid, right? Like, I don't want to work with the kid that's not talented, who just does everything I tell him perfectly. Like, I want to work with the kid that has big time potential. So yeah, I want to see if Drake Bowen plays. I want to see him just shoot a gap and have a big tackle for loss. I want to see Brennan Vernon let loose. I want to see Braylon James try to take the top off of defense. I want to see Tyson Ford hit an inside move and have a quarterback pressure. I want to see those types of guys show me flash plays, because if I'm a coach, that's what gets me excited. I want to work with that talent, that type of talent.
Yeah, agree. That may sound, I would imagine some people thought maybe we might go the opposite, but I'm on the ladder on that one, Ryan. Absolutely.
Upside always gets you more excited than just like the floor.
It's got to
like
be an impressive flash, though, right? Like what's not a flash is the guard doesn't block you and you go in for a sack. That's
right.
That's not a flash, right? It's what it is you just destroyed that guard and on 2 plays, and you're like, oh, this guy. Let's get this guy ready to go.
It's the Jordan Botelho quarterback hit last week where he completely runs outside track and bench. You're like, oh, okay, I can work with that, sir.
Let's say Braylon James gets in the game and just smokes a dude by 6 yards on a post route for a touchdown. You're like, hey, look, guys, I know that he doesn't know this and can't do that, but you all saw that, right? Like we got to find a way to get that guy on the field some way, somehow, right? Like those are the type of things that you see from those younger guys that are like, yeah, we got to figure something out with that kid. That kid's too good not to find a home, right? I mean, that's absolutely right.
I would agree.
Next, another one from John.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
It's all good. I brought it up, and then we kind of kept talking about the previous one. That's my bad.
I saw John's name again. I'm just like, I think we're still in the same one. What package would you try to build as an offensive coordinator to get Braylon James on the field in important moments with Chris Tyree and Tobias Merriweather?
I don't know that right now I would be focused on trying to build that right now. I mean, just because you have so many other really good veteran, you have Jaden Thomas, you have Deion Colsey, you have guys that are a little older, a little stronger, been in the system. I don't know that I would force Braylon onto the field. And the way, like in the past, Ryan, I would call for receivers to be forced onto the field because there was such a difference in talent between that young player and what was on the field.
Sure.
Right? Like in 2017, I'm like, why is Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin on the bench and you're trotting out Freddie Canteen and Cameron Smith and Chris Fink? I don't understand this. Like Braylon is incredibly gifted athletically, but I don't know that it's like such a degree that's like, why is Deion Colsey and Jaden Thomas on the field? Like those guys are pretty talented too.
Former 4-star recruits.
Right.
Like,
who are, so it's to me, Braylon's in a unique situation where he's got to show me something first. And that's why I kind of brought up earlier, like if Braylon gets in the game this weekend against Tennessee State and just runs by dudes and you're just like, guys, come on. Like, I know he's not where these guys are strength-wise or knowing the offense-wise, but come on. There's a lot of teams that we're going to play that he can run by. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where I would be, John, is now if there's like an injury on the outside, like, heaven forbid, one of those guys we mentioned goes down, then you may have to force that. But I just don't know that you're in a position like right now, I would say, hey, how can we figure out ways to get Jaden Greathouse on the field with those two guys at the same time? Right. Like, can we put Jaden in the boundary as a rotation guy? Can we put Jaden in the field? I mean, I would be more worried about that right now. Braylon's time will come if he keeps working. His time will come. Sure. He just needs to be patient. And when those opportunities do present themselves, go make plays. But I just, I think right now it's like keep building up what you're building up with the guys that are in those spots already.
It's great that we have to have these types of conversations, though, because it's like this roster has just taken such a maturation over the last couple of years.
2 years ago, we're having a completely different conversation, Ryan. We're like, you guys got to find ways to get Braylon James on the field, man.
I was going to say we're trying to like campaign for him to start at some point in the season.
Yes,
like a couple of years ago. Like get this guy on the field.
100%.
Exactly.
100%. You're like, dude, you guys are wasting this kid's talent and speed and ability. Like, and the guys you're put on the field, like seriously, like no, that's not the case now. It's not with Tobias and the other freshmen. And then now that Deion and Jaden are older, you moved Chris Tyree. I just don't see that same need right now with him.
Agreed. Yeah, Coleman Smith.
Let me say that you nailed it though, Ryan. Like how quickly this has changed. Yes. Like a year ago, actually. If Braylon was a freshman a year ago, I'd be saying the same thing about him that we said about Tobias. You got to get that kid on the field some way, somehow. He can at least run a go route. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, but just how quickly this thing changed now that Deion and Jaden are older. You move Chris Tyree, Tobias is a year older, and then you've got Jaden and Rico who are just more advanced at this age of their careers. It changed quick. I mean, we even forget Caleb Smith came to Notre Dame this spring. He was an honorable mention All ACC kid last year and got beat out before he ended up leaving. You know what I mean? It's just like, they're going to be all right.
And it's not slowing down with guys like Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert and Logan Saldate coming in. So it's not slowing down, man, which is great.
Nope.
Coleman Smith's question. The Minnesota-Nebraska game was epic. Ryan, I'm sorry, but Brian is more right on Jeff Sims. You can't make that throw across the middle with the safety staring at you.
There's a lot of throws he made like that. Now, Ryan has kind of come off the Jeff Sims bandwagon, I believe, during last season.
I would also like to say this, Coleman. I never once said that Jeff Sims is a great football player. I think he's a really good talent, right?
Yeah.
And I think that could be harbored, but unfortunately, he was in a really bad situation at Georgia Tech, and Nebraska's in an upstart. I don't know if the windows are going to match up with him reaching his potential. I just don't know if it's going to happen.
I've never been high on him. I always thought, very live arm. But look, we all make those mistakes, right? I thought Graham Mertz was going to be a lot better, and maybe he still gets better in that system. But after last night, it's that's the same dude we saw at Wisconsin. Doesn't understand touch, doesn't understand ball placement, or at least he can't do it. Still late with reads, So we'll see if he gets better. But that's a position that they're going to have to figure out real quick. Yeah. And DJ Lagway is a very talented kid, Ryan, but he's not a guy to me that's like a day one freshman starter at Florida either. I just
you're gonna not with a coach that might be on the hot seat.
Yeah,
he's gonna take his lumps as a freshman.
Yeah,
I feel like him a little bit similarly. Not the same player; they're different, but Jaden Rashad is going to be this year for Arizona State. Where it's a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but you got to kind of ride the wave. You know what I mean?
And you can do that when you're in year one, Ryan, like Kenny Dillingham is. You can't do that when you're already on the hot seat like Billy Napier already is.
Because you care a lot more about year 2, year 3 than you do about year 1.
Now, if Florida rebounds and ends up 9-3, then there might be a way that you could kind of spin that. Look, we just got to get this kid ready to play and whatever. Yeah. But no, I don't see that. The way that they play, they'd have to get a lot better than they were last night to be a 9-win team.
Right. Because Utah's a really good team, but they play in the SEC, so they're going to be playing some good teams. Right. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, and you look at they've also got to still play Florida State out of conference.
Yep.
So Florida the rest of the way, they got McNeese State this weekend. Okay, they'll be 1-1, but then they got Tennessee. Then they got Charlotte. So at best, you're 2-2 at best. Then you're playing at Kentucky. You're home against Vanderbilt. May say that should be a game you want. Vanderbilt convincingly beat you last year. I know the score was somewhat close, but Vanderbilt was the better team that day. You got to play at South Carolina, home against Georgia, home against Arkansas, at LSU, at Missouri, home against Florida State. Honestly, right now, Florida's battling to get into a bowl game at this point in time,
100%.
Ryan.
100%.
They're going to battle to get eligible at 6-6 for a bowl game.
Yep. Oh, if they go 8-4, I think that's actually a really good coaching job by Billy Napier. I don't think this roster is great. I just really don't.
Well, it's kind of like what I've said about Deion Sanders. If people talk about they may win, guys, if Deion Sanders leads Colorado to 5-7, he should be in the conversation for Pac-12 Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
I know they added some that is not a good roster, even with the transfers. Now it's a better roster than what it was last year.
If he goes 4-8, it might have been a great coaching job. Honestly,
that's a good coaching job for sure.
Yeah.
But anything, if he takes them to a bowl game this year, that's a great coaching job.
That team let up over 40 points per game last year and scored less than 20 points a game. It was a terrible team, guys.
Ryan, we talked about this. I'm going to say it again. This is the scores of the games Colorado played in last year. Okay, they were awful. They lost to TCU by 25. They lost to Air Force by 31. They lost to Minnesota by 42. UCLA by 28. Arizona by 23. Oregon by 33. Arizona State by 8. And as I pointed out yesterday, Colorado scored late in that game to make it 8. 39 to Oregon. 38 to USC. 47 to Washington, 42 to Utah. That was the margin of not the points they gave up. That was the margin of victory. Or in their case, the margin of defeat than last year. They got outscored last year, Ryan, 15.4 to 44.5.
Right.
That is awful.
That's terrible.
One
of the worst teams I've ever seen from a Power 5 team. It's awful.
Yes.
Absolutely terrible.
It is. They were as bad last year as Kansas was in 2020, if not worse. Because at least Kansas had the excuse of the COVID offseason, jacked everything up. but they were awful last year. And you can't fix that entirely in one off season. You can't.
And it should never be. Colorado should never be in a position where they have a roster as bad as Kansas, right? Like
Nope.
ever.
Nope.
Unlike Kansas, Colorado has actually been a really good football team in the history of college football. So yeah,
and not that long ago, they were in the Pac-12 title game in 2016.
Seppo Loifau. Yeah. I know. Oh man. PQ, what it do? Said Notre Dame beats OSU, Ohio State, USC, and Clemson. One is a blowout. One is a wire close game. One is an epic comeback. Which game would you want each to be? I'm going OSU blowout, USC close, Clemson comeback.
Yeah, 100%, Ryan.
I agree
right
actually
there.
on that too.
Right there.
Yeah.
The only thought that I had where I maybe flip it is maybe flip USC and Ohio State, or Ohio State's the epic comeback. Just because if you blow Ohio State out, maybe it changes the narrative about them a little bit.
Well, actually, I am going to change it. I am going to change it because if it's a USC comeback, then you could be like, wow, Sam Hartman brought him back against Caleb Williams. Like, that is a storyline, man. Like, that would drive me. Yeah, that would drive me.
And then you just beat Clemson on the road in a wire-to-wire close game.
A tough team in Death Valley. Like, cool. Go do that.
I love the idea of a comeback on the road. That's my only thing, is that road game comeback. But there's a lot of different ways you could do this. I mean, you could turn this a lot of different ways. But I'll say this, man: if those are the results against those three teams, I'll be a happy dude. Because you're gonna need games like that, right? Notre Dame is not going to go out in every game this year, even if they go 12-0. They're not going to go out in every game this year and just control it from start to finish.
I agree.
They're just not. They're going to need to come back at some point in time. They're going to have some team that they're going to have to say, hey, we struggled and we had to make it work. I mean, even the 2010 team that went 10-0 in the regular season. I mean, do you remember how ugly that game was against Louisville, where they had to grind that 12-7 game out? I mean, that was not a pretty game at all. I mean, you had other games where, hey, you were a little sloppy, but again, you did that against one of the easiest schedules Notre Dame has ever faced because of the way that COVID went down that year. I mean, so it's just hard to do that. I mean, 2018, they went undefeated, but they had to scrap and claw to beat Vanderbilt. They had to scrap and claw to beat Ball State. They had to come back against Pitt and win in the fourth quarter against Pitt. They were losing to Pitt almost the entire game. So even that, you were down 10-0 to USC, a not very good USC team. You're down 10-0 to them early and you had to come back. It's going to happen. Yep. Right. And we've seen this from great teams that have won titles. I mean, remember how bad LSU looked in 2019 against Auburn? Beat them 23-20. Right. You're going to have games like that. They had to go play 4 quarters against Texas that year. And that by far, Ryan, to me, we don't talk about this game enough. That was one of the best games of that season, or at least most entertaining games of that season, was that Texas LSU game in week 2. That was a fun game. Sam Ehlinger, I mean, he put that team on his shoulders in a way that you don't see from a guy that doesn't have like Vince Young talent. You know what I mean?
He did that a lot at Texas. Man,
he did.
He was just kind of.
He was very Colt McCoy-ish. He just didn't play with the team talent that Colt McCoy had. You know what I mean? Like, but I liked watching that kid play. It really did. He did a lot more for that team than people give him credit for. He was a fun kid to watch.
He was like Texas's version, not quite as much, but he's like Tim Tebow's, the Texas Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's
not as dominant, but yes, how important he was to that team. Yeah.
Yeah. Very important. Yeah. Nick Rowland said, hey guys, love your stuff. Was wondering if y'all predict any drop off in strength and conditioning since Matt Bayless left. Go Irish.
We won't see that in season. If there is a drop off, Nick, it would be something happens in the off season. And the reason I say that is because Matt Bayless was part of putting the in season plan together. The whole schedule for the whole year is played out. It's already him and Marcus Freeman put that together before Matt Bayless left. And I don't think that's a surprise. I don't think Matt Bayless just woke up one morning and decided I'm leaving today. I think it came over time, and he knew there were some things he needed to get done first to make sure he left the team in the right position. And I have a feeling that that's just my opinion. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I believe. So basically with Coach Hale and the rest of the strength staff, it's like, hey guys, the plan's here, carry it out.
Right.
And so if you're going to see problems, it's going to be next off season when you get back in January. And if you hire a new strength coach and that guy's not up to snuff, then you'll start seeing some of those issues sort of in the spring and next fall and those type of things. But you won't necessarily see that this year, in my opinion. Like, all that stuff's already planned out, in my view.
I agree. From Maltavius for the super chat. Thank you so much. Happy Labor Day weekend, IB Nation. Long season ahead of us. How about this running back group? The combination of speed, strength, and agility, best since.
I mean, if everybody was healthy, the only other running back room that could compete with this, if everyone was healthy, was 2015. You had Torian Folson, CJ Prosise, Josh Adams, and Dexter Williams. I mean, that's the because you had CJ and Josh could give you home run speed. Dexter was agile. Torian was really agile. You didn't necessarily have like the hammer that you have at Audric, but athletically, very similar. I mean, Dexter Williams was your 4 going into that year. You're pretty good at running back when Dexter Williams is your 4.
Yeah.
But this group goes 5 deep. I mean, after that, it's like there's been some really good 1-2 punches, Ryan. Jonas Gray and Sear Wood in 2011, Sear and Theo in 2012. You had George Atkinson off the bench as an explosive guy, but George was never a really natural runner. You know, he was just more of a home run hitter.
Athletic.
Yeah. 2010, you had Armando and Sierra and Robert Hughes. That was a pretty good group, but it didn't have the explosiveness that this group had. This is why I said Notre Dame recruited running back a lot better than people think outside of the Autry Denson tenure. I mean, they put some pretty talented groups on the field. I mean, you look at the 2014 running back room. It was young, but you had Greg Bryan, you had Torian Folston. I mean, you had some talented players on that group. But this group is a little different animal, Ryan, to me. It is just because how it's literally 5 deep. And
Terry Paulson's always going to be one of those guys for me that, like, if he never got injured, I wonder what his legacy would have been at Notre Dame. Like, I think he would have been a really good player at Notre Dame, man.
He was such an underrated player on that 2014 team. He was. I've told people, go back and watch him against Florida State that year. He was so good against Florida State that year. 120 yards on 121. Everybody talks about how good Everett was, and he was. And Will Fuller made some catch. Torian Folson had 120 yards on 21 carries in that game. And then they played against Louisville later in the year. He had 134 yards on 18 carries. That was a really good Louisville rush defense that year. I believe they were top 10, Ryan. I'm gonna look this up here real quick. Pretty sure Louisville that year was a top 10 rush defense. 2014. Louisville finished 10th that year, gave up 108 yards. And if I remember correctly, Torian Folson was one of only 3 running backs to rush for 100 yards against Louisville that year. The others were, if I'm trying to remember this correctly, Dalvin Cook was one of them, and I believe Nick Chubb was the other one.
Not bad. Only, that was Pro Bowl running backs. So not too bad.
And then Torian Folson. That was it. He's such. And then he didn't have a bunch of yards against LSU, but he grinded that game, which allowed Malik to get outside and did the jet sweep work. And he had that great cut block on the perimeter of that 50-yard touchdown run by CJ Prosise. He was to your point, right, very underrated, and he looked really good on that run he got hurt on. Like, he just hit that sucker. It's like, man.
Yeah.
That's the biggest what if team, not what if game, but that's the biggest what if team. Like, how good would that team have been if Jerron Jones, Sean Crawford, Malik Zaire, and Torian Folson all stayed healthy that year? Like, that team would have been really scary good.
Yep.
They were still pretty good anyway. You know what I mean? But that would have been fun to watch, dude.
No doubt. Connor Grant with the super chat. Thank you, Connor. With the incoming 12-team playoff and the potential rise of struggling but blue blood programs, will this benefit Notre Dame from a recruiting standpoint as top talent is more widely dispersed? Would help.
I don't know, Connor, that the 12-team playoff is going to have an impact on recruiting like people think. What I think is what I think is going to help disperse the talent more than anything is NIL. And I've said this for a while because it's going to allow Colorado to go out and buy a kid through NIL. It's going to allow Arizona State to go get a Jaden Rashada, where before NIL, they have no shot at Jaden Rashada. He's going to go to a traditional program before NIL, right? Or
Florida.
Somewhere under the table, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Where he gets $100,000 under the table, right, from somebody. Oregon, maybe. It allows Notre Dame to be able to compete for certain players who would have still got a lot of money under the table from other teams, but now Notre Dame can do NIL stuff. I'm not going to mention who, but there's been a couple guys that I believe that to be the case. It allows Miami to quickly rebound a little bit from a recruiting standpoint. It's going to allow South Carolina to get the Dylan Stewart. Right? If there's no NIL, Dylan Stewart's not going to South Carolina.
I agree.
Nicholas Harbor's not going to South Carolina. And I'm not saying they cheated. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the NIL has allowed them to do that. The NIL allowed South Carolina to put a package together for a kid who is a great football and track player like Nicholas Harbor. They do not get him. He goes to LSU or Florida or Oregon or some other team that's got a more established program in both areas. So I think.
Did you see Harbor's playing wide receiver, by the way, which is just ridiculous. Insane. It's 6'5", 240. Like what?
It's nuts. Like we could go down the long list of schools that kids that of players that have gone to schools that they don't normally go to because of NIL.
Right.
And I think that's a good thing. I look, I don't like the way that NIL has impacted that to that degree, but I think the talent being spread out is beneficial in that regard because those guys are, just one less kid that Bama gets, one less kid that Georgia gets, one less kid that Ohio State gets by each of those schools. Next thing you know, it's 4, 5, 6 kids that those schools don't normally get that are now going to these places. And to me, that helps that's the kind of parity I want in a sport. Like I hate the word parity just for the sake of parity. Like the NFL does things to try to take down the top teams. What I've always believed is let's do more things to help build up those other teams. Say, if you're willing to put in the work and put in the investment and spend the money, you can do this, right? Like, those type of things I'm good with that, but I don't like it where let's make the rules harder so Bama can't do what they're doing to win. Let's not let Bama have the number of assistants they have. Well, how about you go spend the money and then hire those number of assistants? You know what I mean? Like, how about you do that instead of trying to keep them from doing things that aren't illegal, right? It's one thing if a school's like just blatantly like cheating, but nobody else is. That's a different deal.
Sure.
But I think parity the right way, and that's what I think NIL has done. NIL has helped. I know that some of you will never believe me until Notre Dame can just flat out give money to a high school kid, which they're not going to do. NIL has helped Notre Dame improve their roster. Notre Dame's roster is better today than it would have been had NIL not been a thing the last 2 years. By how much? That's debatable. But I'm telling you, there's at least 3 or 4 guys on this roster through transfer and high school that I don't know that Notre Dame gets them if it's not for NIL. I'm just going to leave it at that. And not that Notre Dame promised them anything, but they know, they talk to Notre Dame players. Man, Michael Mayer, man, how much money? So now all of a sudden, so I can go there, get this first-class education, play for Coach Freeman, who I love, do all this, and I can get this money to help take care of my family? Bet. We're going to Notre Dame.
Yep.
That's not a fantasy of what may happen. I'm telling you, that has happened. And it's not because Notre Dame's promising these kids money, because the kid that's smart enough to want to go to Notre Dame is going to look further than just the immediate handout. Because the kids that are getting the immediate handouts, here's the thing, guys, Jaden Rashada would have never come to Notre Dame if NIL wasn't a thing. Because he still would have been looking for a handout. It's just a different type of handout. Those kids have always existed, and they've never come to Notre Dame. But there are kids who genuinely have need that look at this opportunity and say, I can get the best of both worlds. I can get this money because every player gets X amount of dollars through the collectives and all this kind of stuff. So I'm at least sending something home to my family. But if I'm as good as I think I am, then I can really take care of my family at Notre Dame. Because Notre Dame can now talk about the brand, your brand as a player. Like Braylon James being doing the rap for that one highlight. That's something Notre Dame talked to him about during the NIL process of, look, we can do this for you.
Exposure. Yeah. Right.
And it mattered. Now, Braylon's a kid who probably still comes to Notre Dame anyway, because his family, just the way he was raised and the emphasis on education. But what I'm saying is that's something that helps solidify that to where when other schools come calling, it's like, no, you can't give me anything that Notre Dame can't give me.
Right.
Right. And that's the whole thing is now that's good for college football, in my opinion. And then, of course, Ohio State loses a kid, Miami, like if there's no NIL, Mark Fletcher's at Ohio State, not at Miami. I mean, right. I mean, there's 3 or 4 kids at Ohio State lost last year that were just pure NIL buys. That if NIL is not a thing, Ohio State has those guys. So yeah, I don't like the process, but the process is getting me to a result that I think I enjoy better for the game. I just wish we could
Sure.
get to it a little bit of a healthier manner, in
Right.
my opinion.
There's a lot of those situations too. I mean, even look at like Dante Moore, right? Where it's like, when would Dante Moore ever end up at UCLA in reality, right? If we're being
Right.
honest with ourselves. I mean, that stuff happens every single year now with NIL the way it is. So So
My thing with Dante is I would actually say, Ryan,
Mhm.
if NIL wasn't a thing, I could actually see Dante still ending up at UCLA. He never would have gone to Oregon. Just because his dad would have always been looking for a handout. Right?
Sure.
And UCLA or someone, Texas A&M, would have still given him under the table money. That
I
would
mean,
have got
Oregon would
Dante
too,
there.
though. Oregon would too, though.
I don't know that he wanted to go to Oregon.
Sure. Well, no, I get that part, but I'm
That's
just saying for the money side of
right.
things,
But
yeah, right.
what I'm saying is Oregon's not a place I don't think Dante necessarily ultimately went. He liked Kenny Dillingham a lot. That's the only
Yeah.
reason he went to Oregon. But yeah, I could see something like that. Yeah,
Sure.
I could see something like that. But to your point, like kids like that, they were always looking for money. But would it have been UCLA or would it have been some other team like A&M, LSU that would have done something under the table?
Right.
That would be
Exactly.
the question.
Yeah.
With a kid like him, and it's not because of who was running that recruitment, in my opinion.
Yeah. Shaquille Oatmeal, thank you for the super chat. Hi all. What is the best drink to avoid cramps? Gatorade or Powerade? Asking for a friend, as always. Love the content. All love for you guys from Spain.
I am so telling Vince that you posted this in this one. Gatorade, in my opinion,
Yeah, I
is
think Gatorade too.
the best.
It's got that high level of electrolytes, man. Yeah. I'll let Vince know. I'll call him real quick. Give me 1 sec. Raymond Harton with a super chat. What's up, Raymond? Says, just want to keep Irish for life in our prayers. He has been struggling lately. Thank you and go Irish.
And he actually has something that we'll bring up at the end. I have one of his prayer requests at the end that we'll bring up. So
sounds good.
Oops,
sorry.
We already had that one. I pulled up the wrong one.
This was from Domer Grizz. Says, happy Friday. YouTube as well. Who are other players over the years where talents were wasted by the coaching staff the way Jalen Smiths were and Chris Tyrese had been?
Oh man, we could literally do a whole show on that. I mean, I'll just Mo Stovall's one for me that I'll always look back and be like, dude, if he could have played 4 years under Charlie Weiss, like what his numbers could have looked like. Because they like the strength, it was the strength program. They got him too big and stiff. Like he lost some of his explosiveness. And yeah, Mo Stovall is definitely one that I look at and be like, man, I would have loved to see what Jarius Jackson could have done on a Lou Holtz team his entire career as opposed to Bob Davie. That's another one. And I'm going to tell you right now, here's a guy that I think would have been a stud in college if he was playing for Lou Holtz. Carlisle Holiday.
Yeah.
Would have been an absolute dude running Lou Holtz's offense.
I agree.
Like, I don't mean any disrespect to Ron Paulus, because Ron Paulus could have been a good college quarterback in a different system. He was not meant for Notre Dame. But if you could flip their tenures, like when they were at Notre Dame, and if Carlisle Holiday, he might have extended Lou Holtz's tenure at Notre Dame, in my opinion. If Carlisle Holiday was there in 94, 95, and 96, I think that team would have looked a lot different. I loved that kid coming out of San Antonio, man. He was so good. But they never really built around, like he was Tony Rice. That's who Carlisle Holiday, big arm, not super accurate, dynamic runner. Like Carlisle and Lou Holtz's offense, Ryan, would have been so good.
I loved Carlisle Holiday.
Good.
That's the reason I got it. My first jersey was a number 7 jersey because of Carlisle Holiday, actually.
He would have been so good in that offense, man. He was a guy that I thought got wasted a little bit.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Phil Dracovic.
A lot of players on the 2005 team, like Brady Quinn, was wasted for 2 years. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. I mean, there were pick a receiver in the last 10 years. I mean, a lot of guys like that. Anybody on a Brian Van Gorder coach team, Cole Luke is one that comes to mind. The longer he played for Brian Van Gorder, the worse he got.
He was going to be a stud, man.
He was so good in 2014, but the longer he played under Van Gorder, the worse he got. I mean, there's a lot of guys like Max Redfield. I mean, there's a lot of guys I could look at and say, if he would have played for, Mike Elko And like if Mike Elko would have got hired, what Brian Kelly should have done is he should have got rid of Brian Van Gorder after 2014. I mean, the writing was on the wall, Ryan. They gave up 29 points a game. It was a mess with a bunch of future NFL players. Yeah. It was like, guys, this is not going to work. Like, you can use all the injuries excuses in the world. I don't care who you had injured. You shouldn't have lost Northwestern at home. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have. He should have been gone after 2014. And let's just say they would have hired Mike Elko at the time, who I believe was actually still at Wake Forest at the time, if I remember correctly. He had just come, 14 was his first year at Wake Forest. He was at Bowling Green the 4 years before that. Let's just say hypothetically Mike Elko comes over. Or you'd have got like a Dave Aranda, somebody like that, right? Just like a really good defensive coordinator. Could you imagine what that D-line in 2015 would have done with Sheldon Day and Romeo Okwara and Jerron Jones if he would have been healthy? But even without him, Isaac Rochelle, Jerry Tillery, Andrew Trombetti was one of the most wasted players at Notre Dame on the D-line ever.
I thought he was
Remember how good he was as a freshman in 2014? He was
I remember him as a high schooler, and then he played in, I forget if it was the Under Armour game or was the U.S. Army game, but like he dominated all week in practice, man. He was really good.
And he was really good as a freshman in Notre Dame, and they just wasted him after that. Andrew Trombetti could have been a really good football player under a real defensive coordinator. Like he would have been like rotating with Romeo in 2015. They'd have been a dynamic punch, 1-2 punch, and then Romeo leaves after 2015, and Andrew steps in 2016 under Elko and goes off playing that Viper position. Like, man, that would have been fun to watch. So pick a defensive player on the 25th. Niles Morgan is another guy that I would throw into that conversation that was wasted. Pick any defensive player from 2014 to 2016, and I'll say that guy got wasted by the coaching staff at Notre Dame. That's what I'll say. So very just hope we're past all that. I hope we'll see.
We had Robert Matichek. I've nailed that name now, by the way. I've actually nailed it. Mailbag, over under 1.5 personally sustained minor injuries while over celebrating Saturday. I had multiple air punches, muscle pulls versus Navy, and foresee even more opportunities tomorrow. Have a great one.
Well, so for you, I'm going to go over. For me, I'm going to go under because I'm in the press box on Saturday, so I have to be calm and normal. But for you, Robert, I'm going to go over because I think we're going to see some big plays on Saturday.
I'll say over for Vince, under for me. So
Vince is going to be in the press box too.
Yeah.
So
he's got to be calm, cool.
He's got to be calm. Oh, you know what? Here's one. So I'm guaranteed if Notre Dame dominates, like just really looks really good on Saturday.
Yeah.
I will suffer at least one minor injury because that knucklehead always punches me in the leg when he gets really excited.
Yes.
Like, dude. But yeah, so I'll get one, but I'm going to still go under on that one because that'll be the only one that I suffer. But yes, if Notre Dame looks good, I'll have at least one injury. And then that might lead to an injury for Vince later, but it won't be during the game.
Yes. Mine will definitely be an under because I will not be punching things. So yes. I'll be good.
Yes. Here's a really good question from Chief Brody. Ryan.
Chief said, did the recruiting from the 2012 run set up the success in 2015? If so, maybe the 2020 run for Notre Dame has set up a 2023 run.
It played a big role. I mean, if you look at that class, that 2013 class, so the 2012 year led to the 2013 class. Corey Robinson, Will Fuller, Durham Smythe, Torian Folston, Malik Zaire, Steve Elmer, Mike McGlinchey, Jalen Smith, Isaac Rochelle, Cole Luke, Max Redfield, James Onwualu. That's a lot of guys that played on those teams, right? Like that was really, really good. And then 2014, you go out there and the overall class wasn't as good, but where they did have success that year, they had really good success. You know, you got Malik Zaire and Deshaun Kaiser in back-to-back years. The 2014 class got you Alex Bars, Quentin Nelson, and Sam Mustapher. Quentin was the only one that started on that 2015 team, right? But you still got players that really helped you. Drew Tranquil, Nick Watkins, guys eventually, you know, were backups on some of those teams. But it certainly played a big role given them that over-the-top talent, right? Like there were still a lot of pre-2012 guys on the 2015 team, recruits, but like Sheldon Day was one. But you look at the 13 class and what they added, then there's a lot of impact players. And does Notre Dame keep Jalen Smith in the class if they're 9-3 or 8-4 again, like they'd been in the past? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That would have been tough. Would they have been able to keep, Max Redfield in the class or landed him in January if the team was 8-5 again, like they had been? I don't think so. And to the second part of the question, could the 2020 run impact? I think less so of that, because if you look at the 2020 run, the first class from that, I don't know if a lot of the guys that Notre Dame got from that were because of that run. I don't think they got Audric Estime late because they went to the playoff. They flipped them from Michigan State. He was going to come to Notre Dame. They didn't get Blake Fisher because of that run. He was going to come to Notre Dame no matter what. They didn't get Joe Alt because of that run. Rocco Spindler committed before they really got rolling that year. He committed in August. So a lot of their top, Gabriel Rubio had been committed for over a year. Jason Onye committed before that. I don't know that run really had an impact. Deion Colsey, Lorenzo Styles had been committed to Notre Dame for a while. Deion recommitted Notre Dame. They got Jaden Thomas late, but I don't think they got him because of that run. I think if Notre Dame wins, you're going to see a lot of it's going to be because of guys that have been added since Marcus Freeman has gotten here. Transfers and then the younger classes. If Notre Dame wins a title in 23 this year, it's going to be a lot because of the 22 class and the transfers, more so than look at that 21. Now, 21 will play a very important role, Ryan. You've got Joe Alt and Blake Fisher. Exactly. But my point is, you didn't get those guys because of the 2020 run. They were already there. They were going to come to Notre Dame. You didn't beat out big-time schools like you did with Jalen Smith and Max Redfield and some of those big-time recruits from the 2013 class. That's
if Joe Alt didn't go to Notre Dame, where would he have went? Iowa or
probably
Minnesota?
Iowa or Wisconsin. Yeah. One of those. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, I don't know that run had the same impact as this one, especially since there was a coaching change.
Sure.
And so, I think titles at Notre Dame will be a lot because of the 22 to 24 classes and then some transfers. Because again, you guys, you take Sam Hartman off this football team and we're having a completely different outlook about their results for the season. Let's just be honest about that. 10-2, baby. Let's do it. Come on. You know what I mean? There's tons of talent in a lot of places, but the drop off a quarterback would be enormous. You'd still have Drew Pine and Tyler Buckner, and you'd be hoping, oh, please, Tyler, stay healthy. Please, Tyler, stay healthy. Please, Tyler, stay healthy, and stop throwing pick sixes. You'd hope that he was developed. You'd hope that he had developed the way that you want to, but it'd still be a big question mark, right, Ryan? That's the thing is I'm still very high on Tyler's talent, but he's lost too much development time and had too many injuries at this point in time. It just
his window's shrinking of success right now.
Yeah, and it would have been that way even if he stayed at Notre Dame, I believe. And then he could have looked at $1 million against Navy and $1 million against Marshall and $1 million against Tennessee State, and then got hurt in the first quarter against Central Michigan. And you're back to where you were a year ago, quarterback. So the transfer portal will have a big, big impact on that, in my opinion.
I agree. We had another one from John A1 that says, now that you've had a chance to see both at practice, who is more physically gifted, Brendan Vernon or Tyson Ford?
I'd probably still give a slight edge to Tyson Ford because athletic.
It's a conversation, though.
It's a very good I think you could look at Brennan is a little bit more powerful. Tyson's a little bit twitchier. They're very similar. Physically.
I'd say Brennan's. I would coin Brennan after seeing him in person. I think he's very smooth. I wouldn't necessarily say maybe crazy twitchy though, super explosive, but he's just really smooth, man.
I thought I said Ford was the twitchy one. Did I?
You said You said Ford was the twitchy one.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Correct. I was saying that I wouldn't say Brendan Vernon was necessarily twitchy. I would call him smooth.
Gotcha.
Not as twitchy.
I'm sorry. You're building on the conversation, not pushing back on. I got you. I thought that maybe I said it wrong.
You know who Brendan Vernon kind of reminds me of physically is a little bit of Joey Bosa as far as Joey wasn't twitched up. Joey was just long and super smooth, man. That's what he was. Brendan kind of gives me those vibes. Powerful, smooth, long. That's kind of where I see with Brendan.
A little unorthodox looking. His
Yes.
movements are a little unorthodox.
A
Joey Bosa
little
was
like awkward looking a little
yeah,
bit,
like
like high-legged.
Nick was
Yeah.
real like smooth and explosive. Joey was
Yes.
kind of awkward looking even a little bit, but then you're like, okay,
Yeah.
he just dominated. But like when he would run, he would like
Yeah.
move kind of funny, right? He
Yeah.
wasn't as
He's got a
clean of
weird
an
gait.
athlete as Nick
Got a
was.
weird gait. Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
agree.
a great
I
way of
agree.
putting it. Yes.
Yeah.
Great way of putting it.
Yeah, he's just like high-legged, so like everything kind
Yep.
of looks like he's like a mad stork type of thing, like he kind of has that vibe to him.
Yep.
So
Agree.
we had another one from John A1. It says, which Notre Dame unit will be consistently stronger in 2023, offense or defense?
My hope is the same as what I think. I think it will be the defense, and I hope it will be the defense.
Yeah. I think consistency is the key word there, John. I think consistently it'll be defense. I think the higher peaks will be the offense, though. So I think the upside's a little bit higher, but I think that defense just has a little bit more experience at a lot of different
Yep.
spots. So I would say you would tweak
Agree.
consistency on there.
Agree.
It's a really
It's
good
kind of
question, there, John.
similar type of question.
John always comes with the great questions. John says, based on what you've seen so far, which players would you say is in Notre Dame's most effective personnel, which has been Notre Dame's most effective personnel grouping?
I mean, during practice, I would have said 11. During the first game, I'd have said 12. I mean, it just
Yeah, it looked good in 12.
I don't know that I could say that there's a different one. And the reason I don't even think I would answer the question anyways, because I don't think one personnel grouping is not going to be as effective without the balance of the others, in my opinion. But it's different. Practice 11 looked the best, and game 12 looked really good. 11 was good, but 12 looked really good. Just they used it a lot more as well.
Yeah.
So that's part of it.
They came out and they ran a lot of 12 man. I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Which is, I think it works so well early that they're just like,
Yeah.
let's keep riding it. I mean, that's what it really came down. Let's make Navy stop it.
Yes.
And they couldn't. I would not be surprised if you were to sit down with Jared Parker and Gino Gaduli and some of those coaches and be like, well, so was this your plan all along? Or like, actually, our plan was to do this, this, and this also. But they just couldn't stop our inside zone and our duo. So we just kept running it. And those were the looks that we had practiced out of it all week, was that 12 personnel stuff. I think they had some outside stuff planned too, Ryan, that they just never needed to get to because Navy could not stop what they were already doing. And that to me is good coaching. Don't go to this is what
exactly.
I like Tom Reese more than most, personally and as a potential coordinator. But one of the frustrating things for him, and this is something he got from Brian Kelly, is he would just run stuff to get it all out there. And it was kind of like they would run like a play twice in a series and it would work great. And we'd like never see it again. And you're like, that's what I liked about Chip Long. Chip Long was like, dude, if you can't stop this, I'm not going to run anything else until you stop that. You know what I mean? Like, if you've yet to stop inside zone, why would I stop running inside zone? Like,
exactly.
I mean, you'd see that in 2017 and even to a degree in 2018, in 2019. It's like, look, they have yet to stop G scheme. So we're just going to keep running G scheme until they stop it. And we'll have, I mean, that's a little bit simplified. I mean, they'd still run other stuff, but like they would keep going to this base run or these base runs until you stopped it. And whereas Notre Dame would kind of stop themselves the past few years, like they would run stuff and it would work. And then they would like take themselves out of it. Right. It's like, well, what did you do that for? Like, I remember the 2012 or 2011 season where Notre Dame's just dominating Florida State in the bowl game. I mean, that defensive line was eating Florida State up in the bowl game in 2011. In the second half, they just went away from it for no reason of anything Florida State had done. They just went away from it and let Florida State get back. We saw that so much under Brian Kelly, and that's a coach that's scheme driven. And it's like, well, this is what we practice, and we got to get to this call and this call and this call. It's like, no, you don't. If they can't stop that, you don't need to go away from it. I mean, you mix other things in, but just until they stop duo and inside zone, just keep running duo and inside zone. Yeah. Like, you have stuff queued up in that game, but and that's what I loved about the Clemson game last year, Ryan, is that was one of the few times Tommy Reese just kept stuck to what they were doing because Clemson didn't have any answers. Just kept running it.
All game.
But we didn't see that enough, in my opinion. And I think that's also partly because of the experience he got with Brian Kelly. I think being with Nick Saban, I have a feeling we're going to see him kind of be like, hey, dude, why are we going away from this? This was working. Right. Why'd we go away from it? Well, we did. No. Till they stop that, keep running that.
Yes.
That's something Nick Saban will say that Brian Kelly would have never dreamed of saying during his tenure.
Well,
And say, have we gotten to such and such yet?
That's the crutch of coaching sometimes, man, is like guys get like so driven on, I need to do this, this, and this. It's like adjustments is what makes a great coach, right? Like feel is what makes a great coach. If something's working, steer into it, man. Like don't just avoid it. I mean, and again, I'm not saying this about Tommy necessarily. I'm saying
Because
this
to
about a
me, it was
lot
a
of
Brian Kelly
coaches.
thing. Because
Right.
Mike Denbrock had that problem, Chuck Martin had that problem. Because I think that was because Brian Kelly always had his hands in the cookie jar when it came to the offense.
Sure. I think a lot of coaches have that problem, though, for the most part. Like it's not an every coach thing, but there's a lot of coaches that I think are just so driven off of meticulous, right? Especially offensive coordinators. They're like, here's my script. I need to stick to my script. I can't go away from my script. I need to hit these areas. And I also think analytics has kind of driven some coaches to that area as well. It's like, I need to run this type of play 37% of the time today because they've shown that they can't stop it until the day that they can stop it is the day that you're playing them and you don't have an adjustment off of it. So I think coaches can be their worst enemy sometimes, man, and just be like, dude, you don't have to be perfect all the time. It doesn't always have to be the perfect play, right? Like sometimes the perfect play can also still work. I mean, yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Frustrating.
All right. Let's get down to, I want to get down to a good one here, Ryan.
Okay.
And go to, let's get down to, let's see. All right. I'm trying to get, here we go. Okay. Here's a good one, Ryan.
Okay. And the next question we have is from Mark Avalone. Thank you so much, Mark. So thoughts on Deuce Knight, not stellar performance with high-level competition at Lipscomb. Mark, I think that there's a lot of context that needs to go to this conversation, right? So for people that don't know Deuce Knight, he was at George County High School in Lucedale, Mississippi. He transferred to Lipscomb Academy in the state of Tennessee, but he did so very late in the process, like right before the season started, right? So only a couple weeks beforehand, he makes the move to Lipscomb Academy. So there's some adjustment period that needs to happen with Deuce just in general, as far as getting used to the offense, getting used to the players around him, how the coaches call a game, like all those things, those little nuances of football, I think are one that needs to be kind of taken into account. But I will say this, I watched the Lipscomb Academy game against IMG Academy the first week. I thought Deuce played really well, man. That game would have gotten a lot uglier if it was a different quarterback because he made some magic happen. I mean, he ended up being like 25 of 37 for 230 something yards, a touchdown. But for me, like if you watch that game, he broke a ton of tackles. He kept the game extended as a passer and as a runner. I thought he actually played really well against IMG. Not as good in the second week, but he also threw the game-winning touchdown that would have tied the game, but then they missed the extra point. So I think Deuce has actually played pretty well for the most part. I would just say it's like most things. Let's give it a couple weeks more of him getting really acclimated to the surroundings, to the schedule, to the facility, like everything that goes involved in being a good football player. But I think I wouldn't hyper focus on that. I actually think Deuce has been mostly very good in the first 2 weeks. There's been some ups and downs, of course, but especially in that first week, I thought he played really, really well against IMG for what he was kind of thrown into there. So great question though, man. Really appreciate it as always, Mark. Let's go to the next question. Looks like we have Pete Weber. What's up, Pete? Says, Mailbag. What does a typical Notre Dame game day schedule look like for you on a day where you're working? So I'm actually going to come back to that one. I didn't read it before I started, but I want Brian to answer that because he more covers the games. Actually, he's coming back now. So I will get this question up actually, and then we'll take it from here as Brian comes back. So Pete Weber again, Mailbag. What does a typical Notre Dame game day schedule look like for you on a day where you are working, Brian?
Depends on if it's a day game or a night game.
Sure.
Tomorrow, for example, I'll get up kind of early, and first thing I do, Ryan, is just Saturday mornings are one of those few days I get to relax and just kind of chill. Maybe take my wife out to breakfast, something, And then I'll, make sure, because I'll have stories already published, set to publish from the night before. I'll have edited everything, got all that set up. Podcast will be up. All that stuff will be ready to rock and roll. And then what I'll do is I'll get a couple like kind of game day articles ready and, what to look for and some things like that. Then we'll probably leave for the stadium probably around 11:30, 12 from the house. Takes about 20 minutes to get there. Plus, we'll have traffic, and Notre Dame has the weirdest like things that they do for traffic. Like I feel like they create problems, or I shouldn't say Notre Dame. South Bend police do things that I think create problems as opposed to like fixing them or staying ahead of them.
Leaving a game is terrible every single time.
Yeah,
It's awful. Getting in
yeah,
isn't as bad. Getting out
yeah.
stinks, man.
They
It
just do
stinks
some
of
really
ice.
dumb stuff, in my opinion, but it is what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
So we'll get there, and then what I'll normally do is once I'm there, I kind of head to the stadium and go upstairs and get set. I'll watch a little college football, grab a little snack, and then start prepping for the game. Get my cards ready, get my station ready, get on the message board, make sure I get the live chat going, check for any injury updates, when the team comes out to do stretch, see if there's anybody missing, see if anybody's got a boot on their leg, anything like that. And then, I'll just kind of just relax and get ready for the game, watch pregame, see what I see in pregame, just kind of get a feel, if I can get any kind of feel for the energy level, kind of like I did as a coach. You don't read too much into, this quarterback is released. I remember one game, I'm trying to remember who it was, but I can't remember if it was Jack Cohen, if it was a year where it might have been Ian Book, and Ian Book was crap during pregame. I mean, Ryan, he was missing like 3-4 routes on air, just not even close. And I'm thinking, uh-oh. And I don't remember which game it was, but I just remember like thinking he needs to suck like that in pregame more often, because he just went out in that game and just ripped it up. I mean, he was great in that
He got
particular
his
game.
bad throws out of the way.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, that's not what I'd have thought. Usually you kind of, as a coach, you start getting, and I remember one game, like just watching the special teams coach was just in the kicker's ear, just yep. And I'm like, this is not going to go good. I think the guy missed like 2 kicks in that game. Just like, dude, leave him alone. So you look for some little stuff like that, but some of the stuff you just can't read into. Like I said, the example of the Ian Book where he just was awful in pregame, awful. Might have even thrown a pick. I mean, it was so bad. It was like one of the worst pregames I've ever seen. But he was so good when the game, like you made it. He got all his mistakes out in pregame, and he was really good when the game started. I can't even remember which game it was. I think it was 2019. I think is when it was, but it was just like, okay, yeah. I'll take it. I'll certainly take it. But yeah, I mean, I try to stay kind of relaxed on game day, just make sure I've got my schedule and stay on schedule. Now, night games are a little different. If we're tailgating, which we will for the Ohio State game, for example, I mean, we're at the stadium like around noon, 2:00 at the latest, and I'm just hanging out talking to people the whole time. And then I'll go start my game day routine. That's a little different because I usually get up to the stadium a little bit later when we're having a tailgate than I normally do, because my plan is always to, once the players are out, I'm in the stadium. But then me, Ryan, I get to talking and I realize, oh crap, the game starts in 30 minutes and I got to hustle into the press box. So hopefully I'll be a little bit better about that this year. And we'll see. I'm not betting on me me being better about that.
As long as you get to the end result, buddy, you're good.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Did you already answer this or?
I didn't know if they wanted my, because you're doing it in person, obviously, at the stadium and everything.
It'd be kind of interesting what yours is like, since you're, since you aren't at the stadium.
Sure. I mean, on most days, I mean, it also depends if it's a home or away game, because I might be checking in with some recruits to seeing how everything's going so far in the morning, depending on if it's a home game or not. I mean, that's kind of the first and foremost. I pretty much go through like the beginning of my day being dad until about, depending on when the game is, a couple hours beforehand. And then we get into the cycle and make sure that I am watching the game. Obviously, I'm comfortable, and then go on the message board, make sure all you hooligans are relaxed and behaving yourselves on there, and then kind of monitor throughout the rest of the game. And then depending on where I have to do the post-game show, I'll make sure that I get there. Like last week, I had to leave the Navy game with like 5 minutes left in order to drive over to make sure I was set up for the post-game show. So it's kind of my process.
Here's an interesting question kind of about that. Pete Weber says, can you write about things you see in pregame in real time, like on Twitter, or is it frowned upon? It's not frowned upon. I can write about whatever I want to write about. I just choose usually not to. Every now and then I'll say, hey, so-and-so, like the only thing I'll really say about pregame is like, hey, so-and-so was working with the ones during pregame. Because if there was a question mark about, hey, we're not sure who's JD Bertrand's out for the Navy game last year. Okay, Ryan, you're there. See who's working with the ones during pregame. Okay, JD wasn't out there. Jack Kaiser was working, whatever. I think it was like the North Carolina game I was at last year, where JD was suspended for the first half because of the targeting from the previous game. So pregame, I'm like, okay, who's a Mike? All right, who's lined up a Mike? And it was Jack Kaiser. And so you're like, okay, I don't even know if I did. I may have commented on that. Yeah, I don't, I used to like kind of comment on that stuff, but like the problem is people would take it wrong. Yeah. Hey, so-and-so just threw 2 sweet passes. And then of course it turns into that's why he should be starting. And it's just like, okay, was not my intention. I just was telling you what I observed. Or what are you trying to say? Like, you think he should be starting? I'm like, oh, I just literally just said he threw 2 nice passes in a row. I don't know why you're turning this into something it's not. So I just was like, it's not worth it. And the other thing too is I don't comment on Twitter during games anymore. Yeah. I have found that there's a lot of people that just like information for free and they think they're entitled to information for free.
Yeah.
And Twitter, we don't monetize Twitter. We don't make any money off of Twitter. And so I make money off of this, the podcast, and the message board, and the website. So we'll keep all of our analysis of the game into those platforms. And if you don't want that, that's up to you. But that's where my content's going to be.
Pete, Twitter was so 3 weeks ago, sir. Like, can we just get over this at this point? It's X, man.
No, it's Twitter. I'm not calling it X. Not happening. That's my thing.
Caleb Calvert says, who is one freshman you're most excited about seeing play in the 3rd or 4th quarter?
I think we answered that yesterday, and we've talked about them, Ryan. For me, it was I want to see Braylon James on offense. I want to see him run a couple deep routes. I want to see, of the freshmen, I want to see the defensive linemen and the linebackers. I'm really looking forward to seeing Drake Bowen and Jaden Osbury and the defensive linemen. Vernon, Mookum, Bubakar, Devin Houston. I'll see all of them.
Yeah. Mookum's my guy, man. I want to see Armand Mookum because he is a completely different body type than what he was as a senior, man. Yeah. He's now 6'3", 280 pounds. Like, he's a big old boy now, right? I want to see Armand Mookum. I would like to see Braylon James as well. I would love to see Drake Bowen. And, I mean, honestly, I would like to see all 3 linebackers if you get them in the football game. I would also like to see a couple of those young safeties as well. Like, if you get Ben Minnick or Adon Schuler in the game in the 3rd and 4th quarter, just see what it looks like. Like, I mean, Adon Schuler strikes me as one of those kids that's like just going to be a gamer. You know, it's like he's just a good football player all the time. Like, that's just
never gonna like, wow, what a great practice. It just,
exactly.
But then the game, I think that's a great observation. The reason I didn't say just so people are clear, the reason I didn't say Preston Zenner's name, I don't think Preston Zenner is going to help them this year. I want him to be a redshirt guy. So seeing him against Tennessee State doesn't really mean a whole lot. I would like to see Drake and Jaden be in the rotation this year. And kind of space that. I want to see Preston spaced out a little bit from the Jalen Sneed, Nolan Ziegler, and then even the Drake Bowen in the other class. I think that would be ideal for me.
Sure.
So that's why Preston wasn't really on my radar. But we didn't see a lot from Preston in the spring. Like all camp, he looked lost, and he comes out in the spring game, looked pretty flipping good.
Yeah,
he's another one of those guys could be like that, right? He could just be like that. It's like, you just watch him and he's not as athletic as Drake, he's not as explosive as Drake. He's not as smooth as Jaden, and he's pretty big, but he just doesn't do anything for me in practice. Yeah. Then you get to the game and you look down and you're like, dude had 13 tackles. You're like, like he just strikes me as that kind of guy.
I kind of want to see Cooper Flanagan as well, just because he's so big. Like, I just want to see him on the field, like he's a 260
How
pound
funny would it be
if
they don't throw to the tight ends at all again, starters, and then they get to the backups, and like Cooper's the first guy to catch a pass at tight end this year?
Be wild, man. Wild. It's a big target though, man. So I don't blame the quarterback for looking that way. I mean, it's a big dude.
Yeah, I love this comment from Archer Ryan. He says, if a 13-10 game with 2 atrocious offenses isn't the most Big Ten way to start the season, I'm not sure what is. Spot on.
I'm just saying, man. I'm picking, like, if I was a betting man, every Minnesota game would be an underplay for me for the rest of the season, because that
for 2 reasons, Ryan. Right? How bad their offense is and how good Joe Rossi's defense is. Yes.
If you can guarantee me that Iowa's offense is near the same as last year, I would also bet them with the under almost every single game.
When Iowa and Minnesota play, I'm very curious to see what the over-under is going to be on that.
There was a game last year. I forget who it was, but it was Iowa, and it was someone where the spread was set at 32.5, and they went under 32.5. 32.5
for the over-under, not the spread of the game, just the over-under.
Combined points, 32.5 points.
Right.
Between the two.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know the difference. I'm saying is like not 32.5 point win spread, but 32.5 over under.
Over under total points. Yeah. 32.5.
They had a
and they
lot
went
of games
under.
like that, Ryan.
Oh
Like,
my gosh.
I mean, Iowa had a lot of games like that. I'm surprised they didn't have more. It
got steady though, man, because it was like 40 points, and then they're like, let's move it to 38.
Here's the combined points that we saw in Iowa games last year: 10, 17, 27, 37, 41, 15, 64. Iowa only had 10 of those. 46, 27, 34, 23, 41, and 21.
Well, it's not great, man.
No.
Hey, man,
and they won 8
points
games.
A game this year, though.
They won 8 games, Ryan.
I
8
know, man.
games. Iowa last year on offense won games by scoring 7, 27, 27, 33, 24, 24, 13, 21.
Yeah.
They lost a game giving up 10 points. They lost a game giving up 9 points last year.
Well, man, I always think back to the first game of the season against South Dakota State where they won, what was it, 10 to 10 to
They won
7 to
3 and did not score.
There was no touchdowns. No touchdowns.
2 safeties. So Vince
literally,
and I were on our
defense scored more points than their offense
Yes.
did. Well, their special teams did. I shouldn't even say offense did. But
So Vince and I were in the car that day driving to Columbus.
Yeah.
And so, like, when we heard the score, we're like, man, all Iowa got was a touchdown.
Oh.
And then when we saw, we're like, wow. Or no, what happened was they said Iowa won 7-3, and we're like, how could that be? Because earlier in the game they'd announced it was like they were losing 3-2. Like how could they have won 7-3 if they were losing 3-2?
Yeah.
It didn't even contemplate that they could have got another safety and a field goal.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen that before.
That was the ugliest offensive game I've ever seen in my life.
Won.
I wonder what the total yards of that game was. That was
Didn't South Dakota State win the national championship last year?
Oh yeah, really good team. Yeah.
So in that game, Iowa had 166 yards of offense, and North Dakota State had 120. So 286 total yards of offense in that game.
Yards per play was probably
the fact that Phil Parker is not the highest paid defensive coordinator in football is a travesty.
I bet yards per play that game was like 3 something or maybe 4. Like it had to be something terrible.
Iowa State was at 2.7. And South Dakota was at 2.1.
Oh, so now I way overestimated that one then. Yeah. I said 2 point something to start with. I should have stuck with it, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That was really bad.
Yes.
Really bad.
Nick Ratliff with a question. Do you think we see Steve Angeli take the lion's share of the second half snaps? Any chance of Minchie, or would they save him for a red shirt purposes?
Well, we had another question from Mason Plummer. He says, any chance we see Minchie? I'd imagine Angeli gets as many snaps as possible. I want to see both, but if it only comes down to I'm not taking snaps away from that I think, and like if Angeli only gets in for a series, I'm not putting in Minchie after one series because there's only maybe one series left in the game, unless it's that close. If it's like really close between those two, I want to get Minchie going because, with all due respect to Steve Angeli, I mean no disrespect here. I know a lot of people take it that way. He's just not as physically gifted as Kenny Minchie. He's just not, and I don't think it's close, to be honest with you. And so, if it's already close, then I may push Minchie, but I don't know that it's close right now. And if it's not close right now, and Steve is your clear backup, then he needs the work. I mean, he needs to run the. I want to see at least 3 series with Steve Angeli in this game, and if you can get that out of him, then okay, fine, let's get Kenny in the game then. But I think you need at least 3. I'd give him 1 with the first group, and then I'd give him 2 with the backups, and then I'd go to Kenny if there was time left. That's what I would do in this game.
That'd be cool.
But if Steve is clearly your number 2, he needs the work, in my opinion. Yeah. If it's close, though, I'm telling you, Ryan, if it's close, though, then I want to get both of them in the game. And that'll be very telling. Like if Angeli comes in there for like a series or 2, and then Minchie goes in there for a couple series, that tells me that this quarterback battle at number 2 is a lot closer.
I'd be really pumped if I could see Kenny Minchie this Saturday. I'll just leave it at that. I'd be very, very excited if I see him, because that tells me the game went really well. And we also get to see a very talented quarterback that may be the future of Notre Dame football eventually. So I'll be very happy.
Agree.
We had a mailbag from PK who says, Brian, you and Ryan consistently mention the country's top high school players. Take a look at St. Francis Baltimore 2023 schedule.
Yeah.
It might be the most difficult all time in high school history. Thoughts?
He's not wrong, Ryan. So
It's bad, right?
who St. Francis plays. They played Buford and George in their opener.
Yep.
They played Chaminade Madonna in Florida in game 2.
Who has two of the best athletes in the entire country, not even counting they have Patterson at safety as well, but they have Jeremiah Smith, they have Josiah Trader, they have the running back Davion Goss. It's a very good Chaminade Madonna team. Yes.
Who went 13-1 last year, and their only loss was at the end of the year in some sort of national game against Bishop Gorman, by the way. So beat Washington, St. John's in Washington, D.C. last year. They beat American Heritage last year. Their number 3 game coming up this weekend, they play East St. Louis, who's usually one of the best teams in Illinois, has a bunch of D1 guys on it. Yep. Then next Friday, they go to St. John Bosco. Then the next week they play at Salt Lake City West, who's a pretty good team in Utah. Like they're like 9-3 last year. Yep. Then they're home against Mater Dei. Correct. The Santa Ana Mater Dei. Then they have a road game against St. Thomas More in Oakdale, Connecticut. It's a prep school.
Which is a good team. They have a bunch of good football players on that team. Yeah.
Mount Zion Prep Academy, which I'm not overly familiar with. Yeah. National Christian Academy in Maryland. And then they end the season at IMG. So in one season, they've got to play IMG, Mater Dei, St. John Bosco, Buford, Chaminade Madonna, and East St. Louis in one season.
Sucks.
That's
why did they do that to those kids?
That's brutal. Insane. That is brutal.
St. John Bosco looks good, by the way.
Yes,
I mean, should be really shocked that the national state champions should look really good, but like
they lost a lot of players though. I mean, they lost some dudes, but that number 27 at linebacker for old St. John Bosco's.
They got some guys.
Pretty darn good so far.
Yeah, they got some guys. They got some dudes.
That's one heck of a high school linebacking group right there, Ryan.
House and Lockhart. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kingston is a backup for the team, so like crazy.
Stop.
David M. Thoughts on Jalen Milroe winning the Alabama job and how that impacts Tyler's future?
I mean, Jalen Milroe is their starting quarterback for Middle Tennessee. I'll say whoever won the starting quarterback job, I don't think that they're like entrenched as the starting quarterback from all sounds of it. What does it mean for Tyler's future? I mean, I don't know that it means anything for Tyler's future right now. I think the only future it impacts is the one for tomorrow. But what if Jalen Milroe doesn't play well? What if he gets hurt? Right. Do they go to Ty Simpson? Do they go to Tyler Buckner? Do they go to Dylan Lonergan? I don't know the answer to that. All that I can say is this is exactly why Tyler should never go on to Bama. Ryan, in order for that to work in the locker room, he would have had to be head and shoulders above the other quarterbacks. Yeah. And I don't know that he was able to do that in just a fall camp. Like if you wanted to go to Bama, you should have gone to Bama in January. Now, kudos to Tyler for wanting to stay and compete for the starting job. I'm not hammering him for that. But the only chance you're going to have at Bama was to go sooner, in my opinion. I never liked this decision to begin with. I wanted it to go well, but I never thought it was smart. He should have gone to Stanford. He should have gone somewhere like that. I mean, you've mentioned a couple schools that would have made sense. I mean, those are those are the kind of places he should have looked at. That one never made sense to me. Just never did. And, especially now that Bama's looking to get back to being more of a, I think, a little bit more like they used to be, not so much just when has Bama ever been like a read zone, power read, quarterback run type of team? I mean, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that's
right.
About it. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Tua would scramble, but they weren't doing a ton of that. So, I mean,
he wasn't a design quarterback.
Yeah, he'd pull the occasional read zone if they overplayed the backside, but they weren't like running with him a million times.
I guess Blake Sims would do some of that stuff, right? When he was the quarterback.
Yeah, you had to. Yeah. I mean, and that's why they kind of moved on. They wanted to move on from Blake. And, but it's just not really who Bama is, in my opinion. So I hope it works out well for the kid, but you didn't get your degree from Notre Dame. That was a mistake to go to Bama. Like if you'd have done that and gone to Stanford, you still got 2 years or whatever left of time left. I mean, maybe Stanford wasn't an option. Maybe they don't take undergrad transfers. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe that wasn't something you could have done, but I have to think of taking classes at Notre Dame, and Tyler took real classes at Notre Dame. I mean, Tyler was a good student. I'd be shocked if Stanford couldn't have got him in, but I mean, there's a whole lot of better options that they could have had than he could have had than going there. in my opinion.
All I'll say is I don't think this is the last time we're going to be talking about the quarterback position at Alabama this year as far as controversy. So we shall
agree.
see.
Or an who's the starter now conversation.
Exactly.
So to that point, Ryan, if you're Tyler Buchner, bro, keep working.
Yeah.
Keep working. Nothing you can do about the decision you made now. Keep grinding. Your time is going to come. And when it comes, go make the most of it. Because I also don't feel Tyler Buchner's the greatest practice player. That was the other issue when you're in this kind of battle. You're not a great practice player. You're a guy that needs to, not have a red jersey. Tyler Buchner's never looked good when he has a red jersey on, unless the team he plays for just happens to be red. I mean, you know what I mean, Ryan? Like, he's a guy that needs to be able to run around and scramble and make plays off script and throw the ball when somebody's right in his face like he did against South Carolina. Right. That's who Tyler Buchner is. You can't simulate that in practice to get the best out of him. And that's just another reason it just didn't make any sense for me that he went there.
Agree. We had Kevin Marsalek, who says, after now seeing the week 0 and week 1 games, we haven't seen all the week 1 games yet, but which teams that struggled do you expect the biggest turnaround for the remainder of the season?
That's a good one.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nebraska ends up being a tough team and goes like 7-5. I mean, like maybe, I don't know.
But I don't know if I would call their loss a turnaround. I mean, I think that what they did last night would symbolize a tough 7-5 team. They went on the road against a team that won 9 games last year and took them down to the wire. I mean, that's evidence of a team, like you said, Ryan, that went 7-5.
Yeah.
Navy, honestly, that might be one. I don't think Navy's going to be as bad as they were in the first game. First of all, Navy's hasn't been great the last couple years in openers. I mean, they lost to Delaware last year, lost to Memphis in week 2, got blown out by Marshall 49-7 in 2021. So it's been a few years since they've really been good at an opener. Lost to BYU 55-3. Yeah. So maybe Navy. But like you and I said last night, I don't know that there were any surprising games last night, right? I mean, I think Arizona State's going to be better than what they showed last night in the second half. Would you say that's fair?
That's fair.
I don't expect USC to be as sloppy as they were in the opener all year. I mean, they're going to be better. A lot of these teams had typical game 1 issues. Like what Notre Dame did against Navy was not the norm for openers for Notre Dame or anybody, right? I mean, you usually don't just come out in game 1 and you're just clicking. You just usually don't see that. We've seen that a couple times from Notre Dame. Michigan 2018, Temple 2017. I mean, we've seen it a couple times. Navy 2010, but you just don't see that very often. I'm trying to think of another team, Ryan, that might fit that bill from what we've seen so far. And like you said, there's a lot of games to watch.
A lot of games. I think, Kevin, I think this would be a really good question to bring back up on like Tuesday, right?
After we get to watch tomorrow's games.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. Just Arizona State second half will be the best that I can come up with.
Yeah.
Just because of the weirdness of that whole thing.
That was very strange. Very strange. Mm-hmm. Kyle Wade with the question. He says, we're all Notre Dame fans first, but are there other teams you actively root for active FBS level? I got Kansas State, Iowa, or Indiana, and Virginia Tech. I wouldn't say root for, but I'm a local guy, so it'd be nice if Rutgers was good again. Like when Shiano's first tenure, I don't think it's ever going to happen in the Big Ten, but that would be nice. But I wouldn't say actively root for it now.
I tend to root for coaches that I like or storylines. Right?
I take that back. Utah's the team that I always kind of gently root for.
That's a good one because you always talk about Whittingham. I'm really kind of rooting for Washington to do well, just because I really like Kalen DeBoer, and I think the Michael Penix story is a good one. It'll be stuff like that. I actually kind of like Steve Sarkisian, to be honest with you. I don't know why. It's partly because I love his offense, and partly because, from everything I'm told, he went through a very dark time in his life, and it cost him, and he's built himself back up, and by all accounts, he's turned his life around. I root for guys like that. That's very American to me. People that just are down on their luck or whatever, and just battle back, and have to face their demons. And I hope that he does well. Although he's never been a great head coach, right? I mean, he's more of a great offensive coordinator than head coach.
He's a great offensive mind.
Yeah, Mike Elko. I root for Duke because I'm a big Mike Elko fan. I mean, that's one. I'm more like that. There's no school that I would ever root for just because I root for so-and-so every year. Whenever I would root for other schools, Ryan, it'd be more so like other sports. Like I grew up really liking Florida State baseball when I was a kid. I was a Michigan basketball fan as a kid. I hated Michigan's football team, but I loved their basketball program when I was a kid. Glenn Rice and that championship team, Lloyd Vaught, Terry Mills, Romeo Robinson, and the Fab Five. So it was more of that when I was a kid. But like now, it's like, I like storylines, and there's coaches that I respect that I want to do well. I have a lot of respect for Clark Lee as a human being. I mean, he and I have a lot of differences of opinion on politics and other type of things, but he's a really good, decent man who I want to see I like good people to be successful in this business. And I think Clark Lee's a good person. I think Mike Elko is a good man, and I want to see him be successful. So that's more of what I root for, Ryan. If there's a really cool storyline with a player, hey, this quarterback missed 2 full years because of this traumatic thing that happened to him, and he's now battling back. I'd love to see that kid be successful. Like things like that are more what I root for, as opposed to like another school, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
It's like if Mike Elko moves to another school next year, I'm not rooting for Duke anymore. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from.
It's very fair.
No, let's go down to this one. Here we go.
Archer 452. What's up, Archer? Mike Norvell had a picture of him with cornrows. Oh no, during his college football playing days surfaced a few years ago. What embarrassing picture from your youth would you most not want resurfacing?
I mean, there's some pictures of a child that if they resurfaced, I'd be like, dude, that's like, inappropriate because it was a child. But like when I was older, I wore my mom made me a homemade Superman costume for Halloween, and I wore that sucker for years, and I would not just wear it on Halloween. Let's just leave it at that. That was not a Halloween outfit only for me. So you'd be like, dude, is that June? And you've got the Superman costume on? That'd probably be about the only ones. I don't know that there'd be anything that would be like there's nothing ever like that. Like if you saw a picture of me as a freshman in college, you'd say like, dude, you had earrings in, you're so lame. Like like that's about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I tried to dye my hair blonde as a senior in high school for our senior trip, and it turned red, like orange red, like a redhead red. It's not embarrassing. That's just not attractive. So not really. Not that I know of anyway.
Oh man. I didn't really have like any crazy hairstyles. Like I've pretty much had the same hairstyle my entire life. Like I didn't really trend away. I mean, I had earrings too, but like I didn't think that was embarrassing. The only thing I can think of is like I remember when I was in like first grade, maybe second grade. I remember like I was a really chubby, fat little kid, right? And I remember the first day of school. I thought I was so cool, man. I had this Digimon shirt and this vest, and I was like, dude, I am rocking this vest. And now looking back, and I'm like, you did not rock that vest. No one has ever rocked a vest in the history of the world. So yes, that was probably it. Well, and I know there's a first day of school picture there somewhere. Yeah. So yeah,
that's great. Yeah. That's great. I'm sure your mom has some. I have to talk to your dad and mom next time I talk to your dad. I'll have to ask him about getting me one of those. Getting me a copy of that action.
The vest made you look a little slimming though, Yeah. So yeah. Andrew Porter, do you think elevation played a role in the game last night for Florida?
I mean, could it have played a role to a degree? What I would say, Ryan, is the reason I would say no without being there is the things that they were doing were not elevation fatigue related things. They were lack of focus and discipline. They were false starts, dumb penalties, missed assignments. It was stuff like that. Like the special teams coordinator didn't have a lack of oxygen in his head. And that's why he didn't know they had 2 guys with number 3. That's something they should have figured out when they were doing walkthroughs back in Gainesville. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
they also jumped on him super early. Like when I think of like the elevation thing, that's usually like you wear down quickly, right? Like, and Florida didn't wear down. Florida got beat from the start to the
first play of the game of scrimmage from on offense for Utah. Exactly. Yeah. So could it have factored into where they didn't have any juice left to make a second half comeback? Maybe. Maybe. But I think they just got whooped by a superior team and a superior coach team. I just think that's what the reality is. And the transfers aren't going to have the impact for them that maybe they had hoped. I mean, there's a reason Taraja Mitchell wasn't that guy at Ohio State, right? I mean,
I couldn't believe he was on the team, man. I had no idea he was even on the team.
Right.
They've had some weird luck with linebackers recently. Sorry, like a weird note, but like even the
But
Mohamed Diabate kid that was there that went to Utah was actually a decent player, and he stunk at Florida. It's like, what the heck, man? Weird.
I'll say this too. I'm very curious to see how this impacts some of these other teams that are relying on remade offensive lines. Right? Michigan, USC, teams like that had to completely remake their offensive line with transfers. Is it going to take you a little while to get your offensive line going?
Yeah.
Especially if you play a better opponent. Fortunately for USC, they don't play anybody worth a darn until Notre Dame, really.
Man, you're telling me San Jose State and Nevada isn't a tough start to the year?
Stanford, Arizona State, and Colorado. No, it's really not. So, I'm picking up the sarcasm in your voice.
Yes.
By the way, that's another movie, very funny, quotable movie that should have been on my list earlier. That's a Tommy Boy quote. So, I hope so. I was landed on pretty thick. So, there we go. Here's that.
Man. Lance Hab, what did you think of the idea of air bottles to deal with altitude?
I don't know what that is.
Is that a thing? Yeah, what does that mean?
No idea. Never heard of that before.
Air bottles. Is that saying like just air that I don't okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sure.
Interesting. Lance, if you want to put a follow-up in the chat, I just generally don't know what that means. Sorry.
Some of the questions that people have, or some of the comments people have had about embarrassing pictures that might have had as younger people. My parents wouldn't let me get like a rat tail. Remember rat tails?
Oh,
they never let me get one of those. So I was only allowed like a little mini one, but like that's not. I'm trying to think like that's not embarrassing. I
talked about this on a solo show one time because someone accused me of having like frosted tips at one point. My buddy Mike actually did have frosted tips at one time, but that was never me. It was never
that. Yeah, like I said, dyed my hair that one time, and it was my whole head, and it was funny because the girl that did it, she's now like she's a beautician or whatever now. Like that's what she does. Yeah. She runs that something like that wherever she lives. And she gets done and she's like, uh-oh, like that's never a good sign when someone's doing your hair, right?
No,
you know what I mean?
Never.
And I'm like, what happened? So she gives me a mirror and my whole hair is like orange. I'm like, how the freaking heck? So I grab the box. It's like, no, blonde. And then there's this warning on the box that says any natural red tints are going to come out when you dye it. So apparently my whole freaking head is natural red tints.
Nice.
So I've had some weird hair experiences because like I thought it was going to go well, Ryan, because actually the color that I was going for was that color my hair was for like the first 3-4 years of my life. I was like light blonde.
Yeah.
The first years, like there's one picture of my parents because my parents were 22 and 23 when they had me. And I was like maybe a year old and had like a family picture, like the JC sweaters on and all that, the Union sweaters, whatever.
Sure.
And I asked my mom, like joked with my dad one time. I was like, did you ever think that maybe I wasn't yours? Because like my dad's got like dark brown hair, big brown eyes. My mom's got brown hair.
I think about that about my kids right now, to be honest, a little bit, man. They're both like blonde. And I'm like, hey,
but isn't your wife kind of blonde?
Brown. Yeah, but she's like dirty blonde. Like these kids are blonder than she is.
But it gets darker. Like, but my dad was like, if you didn't look just like I looked as a baby, I might have thought so. But apparently I looked just like my dad did as a baby. But he's like, I might have thought so because it was like light blonde. And like his parents didn't have blonde hair. My mom's parents didn't have blonde hair. So my dad's like, why has our kid got blonde hair?
Right.
And so I thought like I'd have blonde tints in my hair. But nope. That was not the case. Gotcha. So all of our pictures of Niagara Falls and in New York City are like just orange hair. My little Tommy Hilfiger shirts and all, such a dork.
Tommy Hilfiger.
Such a dork. I thought I was way cooler than I actually was. We'll just leave it at that.
From TD Brammy 4 says, why do you think Memphis isn't prioritized more in realignment? They put talent in the NFL and the stadium is packed playing teams like SMU and UCF. Imagine if the competition is better.
Well, it's my understanding is it's really not a very good school, which kind of I think hurts a little bit. But honestly, I don't know that Memphis is a big football market. I mean, the big draw in the state of Tennessee from the media market standpoint, Ryan, is going to be Knoxville. Tennessee. I mean, it's just going to be that team. So I don't know that I don't know that I'm actually going to try to look it up and see where they rank as a TV market, but. It says that Memphis is the 52nd largest in the United States from a media standpoint.
Okay.
So that's not real big. And so I think that's probably plays a big role in that. Because like, look, Stanford and Cal, we've talked about this, Ryan, like they're not they're not programs that I look at and say, gee, those are really passionate fan bases and all that, but they're still huge TV markets.
Sure.
And the thought being like, hey, getting Florida State out there is going to draw some eyeballs. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think people in the West Coast give a crap about Clemson or Florida State or Miami.
Right.
Notre Dame might get them some eyeballs, but Notre Dame's not going to play there as often as some of those other teams are, most likely.
Sure.
I just, but at least there's the potential of it is still a big market. Maybe we can eventually get them to, care. I just don't think Memphis is that kind of base. So the problem that some of us make when we have these conversations is we tend to focus too much on the quality of the on-field product or even the number of people in the stands. I mean, it's not about that. It's like, does anyone think that the Big Ten went after Rutgers because they packed their stadium or they have a good football program? No, they wanted to get in that New York City, Northern Jersey TV market. That's 100% why. Did Maryland add any value to them as a football program when they went after Maryland? No. They wanted the Baltimore, D.C. TV market. That's what they wanted. That's the primary reason these decisions are made. Matter of fact, but you can argue that the move that the ACC is making is one of the most non-TV revenue decisions or TV market decisions that we've seen amongst these conference realignment. They're doing it because they're going to get money, and they found teams willing to sacrifice money to come, which helps them redistribute that money to other places, which is the draw, right? And it somewhat keeps Florida State from being able to get out. It's going to be harder now for Florida State to get out now that they're not expanding, or now that they are expanding, and it's going to benefit Florida State financially. It's going to be a little harder pull to get them out of there. So being able to flip NC State and get NC State on board, that was the one team that went to yes, was NC State. Clemson, Florida State voted no. I don't even know if North Carolina voted, honestly, because of what happened on campus and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, even know if they were, I honestly don't know if they even voted. It just wouldn't have mattered. Sure. Because you already had enough. You had 12 of the 15. So it's the 14 ACC teams plus Notre Dame. And of course, Notre Dame is going to vote yes. So the four that voted against it initially were Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and NC State. And there was a big push from people around North Carolina to keep NC State from going across, because normally NC State's kind of like Oklahoma. Oklahoma's is going to follow Texas wherever Texas goes. They're like a little puppy. Sure. That's how NC State is perceived. But the president of NC State was like, no, this is what's best for us, and we're gonna do it. So, but you added like institutions, right? Like-minded institutions to that. Yeah, there was a TV market aspect to it, but it was more so we want to get the additional, because the way that the ACC contract works, Ryan, is for every team we expand, you have to add to our value. You have to add that amount of what we average teams. So like if they're paying teams 30 a year and they add 3 teams, you've got to pay them like 90 now. And then they'll only give a portion of it. So like SMU is not taking a dime for 9 years. And then I think it's like up to 7 years that Stanford and Cal are going to take like 30%. And then that money gets redistributed to the rest of including Notre Dame, by the way. Notre Dame will get more money from the ACC now contract than they did before, which adds value to Notre Dame as well. I don't know that they'll so part of that pool of what I think Ross Dellinger said is like $55 million will get distributed. So like they'll pay those schools what they're going to pay them. And it's like $55 million a year gets redistributed to the rest of the league. Some of that's going to be redistributed evenly. And then another portion of that is going to kind of be used as like an incentive base. So like if if you're doing good, mostly football related is what Ross reported. It's mostly football related. But teams that do well will get like more of a cut. So if you like win the ACC, go to certain bowl games, you get even more of a cut. And that's what they're trying to do to incentivize, like Florida State and Clemson and those teams to stay in the league. So it was very interesting, really. Jim Phillips, I'll be honest, Jim Phillips did a really nice job with this, Ryan, making this happen. Like it makes no sense. It makes no sense geographically, but like that ship has sailed. Like none of this makes sense geographically. It makes a lot of sense.
Big Ten already killed that.
Yes. I mean, even with the SEC, with Texas and Oklahoma, you could say that's kind of dumb, but it's like Texas and Oklahoma have, like, it's still in the South. It's not that far to get from Dallas to Tuscaloosa or New Orleans. I mean, literally they border on the same, like Louisiana, and there's already Missouri's already there. Texas A&M is already there. Like, okay, it doesn't make sense, but of all the dumb moves, that the Texas Oklahoma makes the most sense of the SEC.
Sure.
Like USC and UCLA make zero sense of the Big Ten. Washington, Oregon makes zero sense of the Big Ten. At least the ACC can say, we're a conference that values academic excellence. We've got Notre Dame. We've got Duke. We've got North Carolina. We've got Virginia. We've got Miami, which is an outstanding academic institution. We've got Georgia Tech and all that. And now we've added 2 other premier academic institutions. And I believe, I could be wrong on this, Ryan, but I believe I've read that SMU is also considered a very good school. I believe.
I think it is.
I'm not sure on as certain of that one, but I believe I've read that places. So at least the ACC can say, hey, look, we at least are keeping true to who we are as a conference with these additions. Even though the geography aspect doesn't make sense, we're adding conferences that believe in the things we believe in. Sure. Like they just added one of the best women's basketball programs in the country to their conference. That, you know what I mean? Like, okay, that works. But this was primarily about money. This is going to help us get more money to our rest of our league. And again, that helps Notre Dame because Notre Dame's going to get more money now too from this move. I'm curious what's going to happen to the Stanford series. So like you could do one of 3 things really. One is they keep Stanford on as a rival. Now, the last year that they're contracted to play Stanford is next year, 2024. They're not contracted past that. Do they just sign again and they play at Stanford and then so Stanford and then the 5 ACC teams? Or do they say, we'll play Stanford as part of a rotation in the ACC, right? Or the third is they play Stanford and then only 4 ACC teams every year would be the ones that those would be the options to me. I'm kind of hoping they just play Stanford as part of a normal rotation. As I've said before, Ryan, I do not care about keeping that rivalry beyond its current extension. I don't. But this way, it actually is. It could work for you because you could say, hey, we're still going to play Stanford, just not as often as we have in the past. Because it'll make sense for the ACC to say, hey, Notre Dame, can we schedule these guys a little bit more frequently than you do some of the other teams? Because that helps us with, where every team may play Cal like 3 or 4 times, you may play, Stanford 3 or 4 times, 4 or 5 times, you guys may play them more frequently. So that way, fewer teams have to go out there. It's a little easier for Notre Dame. I don't know. I could see something like that, but I'm curious how that's going to play out, Ryan. That's going to be interesting.
Very interesting. We had Conrad who says, where does Tyler Buchner transfer next after losing the starting job at Alabama? Would Notre Dame take him back?
Why are we assuming he's just going to transfer because he lost the starting job for the first game of the year, right? Seriously. Like, I don't think we should have that assumption. I don't think Tyler would do that. That'd be kind of silly. His options of transferring would be a lot less if he decides to leave like right now. Yeah. Would Notre Dame take him back? Would they take him back? I don't know, probably, but I don't know that. That wouldn't make any sense for either side. Like once you left, that ship has sailed, right? I mean, I'm sorry. Like you chose to leave.
I personally would not take him back. That's just me, though. That's not Notre Dame's opinion, but I would not.
I would think they would take him back, Ryan. I just don't think they'd take him back to be the guy again. It's like, look, man, you want to come back, get your degree, finish up your degree, and be a backup quarterback, sure. But we're moving on with these other guys. I just, Tyler didn't do anything to burn the bridge per se, Ryan, but it's just kind of like you made your decision, buddy, and we understand it and we respected it, but we've moved on. That's kind of how I am too. And I'm a big Tyler Buchner supporter, but it's like you made your decision now because it's not working out. You don't come back here and just there'd have to be conditions.
Such a weird precedent if you just were like, come back, man. Yeah,
the thing for me, Ryan, is I would say, Tyler, if you want to come back and be here for a year, get your degree, you got to understand, maybe you're going to want to get into coaching when this is over with. I don't know, but like, you're not going to be our starter. If you're okay with that, then come back. Because I do kind of like the idea of supporting him to be able to get his Notre Dame degree, which he didn't get. But no, he can't be my starting quarterback. I mean, now if he doesn't start this year, you're going to lose another whole year of development. Like, no, sorry, we're moving on. Yeah. That's my stance.
Agree. Laker_Irish. What changes did Notre Dame make after the 26th season that set them up for success in 2017? Did you expect 2017 to be as good of a rebound as it was?
To a degree, yeah. I mean, look, I thought the 2016 team had a lot more talent than they did. I loved the Mike Elko hire. That's really what changes they make. It's 3 changes. It's change 1, Mike Elko, who brought Clark Lee with him. Change number 2, Chip Long. Change number 3, Matt Bayless. Those were the changes. And the first 2 were driven by Jack Swarbrick. So little secret here, and I think might have shared this before, but Brian Kelly was trying like a dog to get out of Notre Dame after 2016. He was trying hard. His agent was pushing him to LSU and all types of places. He wanted out. And so while he's trying to get out, Jack Swarbrick and people under him were trying to put a staff together because, I mean, I think they knew Kelly wasn't going to leave and they weren't going to fire Kelly. And so it's Jack Swarbrick, and I heard this from the horse's mouth, not Jack's mouth, but people who were involved in this, like directly involved with this. The early conversations they had with people from Notre Dame were with Jack and his staff, not Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly eventually got involved when he realized he wasn't going anywhere, and then he wanted to take all credit for it. But Jack Swarbrick drove those hires. Now, the Matt Bayless one was interesting because Brian Kelly was going to hire a strength coach who was at USC. He was like an assistant at USC. And if you remember at the time, USC did not have a great strength program. Still, and it still didn't until I don't know what Lincoln Riley's done, but they didn't under Clay Helton. And then Bob Diaco, if you remember how Bob Diaco got fired, like UConn waited till really late to fire him, like January to fire him because they wanted to wait till they got past a certain date where if they fired him, they'd have to pay him as much money, which I think is super dirty, by the way. Yeah. I think that's really wrong because now coaching jobs are like already filled and all that. And so Diaco had Matt Bayless as a strength coach. And if you remember that draft before, UConn had like 3 dudes that just like went off at the combine, right? And so Bob Diaco calls up Brian Kelly and he's like, hey, I don't know what you plan on doing on strength coach because they hadn't announced that new hire yet, but you need to look at this guy. And apparently Matt Bayless really impressed Brian Kelly. So I was told that Brian Kelly went to the guy he was going to hire and said, hey, we want to have you guys kind of do this together. And the guy balked and didn't want to do it. And so he just hired Matt Bayless. But those are the 3 changes. I mean, that's it. And there was this stuff about, Brian Kelly's change. That was all PR. All PR. You talk to players on that team from 2017, especially 2018, that dude welcomed us back in January, and then we didn't see him again until spring ball. I mean, that's what they'll tell you. Yeah. Like Mike Elko, Matt Bayless, Chip Long, Harry Heaston, those were the guys running that team in 2017, not Brian Kelly. In the leadership of that team, not Brian Kelly. And that's the kind of stuff that I knew, and that's why I was very anti-Brian Kelly for years because I knew that stuff, but nobody wanted to listen to that. Right? I mean, I'm sitting there railing about the Notre Dame strength program in 2015, and I keep, they were 10-3, and there were this many points. I'm like, yes, but they won because they had phenomenal players. They wasted talent. And then when they lost Jalen Smith and lost Will Fuller and lost all those guys, Ronnie Stanley and all those guys in 2016, and all of a sudden the wheels came off. But that was in the making. That. I remember I was on Bill King's show before the 2016 season, Ryan, and he asked me how I thought Notre Dame was going to do. And I said, I don't know. I said, one of 2 things is going to happen. They're going to either be really good because the talent will continue to win out, or they're going to implode. It was going to be one of those 2 things. There was not going to be any 9-3 season. And now imploding to me meant like 6-6. I didn't see 4-8 coming. Right. I didn't. But they were a better talent team than 4-8. So going to 10-3 was the next year was more of getting back on track as opposed to holy crap. I can't believe they won 10 games. This was a heck of a turnaround, but that was more of getting back to where they should be, right? More than anything else. Now, what impressed me in 2017 was how they got to 10 wins. That was the impressive thing because they couldn't throw the ball. I mean, they're winning games going like 9 of 19 throwing the football and blowing out ranked teams going. They blew UCLA. They went 4. Could you imagine what the score would be against USC this year if the Notre Dame quarterbacks went 9 of 19 for 120 yards? It's going to be 49-14, Ryan, but it's going to be the other way around. You know what I mean? They beat USC by 35 points, and their starting quarterback went 9 of 19 for 120 yards. Right? Like, that's how physically dominant that team was. And so I didn't see that coming. But I liked the more I studied Chip Long, I liked that hire. I really liked the Mike Elko hire. They were coming off of a really good 2016 season with Wake defensively. They had a really good linebacking core, Ryan. I don't know if you remember that group. They had some really good linebackers back then. I think Justin Strnad was like a backup on that team. Probably. They had another, what was the other kid's name? They had a really good linebacker on that team. He was an inside linebacker. I think he was like a 7th round draft pick. Oh gosh, what was his name? Give me a second. As soon as I say it, you're going to remember Markel Lee. Yeah, Markel Lee. They had Thomas Brown on that team. Duke Ejiofor was a junior on that team. You remember him? He was a good player. They had Jesse Bates was on that team. Sure. So that was a really good Wake Forest defense that Mike Elko had that year. They held teams to 22.2 points that year. They won a game that year, Ryan, 7-3. They lost to Florida State 17-6, and they lost to Boston College 17-14. Like, it was kind of similar to some Iowa stuff last year. Like, he did a really nice job with that team. Can you imagine right now Wake Forest winning a game 7-3 right now?
Nah. Well, no. They just play Elon, so I guess anything's possible. But
well, they won 37-17.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I know.
But yeah, I mean, so that's what happened in 2017. Is I wasn't surprised that they turned it around, Ryan. But if I told you, oh no, I saw them being a team that's going to run for 260 yards a year and I'm lying to you if the way they did it is what I predicted, because it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Remember too, we didn't know that all those teams were going to be as good as they were either, right? Sure. I mean, Michigan State was coming off of a 3-9 year. We didn't know they were going to be a 10-win team. Georgia was coming off of an 8-5 year. We didn't know that they were going to end up being the defending the national runners up. There were some Miami wasn't very good the year before. So some of the teams that ended up like being great wins that year, we didn't know that they were going to be that good coming into the season. So that's the other thing that adds to, I thought they'd go 10-3. You know what I mean? I just didn't think that it was going to be as impressive as it was, and that some of the teams that they beat convincingly were going to be as good as they were. Like, we thought USC was going to, like, honestly, going into that year, Ryan, most people thought USC was going to be the best team they're going to play that year, because they were coming off that really great 2016 season, and they had Sam Darnold coming back, had Ronald Jones coming back, had some really good receivers coming back. Like, you thought, man, this USC team's going to be really, really good. And they were pretty good that year. They weren't as good as they were in 2016. But, like, Georgia was preseason top 25, but I think Georgia was like, I'm going to have to actually look up that game, see what Georgia was ranked, Ryan, but they weren't ranked super high. Let me see what they were. They were 7th in that game. They were 15th in that game. It was a 15 versus 24 game.
Okay. Yeah.
So, people thought Georgia would be good. They beat App State the week before, but it's not like Georgia was people thought they were what they were. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference between it. So I would say the impressiveness of that is really what surprised me. Actually, going to 2017, I want to see if I'm correct on this. The highest ranked opponent, USC was the number 4 team in the country coming into that year, Ryan. So that was the team that everybody thought was going to be the best team on their schedule. Stanford was ranked ahead in the AP. Stanford and USC were both ranked ahead of Georgia coming into the preseason poll. So NC State wasn't ranked. They ended up being a top 25 team. Michigan State wasn't ranked. They ended up being a top 25 team. Miami was 18th. So 4 of their team opponents were ranked, but they ended up playing 7 ranked opponents that year in the top 20 in the regular season. And that was not what we thought would be the case. So it was a fascinating year, man. Really fascinating year. So thanks for the rant.
Ray Holcraft, I thought the one subpar performance was special teams overall. I know things are situational, but is there anything you really want to see out of special teams on Saturday?
Ryan, would you say the overall special teams was subpar? I thought the field goal miss was a subpar, but I didn't think the other.
Well, I didn't think the kickoff return wasn't great. Like, it was okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it wasn't
great. They had the one decent return, and then one, like, they only had 2 returns the whole game.
Yeah.
Then the one got pinned. And then the other one, didn't the first one go out of bounds or go into the end zone? I thought one of them went in the end zone.
The first one was definitely returned by Ford. They only got it to like the maybe 20, something like that. So, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, punt team was good. Punt cover team was good. PAT was good. Field goal was bad. What do I want to see? Look, honestly, Ray, I'm just one of those people when it comes to special teams, just do your job. I really am. Yeah. If you get like last year, you're a great punt block team, that's awesome. But you know what? I would have sacrificed a few of those blocks for being better in the return game and better in coverage in some of those areas. Like, make more field goals, right? Like, I like a more balanced approach. I just want to see a balanced special teams, one that's good in every area. That's what I would like to see. Just do your job. I don't need something special. I don't need a kick return for a touchdown. Because, like, if you get a kick return for a touchdown against Tennessee State, so what? I mean, no offense. Not that it wouldn't be fun to watch, but, like, does that mean, we're going to return one against Ohio State? It's Tennessee State, guys. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to see them do their jobs. That's really the big key for me.
I don't want to, like, have to hyper focus on special teams afterwards, because that's a negative thing for the most part, right? Like, it's rarely ever a positive when you talk.
If we're talking teams a lot about the special teams after this game, it's probably bad. Like, there's just not a lot plan on taking away from this game, other than just how hard do they play and how focused are they? That's really it.
We had a question from Laker_Irish. What do you project from Joshua Burnham this year or next year?
I mean, I'm hoping this year he can go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say completely different. Like, I think outlooks for this season compared to next season, in my opinion. Like this year, you just want him to be able to round out a niche as a rotational player, and then maybe next year's the year that he breaks out. I think is potentially like if he had 3 to 4 sacks this year, I'd be like, okay, cool, that's a good starting point.
Yeah. Well,
next year,
I hope we get more than 3 now that he's already got 1 in the opener. You know what I mean? But like, like we've said, you and I think talked about this summer, Ryan. I want to see a very Isaiah Foskey from 2020 type of season from Josh Burnham, where Foskey was a rotation guy all year. He had 4.5 sacks, so he showed some flashes. He had a blocked punt against Pitt, so you could see the potential was there. But he was backing up, a veteran player, Dalen Hayes, was backing up a older veteran guy. And then the next year he breaks it because like you weren't surprised that Isaiah Foskey broke out in 21. We weren't surprised because you saw the potential the year before. That's what and then he broke. So it's basically, Ryan, what you're saying is that's the exact same path we saw from Foskey could be similar to what we would want to see from Josh Burnham. So, and it was Foskey's second year as a player, right? And he redshirted as a freshman. Next year he's a key rotation guy, gets 4.5 sacks, and then junior year, boom, take off.
Yeah.
Be totally fine if that's what Burnham did. Absolutely. And would be a very fair for projection. Because if Josh Burnham has like an 11 sack season, it probably means Jordan Patel got hurt. And I don't want to see that. Yeah. Right. I mean, all right. I almost hit end broadcast by accident, right? Took my mouse a little too high. Sorry about that.
Pete Weber says, rank these game day traditions: the player walk, trumpets under the dome, band at Bond Hall.
I have never seen any of those, honestly.
Oh, really?
No. I've only been to 2 Notre Dame games where I wasn't there to work. I mean, I've seen it from a distance. My wife would probably rank them trumpets 1 when they actually did it indoors, player walk 2, and I don't know that she's ever seen the band at Bond Hall. I definitely have never seen that one.
Yeah, so I've seen all 3. Mine would actually be that order that you already have it there, Pete. I would go player walk, trumpets, and band.
Why would you go with player walk number 1? I don't have I'm just kind of curious as to what made that one number 1 for you.
I mean, as a fan, it's like the closest you're going to get to like being a part of it, right? Like you just kind of that interaction piece, like you high fives and everyone's excited, and it kind of sets the tone for the day. Like I think it's just a really cool experience.
Very cool.
Next one we had was from Shane Wasson, who says, what determines a stand-up player versus a hand down on the defensive line?
2 things, Ryan. Tell me if you agree. Number 1 is what your scheme is. Notre Dame under like Mike Elko and Clark Leroy, their weak side end was going to have his hand up. He was not putting his hand in the ground. That's just what they wanted. It gives you more angles. It just, there's a lot of reasons for it. Allows you to drop on coverage a little bit more effectively. Just gives you more versatility. And then number 2, sometimes it's just some guys are better at one thing than the other. I mean, it's like with anything. Some guys are better in a right-handed stance than others. I've been told this by people. Isaiah Foskey really struggles to show the same explosiveness with his hand in the ground that he did in a 2-point stance. Now, that's something he's going to have to work on in the NFL, Ryan. And you know what I mean? Yeah. But that's the other reason. It's comfort. So it comes down to what your scheme plan is. So if you're a team that wants to move your Viper and drop them and move them around, then you're going to want a guy that has more flexibility. Once your hand's in the ground, you're somewhat limited on what you can do pre-snap, and then it's also somewhat limits you what you can do post-snap. If Isaiah, it may be a split second, but a split second to me, Ryan, is the difference between you running with Sean Tucker and Sean Tucker beating you by a step and a half, and he's catching a pass over your shoulder. That's how I look at it. So I just think it gives you a little more flexibility, and it just really comes down to coaching preference. There's no right or wrong way to do it, in my opinion. It's what fits your scheme and what your player is most comfortable with.
Yes. Well, I think there's a lot of things that go into it, honestly. Like Some guys struggle with maintaining leverage, keeping low pads.
Mhm.
So getting them in a 3-point stance with their hand in the dirt helps to keep them low coming outs.
Mhm.
Some guys are a little bit of a squattier build, so you want to keep them in a stand up because you already have that leverage battle. Some guys are more lightly built, so you kind of want them to play with good eye discipline so that they can take advantage of their quickness at the line of scrimmage. Some guys are power profile players, so you want to put their hands in the dirt so they're able to create a lot of explosiveness coming out of that 3-point stance more than a 2-point stance typically. Just a lot of details that usually come into that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why guys choose to do one or the other or are told to do one or the other. We had a super chat from Raymond Harton who said, "For the great American in you, Brian and Brian." Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you, Ray.
We had Quinn Kibler who says, "Put this on the board, but thoughts on giving the scout team for Navy to run the triple option for one series." Totally joking. Well, sort of.
It's gonna be kind of like a reward for all the hard work kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm pass. Maybe cool, but like, no, I don't want to see Notre Dame running the triple option. I'm just whatever. I would say, like, let those guys get in the game and
Sure.
let them play. Like, the coach in me says, like, yeah, that's all great, but like, if I get those kids in the game and I don't let them run what they would need to be running for us, I'm kind of.
You're showing.
Yeah.
I think you're like showing up the other team if that's your idea.
I could see it perceived as that. It would have to be something where in a game like this, Marcus Freeman would have had to talk to Eddie George about it previously.
Yeah.
And, hey, man, just letting you know if, but then how do you do, hey, when we start kicking the crap out of you, this is what we're going to do. Like, how does that conversation go? Once we get up by 50, this is what we're going to do. Come on, man. But it would have had to be a conversation that was had beforehand, in my opinion, to your point. But I would have just hard pass, just not for me.
Yeah, just let them play.
Yeah.
As is from Steve Rolfe on a super chat. Thank you so much, Steve. As a former coaches, how would you pull Nebraska out of their current funk of losing close games?
I mean, it's a daily thing, Steve. It is. It's just about a daily culture change that Matt Rule has to instill. And here's the thing, you can't overreact to last night if you're Matt Rule. You've got to say, guys, keep on track with what we're doing. Here's where we went away from what we're preaching, putting the ball on the ground, making these kind of mistakes. That's not what we taught you to do. When you stick to what we're teaching you to do, this is what happens. Good things happen. We go on the road and we win a Big Ten game. What coaches that aren't successful, Ryan, is they tend to overreact when things don't go correctly. When you're rebuilding the program, it's like, guys, this is, if anything, last night can be a great teaching moment for you if you're Matt Rule. Guys, we teach you to do this. You got away from that, and it cost us. Like, we teach you to play this type of coverage in this situation. We're having you protect outside for a reason. Don't bite on that move. You've got help in there. That's all part of the learning process. So it's really just comes about staying on track and changing the culture. And a perfect example is what Mike Norvell did at Florida State. Right? He kept taking their lumps, kept having bad losses, but he kept on track of, we're going to instill this culture. You're either going to be part of it or you're going to find somewhere else to play. But this is who we are. We're not changing who I want us to be. And if you can't fit into that, then you're going to leave. And eventually it starts paying off. But what can happen is you start saying, well, this isn't working and we lost a couple games, so let me start doing this and doing that. And that's how you get fired, right? Matt Rule's successful enough where he's going to say, guys, we're going to do it this way. You're going to play this way. This is what we're demanding from you. And here's why we're demanding it. Here's a setup. Here's 10 plays that went great of how we teach you to do it. And here's 5 things that hurt us tonight because you didn't do what we taught you to do. And you just stay on track. It's because Ryan, this isn't just about changing your offense and your defense. This is a culture change. And those are the hardest things. Those are the things that usually take the longest to instill when you're taking over a team that sucked and you're trying to change the culture. It's just different than changing the culture at Notre Dame when you inherited 11-2 football team. It's different. You can get away with certain things. When you're doing what Matt Rule is doing, the culture change is number one. And that includes toughness, discipline, focus, all that type of stuff. That just doesn't happen overnight, especially when you're playing a team like Minnesota, who is a decent opponent. They would have looked a lot different last night if they were playing Southern Utah or Arkansas Pine Bluff or some of the other, Elon, right? I mean, that's the other reality that you have to think about it too is, it's a tough loss. Now if you kind of go at them and kind of crush them and tear them down and rip into them, bench a bunch of dudes. Then all of a sudden, now they lose confidence in you because you clearly don't have confidence in them. And now you go on the road next week against Colorado and you get beat again. My thing is do what you got to do to stay on track to grow and get that Colorado win, because if you can somehow win against Colorado next week, you got Northern Illinois at home, Louisiana Tech at home. Those are two teams you're going to beat if you stay on track and you keep building. And all of a sudden you're 3-1 and you're feeling a lot better. And now people are looking at the Minnesota game saying, boy, you guys were INT at the end of the game for being 4-0, being a pretty good football team, right? You just can't overreact. That's my thoughts, Ryan. What say you? Anything different?
I mean, it always comes back to being process driven over results driven. I mean, you don't know how to win those close games until you actually do it, right? So I don't think it's any there's always management of different scenarios and games, but you do that anyway, right? There's always situational stuff in practice that you work on. I just think it's about having a cohesive and understood process and sticking to it. Eventually, if everyone is believing in it and there's a buy-in, you'll break through eventually, as long as you're acquiring talent and developing it properly. It's just about process right now.
How do you win those games? That's the reason, the process. How do you win those games? Here's how we win that game, guys. We teach you to play the game this way. Why do we teach you to play the game this way? Because that's what happens when you don't protect the ball the way we teach you to protect the ball. That's what happens when you don't do coverage the way we teach you to do coverage. That's what happens when you don't throw the football or step into the pocket or make the read or do the things that we're asking you to do. And you don't necessarily call them out necessarily that way, but that's the whole point is we lost. We don't know how to win because we don't do the things we're taught to do when the games matter most. And if you take that snap at a time and just do your job, if Nebraska players would have simply just done the basics in the fourth quarter, they're 1-0 and we're having a completely different conversation about this game, right? That's what it's about. And so it's not about, gee, if I just could have called this play better, or if you'd have made this read differently. It's about you didn't do what we're trying to teach you to do. And if you would just trust us, it's going to work. And this is evidence of that. And that leads to what we say all the time, Ryan, process over results. Because here's the thing is, let's say they would have made those plays at the end of the game. I'm still having the same conversation. Guys, this could have been an even more convincing win if you would have done what we taught you to do, protect the football, do all that kind of stuff. That's what it comes down to. And I credit to Mike Norvell because he stuck with that. And if you don't want to be a part of it, go find somewhere else to play. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good of a player you are. Go find somewhere else to play. I'm going to bring in people here that want to be part of what we're doing. He stuck with it. 2 rough years. Paid off last year, and we'll see if it pays off again this year. And I think it will. I think Florida State, are they going to be a title contender? I don't think so, but Florida State's still going to be a really good football team this year.
Agree.
They really are. All right, last few here.
We had number 1 ND fan who says, if Central Michigan beats Michigan State tonight, does that tell us more about Michigan State or Central Michigan?
Both. I mean, I would say I'd probably learn more about Michigan State. I mean, I don't love Central Michigan.
I actually think I will learn more about Central Michigan because I think they're just kind of a bad roster. So I don't know.
I think if they beat Michigan State, it doesn't mean that they don't have a bad roster. It just means Michigan State's in a lot of freaking trouble.
I don't know, man.
It means they're in a lot of freaking trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still talking about a low-end MAC team versus a Big Ten team. I don't know. I think that would tell me a lot more about Central.
Yeah. I have to see how the game plays out. I'm going to go with Michigan State because I know who Central Michigan is. I don't think they all of a sudden their players are going to be more talented. It just means this Michigan State team is broken. That's what it would mean to me. But it could also, but here's the difference, right? What if Central Michigan goes out there and thumps Michigan State? Okay, that's going to tell me something about Central Michigan. But if Michigan State loses to Central Michigan, to me, it's going to be more of that ugly 17-13 game where Michigan State fumbles the ball at their own 5, throws a pick 6. That's what I'm talking about. I don't see Central Michigan just whooping Michigan State. That's a different story. So that's why I say it'll tell us more about Michigan State, in my opinion.
We had one from Austin Smith who said, I thought Chris Tyree looked awesome last week. Think he can have a breakout last year.
I hope so. This isn't technically his last year. He's got another year left because of COVID. His freshman year was 2020. So if Chris Tyree wants to come back next year, he can. But could he have a breakout? I would have to understand what breakout means, Ryan. If you're talking about like 800 to 1,000 yards of offense, sure, I can see that. I've said this before. And then you throw in punt returns. Yeah, I can see a breakout. Is he going to go out there and have Will Fuller numbers? No. Like that's not the kind of breakout that we're talking about. He's not going to look like Golden Tate 2007 or 2008. but could he have a 40 catch? I mean, heck, he's on pace for 39 right now if they play 13 games. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I could see something like that. I think we'll see more big plays from him than what we saw on Saturday, eventually at some point in time. But I just kind of like the fact that Chris did the little things on Saturday. That's more the big question mark for me. Can you get open on that in cut in the 2-minute drill and catch that football to get that drive going? I mean, if you don't catch that ball, maybe you don't have enough time to get down there and score a touchdown if you don't make that first pass.
Chris brings a very unique skill set. So if he's able to just tap into that and be a part of a cohesive unit, you know, with the Deion Colesys, the Bias Merriweathers, Jaden Greathouses, Rico Flores, like that's what they need. They need that uniqueness that he brings to the table.
Yeah.
We had JHT 1988. I'm sorry, but how does Notre Dame not have a really good kicker every year? It's like kicker heaven. Get a great education and maybe make the NFL.
I'm going to ask you a question. Number one, name me one great kicker in college football this year. Right? Like, Alabama's won 7 titles. Have they ever had a good kicker? Ever? Right? That's usually like the reason why they lose games or have close games. Like, here's the thing: it's hard there aren't a lot of great kickers. Number one, it's hard to justify for some teams to have the whole. Do we really want to have an 85 scholarship go to a kicker? And then you run into the situations where you're not going to recruit kicker like you do quarterback, Ryan, where you may give a scholarship 1 year, but you're not going to give a scholarship every single year to a kicker like you do a quarterback.
Sure.
So what if that one kicker you have that we're going to give one, like Notre Dame did with long snapper. We're going to give one long snapping scholarship about every 4 years. That's what Kelly did. And so there'd be that 1 year of carryover between the 5th-year long snapper that was leaving and then the guy that was redshirting. And then the next guy would take over for 4 years. Remember how they went through that with like Scott Daly, John Shannon, those guys. Well, you try that as a kicker, and what happens if, let's say, here's a thought, the one kicker you got is not that good. He's not as good as you thought. He gets hurt. There's an issue. Well, now you're kind of like, well, we're screwed, and we're going to have to go with a walk-on. Well, Notre Dame costs like 60, 70 grand, and you have to have great academics to get in, and you can't do favors to get a kid into so like the unique thing about like Luke Talich and Jordan Faison, they had to get into Notre Dame on their own, right?
Yep.
That says something about the kind of student athletes they are. They weren't getting favorable admissions because they're football players. They had to get in on their own. It's hard to convince a kid, hey, don't go to Ohio State where you're going to pay 10 grand a year for the in-state program. Come here, pay 70 grand a year, and hopefully, fingers crossed, you can get into school here. That's that narrows your pool for potential walk-on kickers down very, 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 very much. And then some of the scholarship kids they had Jonathan Dorr had a great leg. He didn't have the head for it. But I also would say, let's not forget, it wasn't that long ago, Notre Dame had one of their most accurate, consistent place kickers ever in Justin Yoon. I mean, it's not like it's been a wasteland. That's more of a recent thing. I mean, David Ruffer was pretty money early in Kelly's career. Then Justin Yoon was pretty money during his tenure at Notre Dame. Last couple didn't pan out as much. Now you're going to the transfer portal.
Even though your kicker this past year, I know he's a transfer portal kid, but he's the starting kicker for the New Orleans Saints now. So,
wasn't great for Notre Dame, but he also had some pretty good kicks for Notre Dame too. It's just, guys, there aren't a lot of great kickers. I mean, there aren't a lot of great kickers. Ohio State had a great kicker, right? I think it was pretty money his whole career at Ohio State. What happened when he had to make a 50-yarder to win you a playoff game? I mean, close. Just aren't a lot of great kickers. Just the reality of it. But I do think your one point, though, is correct, is you can get a great education. But the problem is most kickers are going to have to pay for that education. Yeah. And that's a little harder to do.
We had Joseph Barnett who said, Coach, you mentioned tracking RPO plays from last Saturday. For the uninitiated, what are some pre-snap keys or reads that would tell you the play is probably utilizing an RPO concept?
There's very few things that are going to tell me it's an RPO. The only thing that ever is kind of a bit of a giveaway for an RPO, Ryan, and it's not even a given every time, is if they're doing like a wide stack or a wide bunch. That's usually like, hey, we're going to read this and pull the throw a screen. That's really it. But most of these are not. There's not something you can see pre-snap, Joseph. So if you see Notre Dame, and we saw this a couple times against Navy, they lined up they actually both times, I think we're out of 12 personnel. They lined up double stack. So like each side, the receivers are out wide. They had a guy up on the line and a guy right behind it. That was an RPO. They're going to run an RPO. So you call, and I think on that particular play they actually gave, because the read told them to give, if I remember correctly. I have to go back and look at the play-by-play on it again. But on that particular play, Ryan, you may have a higher tendency that an RPO is going to come, but more often than not, you don't know pre-snap if an RPO is coming, and that's kind of how you want it to be. You're going to know an RPO is being initiated in post-snap. So if they're running the ball and they're handing off if they're doing a run action with the running back, two things are going to tell you if it's an RPO, and they have to both be going. One is they're running pass routes. That's obviously a giveaway, but sometimes it could just be a play action. And so then you got to look and see what the line is doing. If the line is blocking like they're run blocking, then it's an RPO, and he may pull and throw the football. Sometimes, though, an RPO is going to happen where the line's blocking, but the running back doesn't do the run action. We saw that once on Saturday, where you could tell Sam Hartman told Jabron Payne, "Hey, call off the fake because I'm throwing here," because of the way that they were lined up pre-snap, right? But the line's still blocked. You can see the line still blocking run, because you don't need to tell the line they're not run blocking. You just need to make sure the back, and that happens, Ryan, is if you know the back's coming like this way and I'm pulling and throwing that way, so you may tell the running back, "Hey, boom, do this. We're not running this. I know I'm throwing based on the look."
Yeah.
It's almost, other than the wide stack stuff, Ryan, almost everything RPO wise is going to be post snap action is going to tell you what's an RPO or not. That's going to be. And anytime you see a handoff and the receivers are out there running routes, now sometimes too, Ryan, we saw this on Saturday, only one receiver's running a route. There was one play where I believe Jaden Thomas caught an out cut and Tobias Merriweather was going downfield to block. Now, you may think, wait a minute, Tobias not know the play? No, Tobias knew the play. There was one guy running RPO. The RPO read was, we're going to either bang the out or we're running the ball inside, because we have numbers to the field. We don't need to run pass concepts to the field. We have leverage out there with our 12 personnel look. We're running an outside route right here, one-on-one, and the only time we would throw is if that window's open and the corner's off and they've got to say, then you may say, I'm going to ride this action, but I'm going to pull it and throw it. That's it. Yeah. So sometimes it's not even all the receivers. Just one receiver may be running an RPO route. Everybody else is blocking, but the field guy's running a go route. That could also just be I'm running the guy off. So that doesn't even necessarily tell you either. So it really comes down to those things, though, Joseph. It's almost, man, Ryan, almost 95 times out of 100, it's going to be your post snap's going to tell you. Your pre snap's not going to tell you. And if you're a smart coach, you're going to do things that are giveaways and not do that.
Sure.
So
yeah,
that's if you're a good coach anyway. Couple interesting ones, Ryan, and we're going to get out of here. These last couple. Let's get to this one here.
Archer452 says, of all the teams switching conferences next year, which will be the first to win a conference title?
That's a great question.
Utah. Give me Utah in the Big 12. That's my pick.
I mean, that's not a bad one, Ryan. I mean, what's the one team that made a conference change that has won a conference title in recent years? There's really only two, right?
Yeah.
That would be Oklahoma and Utah. Oklahoma's not going to the SEC and winning an SEC championship.
No.
I mean, and I would argue Utah's going to a league that's not even as loaded as the one that they won a Pac-12 title in last year, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a good one, Ryan. I like that Utah pick. What would your next pick be? I'd probably go USC if Lincoln. I could see that. I could see USC.
Sure.
Depending on how their schedule goes, maybe winning USC. One. Yeah. But I don't even feel great about that, because you got Ohio State, you got Michigan, you got Penn State, you're going to have Oregon still, Washington still.
It's going
to be tough. It's just a competitive league. Texas. I'll tell you what. Ask me in 3 months, and I'll tell you whether or not Texas will be in that conversation. Because if Texas does bounce back the way that people think they're going to bounce back this year, Ryan, that makes them a legit contender in the SEC. But I got to see it first.
Yep.
Right? They're coming off an 8-5 year. I got to see it first, but I'll say this: Texas can recruit to the level needed to compete for a championship in the SEC. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it. That's been true for 15 years, right? And they still don't compete for the Big 12 championship. But I mean, what did they play in? Like one Big 12 title last 10 years, and that was that year with the Erlinger, right?
Sounds right. Yeah, sounds right. Yeah.
So it was, I think it was 2018. Actually, I think it's the last time, because they beat Oklahoma in the regular season, and then lost to Oklahoma in the Big 12 title game, if I remember correctly. Yes, they did. But they were a 3-loss team that year, playing in that year. They lost to Maryland that year. So 2019, they did not. I mean, they had that great game against LSU, but then they lost 4 more conference games, went 8-5. So I think that one year, I believe, is the only year that Texas has made it to the Big 12 title game in the last 10 years. That was a 4-loss team. 2017, they were 7-6. 2016, 5-7. 15, they were 5-7. I mean, guys, they have not been good for a while. 14, 6-7.
Well, that's why the Texas is back joke has been for so long.
Yeah. The last time before 2018, the last time Texas played in the Big 12 title game was back in 2013. But again, Ryan, they were a 3-loss team. They lost to Ole Miss, BYU, Oklahoma State in the regular season, and then got beat by Baylor by 20 in the SEC title game. Big 12 title game. So again, that the things that they've done to get them into the Big 12 title game does not get them into the SEC title game. However, well, let me ask you this, Ryan, just structurally, just take out context of coaching and all that. Just structurally, do you agree with me that Texas is a program that's better geared towards sustained success in the SEC than Oklahoma is, if all things are equal?
Yeah.
Here's why.
I guess so.
Money.
I guess so. Sure.
Recruiting base. Just like those are the things that really go into it for me. Oklahoma needs a Bob Stoops, needs a Lincoln Riley, to me, to be that competitive, because they don't have the same home. If Texas is rolling and Oklahoma is rolling, I think Texas can win easier in the SEC than Oklahoma can, if all things are equal. But they're both programs. If you have a great coach, you can win in. That's the thing. Yeah. And that's why I say, I would say there's also right now, when you add the context, I think even though Sark has a lot to prove, I still have a whole lot more faith in him than I do Brent Venables. So, but neither of them have coaches that have shown us anything that should make us think that they're title contenders right now. Not as head coaches anyway.
Also agree. Connor Grant said, thoughts on the Lucky Lefty crew saying the 2015 team is more talented than this year's group?
We've said this before. At the top of the roster, there's no Will Fuller on this roster. There's no Jalen Smith on this roster, right? There isn't. Where I think that sometimes this debate gets lost is you can make one of two mistakes. One is you can overemphasize the depth of a team that's missing star power, or you can overemphasize star power and miss the lack of depth, right? Like the 2015 team had phenomenal top of the roster. You had Jalen Smith on defense. You had Sheldon Day on defense. You had Romeo Okwara on defense. You had Cole Luke and Kavari Russell on defense. But you were also starting Joe Schmidt on that team. You were starting a true freshman Jerry Tillery. Offensive, you had Will Fuller. Will Fuller's a great player, better than any receiver that Notre Dame has. I have a feeling by the end of the year, Notre Dame's number 2 and number 3 are going to be better than what the number 2 and number 3 were in 2015. Right? You're going to be better at tight end this year, I believe. Running back wise, CJ Prosise was a great athlete, a great player. We know who he was now, but I'm not trading this running back room for that one based on how it played out. But as we said, if Torian Folson is healthy, it's a little bit more of a conversation we're having here, right? And if we're talking about talent, Deshaun Kaiser's more talented than Sam Hartman, and Malik Zaire is more talented than D'Evangeli or Kenny Minchie for who they are now. So if you're going to focus on the top of the roster, and then, of course, all right, offensive line, you think that's where this team could have the advantage. Nope. That team had Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Michael McGlinchey, Steve Elm. You know what I mean? So, like, it's kind of a wash on this team's most talented area. So there's areas where this linebacking core, to me, there's no Jalen Smith in this linebacking core. But I'll take J.D. Bertrand over Joe Schmidt any day of the week. And I'll take who even was the Rover in 2015? Who even was that guy? Did they even have that guy in 2015? Wasn't Osmar, was it? Was it Onwualu? James Onwualu?
Might be Onwualu.
I'll probably take Jack Kaiser over him right now. So, to me, Ryan, it's the 2015 team had the better top-end talent. I think this team has got a way deeper group of players, because when the top-end players left in 2015, what happened the next year? Went 4-8, right? this team's going to lose some studs and still be really good next year, in my opinion, because there's so much depth of talent. So I think it depends on what are you making as the foundation of your argument for more talented.
Sure.
Because I think Brady Quinn's argument. See, I think the discussion that Malik and Sean had, to me, missed what Brady was saying. Brady was talking more, I felt, more about the depth of talent, like we're discussing.
Right.
If we're going to talk about who had the best 10 players, it's 2015. As of right now, it's 2015. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
But you get down to, and this is the debate about, I've said this, Alabama 2012 and Notre Dame 2012. I'll take Notre Dame's best 5 and put them up against anybody else's best 5. Guys, we're talking like Michael or Tyler Eifert, Manti Te'o, Lewis Nix, Stephon Tuitt, Zach Martin. The problem is like from 6 to 30, it's not close. This is what Loose Emoji said. He goes like, I'm looking at Stephon Tuitt. I'm thinking Stephon Tuitt is as good as anybody Alabama has and as big as anybody Alabama has. He goes, here's the difference. Notre Dame had 1 Stephon Tuitt. Alabama had 8. Right? And that's the difference. And to me, this team is getting closer to that, Ryan. So I would say, what are we sounding as the baseline? And what I care more about is depth of talent, to be honest with you. But if you're going to say whose 5 was better than the other 5, it's the 2015 team. So I just think it depends on where you're going. What are your thoughts on that, Ryan?
Yeah, it's your perspective on it. I mean, one, there's a little bit of bias on the Lucky Lefty podcast about this, right? I mean, to start with, I mean, if we're being honest,
he was with that team, he knew what they could be. Right. Absolutely.
Right. There's a little bit of bias there, and that's okay to talk about. I just think that it comes down to, you already laid it out. Are you buying the top end talent that's going to take you over the top, or are you buying the depth? I personally kind of moved more to the depth personally. I mean, that's just kind of my perspective, because there's always going to be injuries, attrition, a player's not playing his game, having a bad day. So
a team can match up against your one good player. Right.
Take one guy out. Yeah, exactly.
What hurt Notre Dame against Ohio State? Will Fuller was better than anybody I think Ohio State had in the secondary, but they were all good enough as a unit to keep him from really going off. And Notre Dame had nobody else they could turn to. Where you could take Michael Thomas out of that game, but you then couldn't take Ezekiel Elliott out of that game. Sure. Or you could take this guy out of the game, but you could take Joey Bosa out of the game, but then you had to worry about all these other dudes. Where when Notre Dame lost Jalen Smith, they were done. Yeah. And nobody else to turn to. They got hurt by that loss a lot more than Ohio State got hurt by Joey Bosa going out. Because remember, he got kicked out for targeting. You remember that, Ryan? It was like happened, I think, right after Jalen got hurt. Might have been like next series or two. Joey Bosa gets kicked out for targeting. Yep. That hurt Notre Dame a whole lot more than it hurt Ohio State. Why? Because Notre Dame didn't have – they're turning to Jarrett Grace, who was never kind of healthy. He wasn't that same guy, right? So if what we know of these teams, I would probably take this team over that team, just from a depth of talent, because again, it's more sustainable. But if you're going to say, hey, give me a 5-on-5 pickup game, okay, you know what I mean? Like, okay, sure. Give me a team that's got Jalen Smith, Quentin Nelson, Will Fuller, Ronnie Stanley, you know what I mean? CJ Prosise or whoever you want to go, right? I mean, it's a different conversation.
Agreed.
But I also don't think what Brady Quinn said was out of line. That was kind of my thing, was like, why are you upset about it? Like it wasn't a disrespectful comment. It was just like, this team is really good.
Yeah.
So
I think bias just pulls it there, honestly. So Jason H., will it be Bama's 7th recent national title, or will Georgia 3-peat this year? Georgia's much more likely to 3-peat than Bama win their 7th this year, in my opinion.
Yeah. Honestly, Ryan, Bama's best chance to win it this year was they needed like Ty Simpson or Tyler Buckner or Dylan Lonergan to just really seize hold of the quarterback job. I just don't think Jalen Milroe's that guy. He's just, I just don't think he's that guy. I really don't. And I still have my biggest concern is, even more so than quarterback, stay on it till I'm proven wrong, is Kevin Steele. I'm not a Kevin Steele guy. I think the answer ultimately, Ryan, is none of the above.
Probably.
None of the above is my answer.
Yeah.
But I would tend to agree with you that the best here's why I would say best chance too, Ryan, is Georgia doesn't have to wade through the kind of schedule that Alabama does to get to that stage. I mean, if Georgia's, let's just say Georgia's quarterback play is the same as Alabama's, they can go 12-0. Would you agree with that? Just because of the schedule they play? If Alabama's quarterback play is not good, they're going to be in trouble because of the quality of their schedule. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, when you look at Georgia's schedule, Georgia has Tennessee Martin, Ball State, South Carolina, UAB, at Auburn, Kentucky, at Vanderbilt, Florida on a neutral field, Missouri, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Georgia Tech. There's one game on their schedule that you look at and say, I think they might lose that game. That's it. Any other game would have to be a monumental upset, in my opinion. Then you look at the Alabama schedule. They play Middle Tennessee, then they play Texas, at South Florida, home against Ole Miss, at Mississippi State, at Texas A&M, home against Arkansas, home against Tennessee, home against LSU, at Kentucky, home against Chattanooga, at Auburn. I just think that's a tougher schedule to work through. I just think it is. That's a really tough schedule to work through. So that's why I'm going to go with, if I had to pick between the two, I'd probably go with Georgia, but I don't think either one of those things happen this year. I really don't. And last thing before we get out of here, everybody, our guy Irish for Life has been with us for a long time, and he's going through some things. He says, my four-legged child has been getting worse. Watching him struggle just to stand up is killing me. With all that has been wrong with him, hurts so much to see. And I know you're going through some things too, buddy. And as you know, we were there with Brady, just having to hold him up to go to the bathroom. And like you, he was our child. So, buddy, I'm definitely praying for you. And I'm sorry that you're going through a tough time. You got your IB family here thinking about you, man. And so just enjoy whatever. Best advice I can give you is just enjoy whatever moment you have, man. And never forget the memories. Don't let the great memories when he was better, because this was what hurt us with Brady, is it took me a while to kind of get past those tough times to then refocus again on all the great times, all the years of great times. So that's my best advice to you, man. But you're definitely going to be prayed for by me. And I know there's some others in this chat as well. So I really, really, really appreciate you coming to us with that. And we'll definitely be praying for you. So that's going to do it for today's show, everybody. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate that. And we'll be back tomorrow after the Notre Dame game is over for our post-game show. It'll be Vince and I doing that tomorrow. So that'll be a lot of fun. We probably won't get started quite as early as we did last time, but we'll get started as quickly as we can. So definitely be ready for that action. And of course, on Sunday, we'll be back for our Upon Further review. So enjoy. Hey, and again, a reminder, if you're going to be on campus tomorrow, head over to the South Quad, Knights of Columbus. They're having that steak fundraiser. All the proceeds go to charity. You definitely want to be a part of that. I'll be swinging over there probably around 1-ish, somewhere around there, and enjoying myself as well. So you guys have a great rest of your day, and we will talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.